Hello gamers, welcome to Promotion Relegation. We are here to see which teams are going to make it to OWCS EMEA for Stage 3. I'm Day, joined by the wonderful Lemon Kiwi.
Yeah, who are we, man? It's been a while.
Who are those guys?
It's great to be back with the duo with the best, and we have some of the best and some of the worst, I guess. That's what Promo Relegation is all about. And only two teams can make it back, and we got some bangers and also some matches that already went down.
Yeah, we've got some great tales of redemption to go through here, especially like our team Pebs. They got relegated last season and have been absolutely tearing it up in FACEIT League Masters for the last season. Let's have a look at our schedule, though, to see where we are heading to over the course of today's broadcast. To start off, we're going to be here in EMEA with Lemon and I. We're going to be doing 1, 2, 3, 4 going up against Tennessee. That's for a spot in OWCS. And then the winner of that gets to go up against Team Peps, who has already trounced both of these teams in the bracket today. Then, Lemon, we're going to head over to North America.
And for this first match, both these teams got relegated from OWCS, so it's going to be a heartbreaker that one of them will not be returning. And you'll get to see kind of how these matches broke down and how we even got into this lower bracket. Looking at this bracket itself, is 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they got smacked around by Peps, Tennessee, also a victim. But guess what? Now they get to duke it out in the sandbox here.
Yeah, Team Peps, I think they're something like 60-2 for maps since they were relegated from OWCS Stage 2. Like, they lost both of them to Veneer Quick in the winners finals of FACEIT Masters. But Veneer Quick are the first team to have been eliminated from our promo relegation by Tennessee in a 3-2 giga banger. And Tennessee, they bought out the old voodoo magic. They went to Runa Sarpi, and maybe they got rid of Amalga before a critical fight that was very solid. So Tennessee, they're likely calming themselves down, trying to center themselves a little bit before going up against the gargantuan powerhouse of talent that is 1, 2, 3, 4.
But just to re-mention Veneer Quick coming in from FACEIT, you know, the Masters division, how they were trying to promote themselves. They did try to punch up against Tennessee. Unfortunately for them, they are eliminated. But you at home can be part of the FACEIT experience to compete against the best of the best, different divisions, different ranks, and a whole different experience than your ranked games.
Yeah, it can be a lot better than your ranked games because, hey, no more random teammates. You get to choose all of your teammates, and you're going to be going up against competitive, coordinated teams as well. And not only that, you can earn a bunch of money if you're up in the higher divisions of FACEIT as well. Let's have a look at how Season 9 broke down for FACEIT Masters and for our other tiers here as well. Almost 17,000 official matches across 4 regions, Lemon. This is kind of bonkers. More than 500,000 in prizing distributed as well.
I just can't believe it. Like, this FACEIT League has inspired so many teams, the next generation of talent, to get involved and just to get enough reps so that eventually you could try your hand at duking it out against the OWCS teams. And, you know, shout out to people like Bullskunk that have been holding it down in the co-streams to give everyone a spotlight and a chance to be featured in front of an audience. And we've seen a lot of new names kind of rise up, and it gives them a chance to also get scouted from other teams that could be on the lookout.
Yeah, I think we can all agree the best thing about the post-Overwatch League landscape here in Overwatch is that you can just make it to the top if you keep winning, right? Like, there are no barriers here. If you just get into FACEIT with your team and you guys keep winning and keep winning, you will make it to OWCS, you will make it to a major, you can lift a trophy in front of the world. And if you want to be on this kind of journey, let's have a look at how Season 10 is going to work out here for FACEIT with both its Master Division and a bunch of other divisions as well. You won't be going straight into Master Division if you join up today, but here's a quick look at how registration's going to work. Of course, for our open qualifiers, registration's going to close on September the 2nd, to make sure that you are quick on the draw when it comes to building up your proper team.
Yeah, what a journey and what a gauntlet you have to get through, but that means anybody can sign up, any rank. You, your friend, your family, your dog, they got hands, get on there. FACEIT welcomes all, and this is really to build up from the ground floor. And this is the kind of the official reps that you need, because scrims, ranked, it's not the same. And why not win some money? And I hope you got your year pretty free, because this is a jam-packed schedule.
It is an absolutely jam-packed schedule, and we can see 4 regions here all being served by FACEIT. for a lot of additional cash. And as you can see on the left-hand side of these brackets as well, there's finals for EMEA and NA. There are going to be season finals at the end of season 10, which are going to be celebrating every level of FACEIT League. And the top 4 master teams and the top 2 teams from expert, advanced, intermediate, and open will qualify for a 12-team regional bracket, which means that you can go up against your peers from higher and lower divisions and show just how strong your team is for a bucket load of cash.
And talent from around the world competing. You guys are watching EMEA, if you are just waking up, and North America will go down later. But even from the down under to across the pond, everyone is getting a piece of a prize pool. And at different ranks, I like that we're welcoming all levels of talent, because you got to start somewhere.
You most certainly do. Starting somewhere always means just like finding your buddies. Who wants to be involved when it comes to the competitive scene? Maybe you're gonna make a run with some of your best friends. Maybe instead you're gonna go out and use the player finder feature that is being introduced by FACEIT instead. If you want to show that you're LFT and that you've got the skill set that maybe another team that, I don't know, is 4 out of 5 really needs as the last piece of the puzzle, you can use that to find your team. Or if you are a team captain, you can use the player finder feature as well to try and search for the perfect recruit to round out your squad.
That's amazing, because I swear some of the best players are useless at social media. Like, some people, was it like Jonak got discovered from being just a ranked demon? Like, sometimes you get lucky there, but some people have no presence on social media. So I love that find a player feature, because you're going to need all the eyes and ears you can get.
Yeah, sometimes just jumping into a bunch of ranked games is not the ideal way to try and find your last play, And so you want to try and make sure that they have exactly what they want for your team. And you know what? A team that's already been built off the back of some fantastic scouting. Let's jump into our player rosters here for 1, 2, 3, 4 going up against Tennessee. And honestly, 1, 2, 3, 4, when I look at the names on this roster, Lemon, I'm actually kind of surprised that they're down here in promo relegation. This roster's stacked with talent.
Yeah, if your birthday starts with a 19, or if you operate around a cane, you have a 401k, you know a lot of the names on this roster, okay? You have Kai, like, World Cup talent, Maimon, been around the block, flex player that can do it all. He's grown so much. Canale, Backbone. These are some old names, veterans that have been around the scene, and they welcome some of the new talent, the next generation, people like Golden Pants, AMDP, and Crispy. So super stoked to see how they're going to bounce back after a kind of a grueling bracket so far.
Yeah, I've been tuned into the career, the rise of Golden Pants for a while. There have been whisperings among Twitch chats, there's this crazy young prodigy on the ball. And Golden Pants really has been drawing a lot of attention as this incredibly explosive and very skilled player, particularly on the wrecking ball, but also having some depth to their hero pool as well. But that's also where AMDP comes in, having like these multiple options for tanks to lead your charge.
And on the other side, a pretty tough opponent, one that has suffered losses also to Team Peps. It's Tennessee. Pretty simple roster, all 5 on your screen, and Texel has been the one that really keeps this team together on the Kiriko. This team loves to play the cat as well, so you're up to some shenanigans when you got to look up into the sky and not just what's in front of you.
When you got to be looking in 3 dimensions, that's when things get a little bit complicated. But SSG loves to keep things complicated for their enemies as well. I think SXJ is one of the most talented players that we've got just kind of kicking around at the moment, like the lower divisions of OWCS and at the top of FACEIT Master. One of these fantastic DPS who really is going to start demanding attention in the midst of these games. And given that both of these teams are kind of coming in on opposite trajectories, with 1, 2, 3, 4 having been summarily kind of spanked by Peb, and Tennessee just about managing to clutch out versus Veneer quick, maybe Tennessee are going to have that kind of vigor in their soul right now. They've got the hype going, that the comms are good, and that might allow them to get a really good uppercut to begin this matchup against 1, 2, 3, 4.
And you got Kai versus iCav on the hit scan. Ooh, and you got the new hero into the mix. Of course, Kai is always going to look like one of the best out there. And then the flex play between SXJ on the Tracer. He's been a constant nuisance in the backline. And then Maimon, who has grown so much in his hero pool since the many, many years ago that we've casted him, to now trying to fight his way back into OWCS.
Yeah, a couple of the players in these games we've been casting for an unbelievable number of years. By the way, if you recognize the team on my jersey, congratulations. Elite ball knowledge plus a retirement check is coming your way.
We'll get you back to
never
bed.
got to cast back in our time, Lemon, are hero bans, which obviously for the last 3 years on Overwatch have been at the center of competition, but really is a little bit newer to us. Let's jump in and have a look at our one-to-one hero bans. Of course, the first ban is also going to act as a pseudo protect by taking a class of heroes away from potential bans. D.Va taken off the board by 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's always going to be a solid one on Ilios. You have a lot of close to medium range, which is where D.Va really excels in, and that'll kind of limit you on what other dive options do you have. I know that both these teams really like to operate the Zarya, especially if Maimon brings out that Vendetta yet again, while if Telesi really like that more front to back with maybe a Cassidy or something. No Cassidy at all.
Yeah, we're not going to allow that one. Hey, if you guys want to play some good front to back, we're gonna take away one of the primary DPS that could try and enable that. Which does mean that maybe we see some like Cat Bastion shenanigans, which I mean, war in my eyes when I see the Cat Bastion floating overhead. But we still are kind of in this trifecta of supports who are consistently like running the meta in Overwatch between the Kiriko, the Lucio, and the Jetpack Cat. We'll see which menagerie of those is going to come out.
And is Maimon going to return on the Pharah again? The last time these two teams met up a little while ago, was it June or July or something like that? Time is a concept, but it did go the way, what was it, of 1, 2, 3, 4 in a 3-1 fashion. But kicking things off on Ilios, they're special around the Maimon Pharah. But then now that you don't have the Cassidy, though, you need another option of hit scan to address some of these flyers.
Yeah, Emre has been one of the go-tos when it comes to a secondary hit scan. Obviously, like we've seen Shion get some attention, but doesn't have quite as long a range, more effective for working those margins and kind of brawling in the front line and then finding the back off the back of the Joyride bike launch. As we go in towards our first map, though, one of the things I've got to bear in mind is that where Telesi managed to take a map off of 1, 2, 3, 4 before was on Runa Sarpi. Not quite as effective on our control maps, but they have taken some strange control maps off of big teams. I believe like Twisted Minds before, they managed to sneak one away. Ilios, though, is going to be a whole different kettle of fish.
And the Hammond is open. You gotta choose your battles carefully of when, because I think you can only ban a hero once throughout a series. So Golden Pants will be on it. But Lars is more of a guy that's preferred either the Malga or the Sigma, which is a great answer, at least the Sigma, to try and rock and sock any kind of Hammond that comes your way. But how about a hail of bullets? That's what Malga is really special at.
There's going to be multiple hails of bullets, though. One from the ground and one from the sky. As SXJ is going to be taken to the sky by Jonowitch. But you can see that Crispy's already gotten Freya up onto the high ground, which is going to make traveling in the open a little bit more difficult for that Bastion.
Of course, you got some cat shenanigans. Looking forward to seeing how 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of stay aware of this. So much of the real estate already, though, from Telesi, as Golden Pants going to find his way behind, and he could also anchor the objective at any point.
Oh, run, Freya, run! Because Bastion's on the hunt for tracking in midair, going after the opposing Jetpack Cat. ICA's been taken down by Maimon and the Shion versus Shion over there. Now SXJ is caught down on the low ground before being grappled up yet again. Once again, going to take this high. In Telesi, I've got themselves the first cap here when it comes to the objective, despite losing out in that early trade.
Oh my god, he almost just bursts it down. Golden Pants chooses the right time to disengage, and it's an all-out war for this initial point. But now Telesi can just go and die on it because they already capped it. They get that lead, and it's looking great for 1, 2, 3, 4 to get back in the driver's seat. It's costing them some warm bodies, but eventually they will unite.
Oh, Texel taken off the edge there by Golden Pants as well. in the pregame, I was hyping up Golden Pants on the Wrecking Ball. And well, if there ever was a map to play Wrecking Ball, it's going to be Ilias. This was, of course, the stomping ground of Crazy Raccoon back in the day because they were so good at the Wrecking Ball comms. 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably counting their lucky stars that they got to go here.
Flying around with a Bastion. Lars, anyone looking his way? Is this going to be a free flip? And you can't have your supports be dealing with this. Golden Pants will be in and out. Lars just making his way. There is no help. Telesi, Texel was not able to just teleport in and support that tank.
I mean, great screening of the backline there to make sure they couldn't get in range to support that Malgo, who was a touch overextended looking for the original touch. And Golden Pants, he's just playing this kind of like orbiting moon, you know, who the second that we see Lars go in, Texel and Jonowich just have to eat so much aggro from this tank.
Crispy just wants to go and dunk on them, but here is the whistle of SXJ.
Trying to outmaneuver that Kiriko. Seems to just... Oh, goodbye. Farewell. The catnap is solid. And Lars has become a victim of gravity. Caught in the corner. Surround on all sides. 1, 2, 3, 4 with a perfect execution there.
Just needed to posture and set the tone. And ever since 1, 2, 3, 4, the initiative. And then they have the Kitsune rush. They can continue to find Telesi in these backlines too. Especially if Golden Pants clearly has the setup and he has the mines. You got some treacherous roads to try and cross, and Golden Pants getting active early.
Well, once again, just trying to isolate Lars. Oh, where you going? You might be in the bathhouse, but it's far from a relaxing experience. It's just surrounded by 1, 2, 3, 4, and well, get ready to learn to count because you're going to need to count your respawn timer.
Oh god, and it does not get any better when it rains, it pours, and Telesi just haven't even gotten to use their Kitsune Rush, and 1, 2, 3, 4 are not tested, and it's do or die, and Texel dies with ult.
Now, Jonowich just about manages to grab overtime, though. Oh, Lars puts down the cage match, but instantly falls. The healing could have been delivered. 24 HP to work with for the young cat, but surely they can't work this one up against 1, 2, 3, 4, who are on patrol, looking out, and the exterminators have arrived. 100 to 29 to 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, not just a statement, that's an exclamation point. Because 1, 2, 3, that's how synced they are. And you have the veteran, the experience on that side to know when and where to take the fight, the initiative. And when you get to defend, it's always going to be a bit easier. And 1, 2, 3, 4 can kind of watch from all these different angles and pounce it every single time. There's even some people that haven't experienced a death yet, which is kind of insane. Oh. So 1, 2, 3, 4, definitely in control.
Yeah, it feels like 1, 2, 3, 4. This is definitely their tempo. You know, they're playing exactly the kind of pace that they would like. Golden Pants as well, being able to self-sustain and not really tax any of the healing of the remainder of the team as well, does mean that there's like a big difference in how Texel and Kanale are having to play this Kiriko, whereas Lars is requiring a lot more hands-on attention from who's healing the Fuda.
Really good balance of Golden Pants, who has not experienced a death yet, and now he's chasing around a Tracer, which, in a bubble, the Tracer is good at chasing down these Hammonds that are looking for those health packs. So mobile, but 1, 2, 3, 4 in clear control. Now Telesi watching. Lars is kind of off on his own adventures, and no one's there to really support him. All that matters as he holds the space.
All right, ICAP trying to stay inside here to make sure they're not as vulnerable from the sky, but goes outside, and Golden Pants will find their target quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the cusp of first capping on the control point here. Explosive bolts directly into a jetpack cap, but one goes awry, and the chase down is going to be there from Crispy. Some feline on feline violence.
Yeah, and that Shion of Maimon, it gets in your face, it gets deadly, and if Telesi can punish, then there's something to work off of there. But if you let Kai sit back and fire freely, you're not going to have a leg to stand on. You can tell that Lars is trying to path their way to the left, but now that you have this Hammond in a defending position, as soon as you walk forward, your supports are going to get dove.
I mean, the Hammond's gathering so much information as well, so 1, 2, 3, 4 can always try and pre-rotate these positions. Oh, Kai and Crispy on the off angle is going to make the backline feel a lot of danger. Forces Telesi in under these zones to make sure it's more difficult for Golden Pants to try and make something work. SXJ turns it around. Already got the opener. Double explosive bolt. The follow-up might be there. An explosive bowler onto the Sojourn. And Golden Pants is there with the finish. Alas, in the midst of all of this, Telesi had more presence on the point and so have flipped it over.
And you have this cat that can help Kai constantly reposition the pulse, not dunked on, off to the side. And the air had it coming. But Telesi also have the point. That's all that matters. You send 1-2-3-4 packing. Now Golden Points is trying to reestablish the team.
All right, the killing spree going forward. Not much gained here for my moan, but that's because Golden Pants already cleared out too much. A quick execution over onto a jetpack cat. He deserved it, Your Honor, and so too did Lars. My goodness, Gravity is feasting today on the meaty chops of Mauga.
Really difficult map to play when you're up against the Hammond with the displacement and really the mastery that Golden Pants has shown, but it is map point for 1-2-3-4, halfway to the win. Kitsune Rush, the initiative on their side.
Oh, what a catch immediately inside the cage match. It appears to have been broken down here. Perfect focus fire coming through from 1-2-3-4. Maimon was at the back, though, having gone deep to try and destroy that cage. They're going to have to pay the price for it. It's a mad scramble towards the objective. 1-2-3-4 need to think about contesting this one, as it's almost flipped over, and Golden Panthers on deck to make that one work, forcing SXJ off of the other angle, and now looking towards Lars. Instead, the overclock is active, and so too is ICAV. Kiriko has to duck away, but can't outrun the rails. Kaneo goes down, and Telesi are back in control.
And you've entered the ICAV firing range. Better late than ever. Never, I should say, to be in that spotlight. You just need some space, and you know, Kutsi having to attack into Kai being on his perch and having a cat that displaces him and repositions him, it's a really tough matchup. But now ICAV will get to sit back in safety and watch. I want to see Jonowich really help protect this backline, because here comes Golden Pants.
Bola from the outside. Jonowich just falls into it, unfortunately. So that's a great pickup there for Kai. ICAV's just surrounded. Nasty shot from Maimon. My goodness, ICAV's going to feel that one in the morning.
It's just the mines that gets an immediate support kill. Golden Pants is insane. Finally experiences his first death of the round, 90% plus. What else do Telesi have in the bank? Someone has to touch, and no pulse bomb kills yet for SXJ.
Now look, this time, just going to try and find a health pack instead, maybe get some of that regenerating health. Lars all alone, once again surrounded, needs a little bit of care, and it will be forthcoming as the catnap goes forward. Come on, Golden Patch, you're coming with me, boy, down into the hole. They're just going to gently dunk him like a British boy with a biscuit over their tea, and Telesi is back in the driver's seat.
Really clawing their way back into this one. Is going to come down to final fight territory with at least Kitsune Rush advantage for Texel. You know that the cage match from Lars is sometimes you're trapped in there with 1-2-3-4 because the dives have been executed to perfection and in such quick fashion as well. As 1-2-3-4 find their footing, path towards the left, see if they can round about through the temple side that ICAV is taking shelter in.
Golden Pants starts to cook around the backhand side. Has to try and avoid this Mauga. Oh, but Mauga says you ain't avoiding me. You're staying in here with me, buddy. Telesi with a 4 versus 1 inside of a cage. A catnap. Lars once again has... Oh, he's been rescued by the opposing cat. Oh, what a time for the Mauga. He's like, oh, I'm alive. And now the killing spree ended early. ICAV taken down by Kai on the other side, but it feels like Telesi are now in control and are in a great position to try and turn this one around. A return of Golden Pants to keep this one contested from the outside, and that's going to be an exchange of a Kitsune Rush as well. So much space here for Kai to work with, but can they do the damage that they need to try and break on through? SXJ with another pulse one towards the back, moving over towards the Kiriko, forces out for Suzu, steals away the health bag, but Kaneo with a nice little 1-2 tap, and 1-2-3-4 are potentially back into this one with Kai falling down. Their process has been slowed, and Golden Pants doesn't have the HP to make it work. The cat can't get there, and 1-2-3-4 find themselves evened up against
just all the chaos that Telesi created, and keeping the point in their favor was huge. Despite kind of that fun little 1v1 of SXJ versus Kaneo, you had enough sustain, but 1-2-3-4 never was able to regain space. And that Hammond in a solo tank environment, you're in, you're out, and you kind of need everyone on board. Maimon's getting punished more and more, so big shout out to ICAV to steady himself mechanically as well, to have to 180s against such a mobile hero. Telesi forces into the final round of Ruins to see who will be ruined in this first map.
Now, there's going to be a lot of onus here on 1-2-3-4, and particularly their ult trackers, to be very accurate with figuring out when Lars has this cage max. It feels like Telesi, they managed to turn that round twice on Lars, catching Golden Pants with a solo cage and then being able to have a real tank advantage.
Just a bit of scouting here. Golden Pants was trying to toss some people into the line of fire and almost got the cat right where he wanted. And with the perk of the shield, Golden Pants can be very selfish, very individual. He doesn't need someone to dive with them, but Crispy maybe needed some help there.
Well, Maimon's under a lot of pressure here as well. SXJ can't quite finish the kill, but while there was attention put towards Maimon, there was a felling elsewhere. Execution onto Jonowich. Telesi working with limited heals now, only what Texel can provide. A joyride towards the back, but it's far from joyful for Maimon. Taken into a 2 versus 1. Golden Pants surrounded on both sides. 3 versus 1 now. And Telesi are in control of a point. They've been accruing percentage all this time.
Yeah, Maimon throughout this is looking more and more like roadkill. Such good identification from Telesi. SXJ does look a little nervous on the Tracer. I think some moments where he didn't have to reload as early as he did to finish off some of these kills, but Kai's now on the Sojourn to face off against ICAV. Now at a distance, the picks. Okay, Kai wins that.
Yeah, Kai said, yeah, I'm here on the Sojourn for real, baby. ICAV already taken down. Looking towards the Malga. Nice dodge away from the overrun, but Kai still working up towards some of these perks as well. SXJ works around the outside, knows that Kai is the perfect target, and it's the perfect blink melee to make it work on the other side as well. A joyride to roll on forward, but Maimon overextends, and now 1, 2, 3, 4 have lost both of their DPS, and they don't really have the fragging power to take this point away. They're on the back foot still. Oh, they're going to be dragged in by the cage, but honestly, I don't think Telesi needed that. That could be a critical misstep.
Golden Pants dropped mines. He's like, okay, if you're gonna cage me in, you're trapped in here with me.
No, you
doesn't get kills, but it was Aura, I guess. But what's Aura is Telesi having the potential to mini reverse sweep this map 1. As they will be in the driver's seat, 80%. Kitsune rush for Canale, 10% away from Texel. 1, 2, 3, 4. Find their way around.
Shion looking for an opening. A joyride towards the back. Want to hunt down that Kiriko, but they'll settle for instead the Sojourn. It seems like for now, Telesi have decided to just trade the point for that Kitsune rush, and now they try to re-aggress. Here comes the catnap. Golden Pants doesn't even get to be dragged off the side because they were stuck in place and gunned down by the Sojourn. An overrun stun is real, and farewell to Lars. I'm not sure if he got pulled off the map there by Crispy, but ICAV rescues them by taking out the jetpack cat midway through their flight with a well-placed rail.
And it's difficult to play against the Hammond team front to back, but now you have the cat being the counter to the hamster. I am here for it. 99% though for Telesi, and a pulse bomb looms for SXJ. Can he get his first one? He's looking more clean, and Maimon's gone.
Absolutely squeaky clean there from SXJ. ICAV keeping the Kiriko at arm's reach. A 2 versus 1. Well manufactured. Looking towards the back. It's only Golden Pants there, but they can't get onto the point. And Telesi are already rewriting the script. For last time these two teams met in OWCS, 3-1 to the side of 1, 2, 3, 4. But Telesi are looking so strong when it comes to controlling the point.
And it's a team effort. And at first they struggled. Like Kai was dominating in the 1v1 against ICAV. Kai getting that first pick to get 1, 2, 3, 4 even in a position. But Telesi, it's the macro that really impresses me. When you have Canale popping Kitsune rush from the 1, 2, 3, 4 side, you have that disengaged. Telesi are not going to invest resources that are unnecessary. And SXJ, the improvements that came so quickly for them to hit a critical pulse bomb, to one-clipping Maimon and making him look silly. I'm really impressed by that turnaround from Telesi.
Yeah, like, after being basically trounced on the first point, we saw, like, the identification of the win condition, right? Like, Lars just needs to solo cage Golden Pants to make sure that these soft dives become committed dives. Because when Golden Pants is going for these soft dives to try and bait out the resources, the remainder of 1, 2, 3, 4, we're going to play further away, right? Because they don't want to be involved in that fight knowing that Golden Pants is going to instantly disengage. They're going to be there with no space and very few resources. And Telesi being able to flip the script on that was very important for overall being able to keep control of a point, because it could be backcapped by Golden Pants. But honestly, very impressed with their adaptations here. Telesi are looking pretty hot.
Yeah, and these cats are such a nuisance to knock some of these tanks off and to even lock them down, which was the big key, right? Because Golden Pants, I'm sure he's a Golden Boy too, but he didn't die the first round. He was looking golden out there. And then finally, you had the answer, the adjustment of Telesi, well, to rope him in with the cat, for SXJ to chase him down, for Texal to just know when those dives were coming in. And once you dealt with Golden Pants, it felt like this whole team fell apart, with Maimon getting punished, Kaya starting to lose more of those 1v1s, and overall, the 1, 2, 3, 4 structure falling apart.
Disgusting stuff from Jonowich and Lars there, by the way. And so much control going the way of Golden Pants. Definitely having been a small problem. You can see Lars getting saved there as well by a well-placed rail. TLC seem to be here with clean comms, which is kind of what we expect to give them. They just won a 3-2 matchup. These guys are coming in incredibly warm, whereas 1, 2, 3, 4, their warm-up going into this was getting kind of flattened by Peps, which maybe doesn't give as much as like the good juju in the comms as like a 3-4 banger like clutch series.
And the way that Lighthouse started so one-sided in favor of 1, 2, 3, 4, and being in a position where it's so critical to win that first fight, to be in a defending position, to set up your hit scans, mainly your Sojourns or sometimes your Freyas, to just free farm, firing range. How about we get into map 2? It's 1, 2, 3, 4's choice as we get into the hero bans for Dorado.
All right, Sigma taken off the board now by 1, 2, 3, 4. This also is going to once again act as a pseudo protect on any of the tanks that 1, 2, 3, 4 might be kind of thinking about playing here. We might see a Malgaban later on in the matchup as well. Also, as we're going to Dorado, I don't know if they're going to sub in AMDP, who I think usually comes in for the flatter maps, where you want to try and play that ground and pound, like a Malga or a Matra or a Sigma. Bastion is going to be the counterban here from Telesi.
Yeah, we had some Bastion shenanigans, which ended up forcing Golden Pants into more submission when you have this hail of bullets, especially when Bastion gets into his turret form. But also a different script being written right now, because Ilios was also the first map that both these teams encountered each other on a few months ago. 1, 2, 3, 4, a very solid control team. So I like that Telesi have already made those improvements to bounce back and start off our series. This best of 5 up by 1. But the ban on Lars' Sigma is going to matter a lot. This is really the big anchor for this team and kind of how they rally in this front-to-back sort of approach.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of rallying that's necessary for 1, 2, 3, 4, given that they've now lost, what, 4 maps in a row in officials. This is a team with so much talent on it, some legacy talent who may believe that they deserve to be an OWCS, but deserve, unfortunately, does not mean get. You need to earn it by hook or by crook, by blood, sweat, and tears. And right now, Telesi are the ones who are drawing blood in a little bit of a vengeance match so far. And I have to keep going back to it. I think Telesi are coming in pretty hot here off of their 3-2 victory. Like, it was so close against Veneer Quick. That honestly probably could have been Veneer Quick's series. I think that if 1 or 2 millimeters were moved in a different direction, we'd see Veneer Quick here up against 1, 2, 3, 4. But instead, Telesi have made it, and they're calming so cleanly, as we saw continuously from the shutdowns of Golden Pants and with the Jetpack Cat play.
Yeah, and 1, 2, 3, 4, this is their map pick on Dorado, which is I know it's kind of niche, but Fire is also still playable here. Maimon didn't bring it out. I think when you are worried about the hit scare on the other side after ICAP put on that kind of show, I wouldn't risk the Flyers either. But that is a back pocket approach that 1, 2, 3, 4 can go to. Clearly, they have something in mind, which is, again, a lot of reliance on the Kai hit scan. This is a guy that has brought so much success and positive results to pretty much any single team that he's been on. Just unfortunate that they find themselves in a relegation situation, but there's so much to build up from here and a chapter that can still continue.
Yeah, and when it comes to building, we're building like a new division as well here at FACEIT, FACEIT for Overwatch as well. We're introducing an intermediate division to our tiers of competition to make sure that there's a space between open and advanced where you can get closer games for your team, as well as reducing the size of the upper tiers so that the games up there will be closer as well. So if you are yet to start your FACEIT journey, or if you're currently in the lower tiers, the lower divisions of FACEIT, intermediate might be a place where you can thrive and get some fantastic games under your belt. So make sure you check that out as it's added in Season 10 of FACEIT Overwatch.
And this is, at least this first point of Dorado is a very defensive-sided area. There's the high ground. There's buildings that overlook literally the spawn. Telesi will be beginning there. So that's at least one boon for them to work with. So you have that hit scan angle advantage for ICAV, who can decide when and where and when he engages, most importantly. And he knows he's met his match against the veteran of Kai. But eventually, once ICAV actually had space and a breath in his lungs to actually shoot back, he looked better than Kai.
Very scenic cat cam. Thank you so much to our observers. Felt a little flutter in my heart there, like, Dorado. Feeling that familiar music, Telesi. Going to be defending first here. And it feels like they don't really feel much onus to change things up, except with Cassidy coming into the mix again. This is going to allow for much better slowdowns onto Golden Pants.
And that was something that was banned out in the past, so that will be allowed for the rest, and no Hammond bans quite yet. So now 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to be nice to have a very mobile tank that can get to this high ground as well. Kai is so close. Widow will be gone for now. Kai back on the Cassidy. You have SXJ even on the Tracer looking around the top of the red building. So 1, 2, 3, 4 will take to the skies, all thanks to Crispy.
Well, Kai gifted an angle by their jetpack cap, but Lars is kind of just sitting at the moment in main, being constantly shuffled around by their own cat. SXJ dinked across the street by Kai, and now as Kai is going to get healed on up, it's time to take a crazy angle. Might get spotted on the way here. The setup's there coming through from Golden Pants, and Crispy's there at the end to take down ICAV. Great play constructed here from 1, 2, 3, 4. Jonowitz just gets blown up by the flashbang. Tend to be non-lethal, but in this case, Kai packed that one with a little bit of extra powder for the young kitty cat.
Kai is being served up these kills, and he's feasting. Look how much this whole team is built around Kai, escorting him around the map, knocking ICAV into his lap. 1, 2, 3, 4, halfway, and almost to the end of that first checkpoint. Telesi have not been able to really build up too many ultimates, and now you're limited on space on how to engage. Thankfully, you got a chunky Lars to just get right into the middle of the action.
Deadeye to the Sky. The Sky Noon gets both for support, so no heal, and they're going to have to do it with whatever health they have. SXJ says 150 is more than enough, thank you very much, but Mimo's down on the chase. What are you going to do here when you're going up against Lars? Overrun just tries to orbit the cart for now, but can't keep it contested. A masterful stroke from Kai and Crispy opens the point up for 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's one win condition gone for 1, 2, 3, 4, and many more to go. Able to conserve everything else. You got mines, you got Kitsune Rush advantage. Texol is 20% away. Telesi have been picked off and haven't had the fight on their terms despite the high ground. And there's the Deadeye forced out. Can't find an angle.
Yep, great use of the courthouse for cover here. ICAV forced to drop to the bottom. But the car has stopped in place for now. SXJ, still feeling hot off the back of Ilios. Manages to get Kanale there. Must have forced out for Suzu earlier. And now 1, 2, 3, 4. They're going to have trouble getting this cart moving.
That's what I'm thinking. What would have made you use the cleanse early? Maybe after the initial pounce. Either way, 1, 2, 3, 4. Momentum being reset is not good. Lars does charge out, and that is going to be the signal for Golden Pants to get in.
All right, Minefield and the boom! Oh, ICAV had nowhere to go. Kai on one side, Cat on the other, and Ball in front of their face. Mimo now starts to work the margins around the outside. Doesn't really want to go up against the Kitsune Rush here, knowing that Telesi have a lot of offensive potential. Instead, we'll just wait for this one to expire. Sees that so many of the cooldowns have been used by Texol, and so now they can make their way in. Jonowitz towards the back. Does it for Catnap. Might not want to use it here as they're so low on HP, and it feels like Telesi are now just scattered.
This guy's a demon. How is he going to rejoin the party, though? Telesi are getting staggered. 1, 2, 3, 4 are seeing some progress, and Golden Pants is a menace. And Kai gets the free fire because of the space being created by this tank. Now halfway to that second objective. Kitsune Rushes are out of the picture. But you know who could paint a picture on the walls? It's Kai with a Deadeye. And you saw just how impactful he was previously.
He paints in one color, and that's going to be red. Around the outside, Kai takes to the sky. Lars, they're fishing a barrel. But he can't quite get the charge necessary to take down the Mauga. And so Kai just plays it patient. SXJ forces them off the high ground. Now Kai's going to be in this vulnerable position. Gets shunted back up here by the Cat. That utility the Cat brings to the table is absolutely immeasurable.
I really like the anchoring too from Lars. It's really limited the progress of 1, 2, 3, 4 and allowing these support ults to be charged. Lars is able to balance his danger to liability quite well.
Okay, Catnap came through. Not sure who that one was on. Looks like Crispy's not going to be really committing to it. To the sky. ICAV catches Mimone fleeing. You can run, but you can't hide as ICAV just takes down the objective botherer that was that Tracer.
Yeah, you can't really play this from front to back if you're 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's why they have to find their way around. They'll do so with Kai flying through the sky. Now on the Tracer is Mimo. Golden Pants, where does he place these mines? It's got to be right onto ICAV, because the Kiriko's going to probably teleport out. Maybe he could force it. Kitsune Rush, though, for 1, 2, 3, 4.
Kitsune Rush from high to low allows for Golden Pants to get back all of their cooldowns. Just a consolidation of entire formation here when it comes to pushing this cart along as quickly as possible. Golden Pants wants to try and force in the Mauga, and indeed they will be kept on the cart here by the mines, but not enough knockback force here. Means that Lars not going to be moving on into him. Might go forward a little bit faster now via the Kitsune Rush. Kai with the outside. Can't grab anyone off the back of the Deadeye, but maybe a Silver Bullet will get it done. It's time to get audacious. Moving in towards the Kiriko. What a perfectly timed Suzu. Texel saw that one come in from a mile away, boy. Your cowboy points ain't quiet, and you ain't sneaky.
Oh, this is a pretty back and forth affair. The defense may have just stabilized at this moment, but they have shaved off so many minutes of this 1, 2, 3, 4 time bank. And ICAP is not going to rotate to the high ground yet. Maybe just wait for the cat to make that a little bit easier for him. 1, 2, 3, 4. I like the pathing, though, from the top of the courthouse to try and get around to access the backline. You can tell there's so much focus into Texel to force the Suzu, force the teleport. But Golden Pants will force the hand of ICAV.
Yeah, ICAV avoids getting knocked off, but does not avoid getting covered in bullets here. Playing around the outside, the catnap is prepared. Oh, a perfect answer there. The instant trap by Lars to shut it down. What a great reaction here from this Malga. An absolutely sublime player, but they might not have the HP to work with this one. ICAV's just going to give the covering fire that they need. This point is getting dangerously close, and ICAV has to sacrifice their ult and their body to make it work. Lars surrounded and pulled apart by the school of piranhas. 1 minute 40 for third.
Nah, Kai is fearless. He peeks the Deadeye that is like halfway charged. It's just he's playing peekaboo against the bullet, Russian roulette style, and he still wins that against ICAV at the end. So 1, 2, 3, 4, tilt the scales in their favor. It was not looking capable, but now momentum builds from here. You got mines in a very tight area of Dorado with Kitsune Rush advantage for 1, 2, 3, 4. They can go all the way, and they're getting so much free progress.
Or caught in this back area. That's going to be a lot of free progress, but you can see that Lars is incredibly deep here. Having tried to buy the time by stopping the cart from contesting, can actually get out with the overrun. But can you smell what the Kai is cooking? A perfect Suzu yet again. Jonah was just too far away to get the effects of it, but Texel has at least saved themselves an ICAV. But with Lars moving over onto the cart, TLC just don't have the meat. They don't have the pork or the biomass to stop it.
Cat's got 9 lives. It'll shake it off. You got Kitsune Rush still that has not been used, but now Texel has one of his own. It's the final defense, the one that needs to stand with 35 seconds. It's going to be the final fight. SXJ looking for one and forcing out at least the teleport. That's something.
SXJ, a dream of magic here, could go up against the cat who's getting awfully close. 68 HP to work with inside of a Kitsune Rush. Oh, the pulse one goes wide, and now Golden Pants can just play around here as long as they would like. ICAV needs something on the flank. Repurchases a different angle to get something onto the jetpack cat, but continues to have to worry here about Golden Pants. Yet another wide pulse bomb. Jonowitz already taken down. Everyone in series falls from Telesi, and 1, 2, 3, 4 seem to have got all their ducks in a row, and all of them are quacking happily as Telesi are taken off the cart, and 1, 2, 3, 4 complete.
A full cap on their map pick, huge for 1, 2, 3, 4 after being stalled out for so long on second point. What was important is the approaches. 1, 2, 3, 4 did not look at Lars. They wrapped around towards spawn, dealt with the supports. SXJ, a little nervy yet again. Kind of has these hot and cold moments. I don't like the pulse bomb to hit a Hammond, because you let Lars prevent the progress to deal with Golden Pants, keep him busy. That pulse bomb needed to hit someone like Kai or anyone on the back line. You saw the teleport from the Kiriko. You got to follow through on that. SXJ forcing out important cooldowns, but then couldn't get the nail in the coffin into someone like Kanale. So really great cap from 1, 2, 3, 4, setting themselves up to potentially tie the series.
Kai is absolutely pounding right now. Yeah. 24 and 2. More damage from the Malga. Admittedly, the Malga can't really fight another tank for a while with both hearts pumping, so not quite as much capacity for damage.
Two guns.
A gun in each hand and a smile on his face. That's how the Malga lives. And Lars, I think they had a couple moments where they were cracking a grin, but maybe not all smiles here for Telesi, as now they have to complete Dorado for extra rounds, which is an unenviable task.
And 1, 2, 3, 4 got to set their win conditions on their terms. Like, Kai pretty much got a kill every single time he hit a Deadeye flying around like an AC 130. Whilst I felt like ICAV was pressured. His hand was forced. And 1, 2, 3, 4 knew that and found cover from the storm. So Pelosi need more impact here and a swap up of support to try and get more AoE heals going.
Golden Pants might be considering a soft dive here, but knows that it's dangerous when going up against the Cassidy. Oh, hello. A swap over onto the Mizuki for Jonowich. And you know what? Won't last for long. Kai's already taken him down. That big hat does frame a head hitbox fairly well, but even if they don't have a hat on, Kai is still keen to take their heads off.
Yeah, Mizuki does a pretty good amount of damage, and it's probably to chase off this Tracer and kind of throw that boomerang around some corners and check, kind of spy check as well, where Maimon could be emerging from. We'll see if that approach will be solid. Pelosi have been stalled, and they don't have an easy high ground approach because they don't have a cat and they don't have a Hammond. So front to back, they're just going to continuously get pounced on by this Hammond.
Oh, long-range Suzu there from Kaneo to make sure the Golden Pants couldn't be stunned out of their disengagement, but has been set alight by Lars, and so for now, just going to try and get a little bit of additional space. Look at that, towards the back. Texel caught themselves a fireball, so it's a TP away, but Pelosi is just playing continuously in cover. They're just surrounded by 1, 2, 3, 4. There are snipers on the roofs, Lemon!
And it's probably why you pick this map if you're 1, 2, 3, 4. It doesn't seem like... Especially when Lars doesn't have a Sigma, they're finally going to go back to the cat to get some high ground. But man, Kai, oh, it's just duck hunt for him.
Oh my god, that was rancid. Honestly, check him PC. Kai is currently, well, he's Kaiing, you know, like the real ones remember KSP, and this is the KSP era returning.
Check him PC, man. That's also an old reference. You also have a 4-1K. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now they got mines that can shower down onto Pelosi, and when it rains and pours, there's not someone with a good enough umbrella. Kai, Suzu, protected. Deadeye, win condition. It's there.
Oh, that minefield. Keeping everyone in the corner, but they're going to be kept in cover. So for now, there's not going to be too much in the... Oh, SXJ! Hello! The Zest-style pulse bomb. Jonowich take him down in exchange there of bombs. And it would appear that ICAV is going to at least be able to be pocketed through this one. A quick flick of the wrist. And Crispy's there with a second-order dive. Disgusting stuff as you take to the corner. Can't quite fit through. He's too chonky. This cat has too much mass to make it through the window, bro.
And ICAV is panic ulting a lot more. Like, you see a Kai Deadeye and your cat's already bringing you around the corner. John did not believe ICAV did and loses his escort. And then this Deadeye yet again does not do much for ICAV. 1, 2, 3, 4. Constantly stressing this hit scan. And Lars is feeling stressed enough to pop that.
The timing wasn't there.
All right, it's less than a minute. Pelosi, Kitsune rush, and it just the ball keeps on rolling. And Golden Pants would like to see some presence, but he is just getting shredded. And 1, 2, 3, 4 cannot keep this stalled. But hey, it was a valiant effort for this defense to last as long as it did. Finally, the composition from Pelosi made the swaps. You could not just stand on the ground and look up like William Dafoe. Like, Pelosi got the cat going, got ICAV to contest Kai, and eventually the scales tilted in Pelosi's favor.
Sorry about that. Someone decided that my door had to enter Mortal Kombat with a weed whacker for some reason. Well, Pelosi still moving on. Golden Pants eating so much damage here. Is going to cover their own escape via the minefield, and Texel. He's just going to be TPing into that one, unfortunately. SXJ good on the chase down, but now can they take the high ground away from Kai? They force him off utilizing the Sky Noon, and without Kaneo behind them, surely this can't be fought here by Kai.
That's a huge pick on the canal. That sends 1, 2, 3, 4 packing as Pelosi will see the halfway of the second point. They're making faster progress as well than 1, 2, 3, 4, but a Deadeye from Kai. Are Pelosi aware of it? They're already taking shelter in the bank, trying to predict this, but when does it come out?
Kai surging forward there, bloody fast, going inside the bank. I'd like to make a withdrawal, please. However, it seems that was a perfectly timed Suzu yet again. Texel's been so on it when it comes to dodging these. SXJ going out against their counterpart in my mode. It's a quick melee and a quick finish coming through from Lars on the other side. Perfect calling coming from Telesi. Crispy tries to use the catnap to turn this one around. Going up against ICAV. The claws are out and the claws are sinking in. Crispy finds a brand new angle. Out comes the Kitsune Rush. A quick pile driver as well from the Wrecking Ball to try and keep this one going. But Suzu sustains Golden Pants for a second longer. And with Jonowich down, now Telesi are working with limited resources, limited damage, and limited healing. And they're all out of reinforcements. Telesi, it slips through their fingers.
Beautiful slowdown for someone like Golden Pants. Being able to anchor. Kai's on the high ground. He's taking pot shots. Eventually, Telesi, we're going to run out of gas. If they don't contest it, it's over. And 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a great point to draw out this time bank. And if anything, even win it here, as Golden Pants wants to throw some mines in their face. And he's been good at really destabilizing Telesi with that.
Satellite returns to the healers. No biggie. ICAV ready to cook for Skynoon versus Skynoon, but who's quicker on the draw? Kai held his nerve and so is rewarded for their iron will by getting the frags. Texel left alone. Golden Pass doesn't want to risk it, instead calls in the reinforcements. The fighter jet of Maimon strikes true.
I just need a screenshot of that. You got like the cowboy duel, the staring contest, who was gonna blink first, and I caved to Kai, and he will take a kneel. As look at Golden Pants, he still lingers for the mine opportunity, and that could just end the fight here.
Yeah, knowing that Telesi will have to be on the cart within 17 seconds is going to give that a lot of value. SXJ already has had to use the recall, and now Maimon gets the stick. Oh, what? No way from Texel. Unbelievable Suzu. Maimon put it all on the line for that one, and now SXJ can get the touch. Sure, Maimon's going to be back soon, but this is a big opening for Telesi, and Kai has been trapped. Is actually going to be dragged from the cage by their cat on the backhand side. Crispy's got 2. A stick there for SXJ. Gets himself another. Could it be clutched in by SXJ? This is unbelievable stuff. 16 HP in a dream and a life here as well. Mima around the back has got one of the DPS. Can they get a second? Only 19 HP in it for now, but still the point is moving. It's ticking down to 0. There's not going to be a contest because Lars is just lurking on it until Telesi are rescued.
The X factor of SXJ. What heroics. That looked like the map was gonna be over. And it continued. Oh my god. And also, Crispy's got claws out. That is the 3rd DPS in this match for 1, 2, 3, 4. This has become a tug of war, emphasis on war. Kanale, Kitsune, Rush. Let's see if 1, 2, 3, 4 can get ahead early as Kai watches from above.
Gonna be war in their eyes once again. The AC-130 ready to take off from the runway. Summoning Crispy to their side, but knows that there's a lot of cover here to work with, and so doesn't want to disengage too early. That's going to be the Skynoon up against the high one, and Kai once again holds their nerve. The iron will of the British Slinger has got it done again.
He's got a keen eye, that Kai guy. Cassidy was 2-0 now on the Deadeyes. The win cons is 1, 2, 3, 4 have reset the momentum. They've stifled Telesi. Less than 30 seconds, and a lot of the big ult's gone. No Deadeye win con, no Kitsune Rush. You got a cage match? Maybe. You got SXJ, and that's been the clutch power that Telesi even needed to get to this point. But can he path around? He's already beginning towards the right, 10% away from the pulse bomb. He's already chasing down Kanale. That could be a big pick. Teleport forced.
Maimon looks towards the back. Pulse bomb in their back pocket. A big drag in from the Terror Surge, but Golden Pants already taken so much damage, limited to only the healing of the cat for now because Tech Soul's gone down. And I don't know if Telesi really have the biomass to keep this one going. Maimon's just hunting individuals. The cage match will give a limited amount of protection here for Lars. They just wait for it to dissipate, and that was time to move on forward. Kanale from the other side. Kiriko knife to the head. Cannot be survived by Mauga. And 1, 2, 3, 4 pick their map well and tie up the series.
They just know the weaknesses of Telesi, and man, those were exploited. Kai versus ICAV, I could watch that all day, and I think Kai wouldn't mind as well. The MVP of that match. the experience showing the mastery. He's been playing Cassidy since ICAV's been in diapers. So he knows like the threshold of when to pull out this Deadeye. And then SXJ, I think, gave a solid win con. That duel against the Maimon Tracer looked a lot more even. The anchoring from both tanks was stupendous. But eventually it was Kai that took over this entire match.
Dude, this has actually been such a fun match to cast so far. Like, there's just so much raw talent here. SXJ being able to try and clutch that out. Crispy on the other side getting a double on the jetpack cat. That was like pretty much an uncastable fight because I was just constantly pogging out of my gourd, man. Like, I just did not know what was happening or how it was happening.
Yeah, and we're just going to go right into map 3 because 1, 2, 3, 4, they had their map pick. And the ball is in Teles's court. What can be a more front to back, like something like a Circuit Royale, something where the Sigma will be allowed to be used, because I believe that got banned, so you'll be able to use it from here on out. But now you know why the Cassidy from Kai was banned out map 1, because this guy is an absolute beast, flying around, controlling the airspace. And you gotta respect Telesi from trying to fight fire with fire. At times I felt like ICAV was panic ulting, trying to Deadeye at the exact same time. But Kai is fearless. Like, he looks that Deadeye in the eye.
Dude, double dinks off the silver bullets as well. Bro's disgusting. And now, like, I'm pretty sure has access to Cassidy for the remainder of the series, unless we're going to see 1, 2, 3, 4 ban it, which is pretty unlikely, given that Kai is just a menace on the cast. Oh my goodness. Continue.
And what is at what point do you also ban the Hammond? Because that's just been allowed the whole time. It'll be very map dependent, I think. And if Telesi think that the Hammond would be an issue on their map pick, that has to be an option. But I'd love to see a more flat, less vertical map for something that Lars can kind of simplify the fights and the approaches. Because macro-wise, the dichotomy of this map, Telesi couldn't take over these power positions that Kai and friends were sitting in.
Yeah, and the question is, like, if we do see like a flatter map, like a little bit more ground and pound front to back, are we going to see MDP subbed in instead of Golden Pants? We've seen them come out plenty from the side of 1, 2, 3, 4. Telesi are going to be able to pick the next map. I think that also gives them first ban, which means they probably wouldn't use the Wrecking Ball ban if Golden Pants isn't in. Maybe instead they try and get rid of something like the Sigma so that they can have this Mauga matchup, given that Lars seems to be pretty competent on the Mauga and likely to have like a Mauga versus Mauga mix-up.
Yeah, imagine like a King's Row. I mentioned Circuit, but, you know, not going to go to another escort map since Dorado just got played. But something where you just can simplify your approach. But I did like SXJ on the Tracer. That seems to be a mainstay, and King's Row not the coolest Tracer map ever. A little bit harder to flank on. So that has to be a consideration, how you can set up SXJ for success, because he's been feeling it. He's heating up.
Yeah, like SXJ is like slowly coming to their own. ICAV's going to be able to join that, but honestly, it's like such a big ask. Like, okay, so your job today is to hit scan duel against Kai. I was calling him KSP again. At which point I'm just like, well, I'm retiring. It's a very difficult matchup to take. I've been very impressed as well with Texel thus far, being so aware when it comes to the usage of the Kiriko cooldowns. We saw that save on the pulse bomb that was stuck over onto SXJ, which was like such a difficult thing to do, because not only did they have to TP into that Tracer and avoid dying to a pulse bomb themselves, but they had to hit the Suzu at the exact right moment, because it's only a short window of immortality that's offered over.
And only a short life in this bracket. You're on the lower side.
That's true.
The loser does not return to OWCS, and the winner does. So it's a grueling one. Map picks, both sides winning it. I mean, a big comeback from Telesi to even turn around Ilios to get the revenge on a map previously won by 1, 2, 3, 4, to Dorado being the perfect pick and the perfect setup for mainly Kai and the rest of the team. So we'll see. Now the ball is in Telesi's court. I guess literally, metaphorically, of where they want to go to next.
Maybe we go to a flashpoint. Like, I figure it depends if you want Golden Pants subbed out or not. Because, like, you could go to somewhere like maybe Suravasa. There's a possibility to play the ball there, and you can keep Golden Pants in. You have the first ban, so that you can try and get rid of that ball. Like, maybe there's a world where you play to bait for Golden Pants staying in while you do have that first ban, because you know that on the other side, if AMDP comes in and you have to wait until like it's map pick from 1, 2, 3, 4 for them to be able to pick a map where Golden Pants is going to play and they get first ban, they're going to be able to ban a tank and protect Wrecking Ball by extension there. So there could be some mind games here for Tennessee, and they have some runway in this series as well, as it is a 1-3, and we're tied up 1-1.
Let's see, Runa Sapi, as I'm kind of digging through the VOD between those two a couple months ago. Runa Sapi was how Tennessee were trying to scratch the surface of that series of really, like you said, kind of going toe-to-toe, having a more flatter map and a great one for a Tracer to path around. So clearly a lot of discussions being made with this back room, and King's Row, all right, that's going to be locked in as that kind of front-to-back map.
Okay, yep, going front to back. Likely we see AMDP come in here. I don't think we're going to be playing Golden Pants on our flat El Clasico. But admittedly, 1, 2, 3, 4, like we said, there's a lot of seniority on this team. Some very long-lived professional players who have probably put in, like, I'd say, at least 1,000 hours on this map in particular over the course of their professional careers. And King's Row hasn't really seen many changes over the course of its lifespan.
It's time for King's Row, yes, honey. But hey, it's one of everyone's favorite maps, I would say, unless you're controversial. So I could see easily Lars. Yeah, Lars, either the Sigma or even the Mauga, that seems to be his favorite of all time. There's no Cassidy in this picture, because ICAV, I think, has leaned more towards the Sojourn, if anything, but we'll see. Yeah,
I guess Kai might prefer, like, having the greater vertical options that Sojourn can find if you don't have the jetpack cap in the back pocket. We have seen both teams making good use of jetpack cap thus far to try and shuffle around their less mobile members of the team, like the Cassidy or the Mauga. So interesting here. This is likely going to be a Sojourn matchup. Probably not going to be seeing something like Ashe, but obviously there's always Shion to play around the outside as well.
Sometimes that first ban kind of signals that they want to protect the whole category of heroes, and I would have picked someone more useless like a Symmetra, but even that could be pulled out. So now I'm gonna maybe decide this on either a Freya mirror or a Sojourn mirror, and try to access some of these platforms. These high grounds will be important for a Sojourn, a little easier for them to do, but now that Jetpack Cat is in the game, you don't have to worry about how to get around.
Yeah, verticality is the Cat's problem. And it seems like both teams are still going to be rolling out with the Cat here. No Lucius for now. Ooh, the M-Ray from Kai. No, never mind. He tempted me. I love the burst fire, man. It's so satisfying. But you know what? The Freya also in a pretty good position right now with these charged bolts and not having to use their updraft for mobility so much when you can have Crispy just shuffle you up to a high ground.
Yeah, ICAV on the Sojourn, he let absolutely loose on round 2 and round 3. As soon as they left Lighthouse, Tennessee saw the light. Didn't go towards the light, that sounds bad, but ICAV showed them the light because he was firing. As long as Kai's just not sitting on top of him, then ICAV, space, time, freedom, eagle sounds, he'll let loose. I'm excited for ICAV on the Sojourn.
All right. Little bit of rocket fire coming through as well from S6J on the Pharah. This is certainly going to allow for potential great sieges of the high ground. Speaking of high ground sieges, Sigma delivered to the high ground to play down this corridor against Golden Pants. Is going to have a reasonable poke matchup against that Orisa, but for now, Golden is just going to have a very safe space in which to deliver this healing. But, oh, look at this. ICAV just can't find the cover. Golden Pants is dominating over here, and they didn't sub in AMDP either. They've just allowed Golden Pants to flex their hero pool a little bit and show off the Orisa.
Like to see some anchoring of the point eventually. That's going to be the main job of Golden Pants, as literally the shiniest anchor you've ever seen, but he's dominating the tank matchup, and somehow 1, 2, 3, 4 have not let that first tick squeak through.
And SXJ with a brand new approach now. Going to move away from the Pharah, instead go over to a May. Lack of damage drop off on those icicles could be an easy headshots on Golden Pants to easily build up towards a Blizzard and control an objective.
Taken to the skies. SXJ with the May. Hoping to win that just front to back brawl. If you can isolate the May, but how about a forehead? Nice shot for my cap.
This is the explosion that we wanted to see coming through from ICAV. Warmed up into this series for sure. Golden Pants surrounded, but he's going to get some reinforcements in the form of Canale. A nice interception on the Golden Pants dive here is going to allow for at least half a point to be captured by the side of Telesi, and Lars is still holding it down over there. A disruptor shot to send them away, and Crispy loses too much HP over to the rail shot, so Lars can finish them off shortly. Texel needs to Susan himself. They got to put number one first. Keep it 100 into the ice block. Texel's got nowhere to go, and that charged bolt's going to surely doom SXJ. It was nearly a cap, but it's no dice.
Golden Pants is allergic to the point, though. Like, we could have prevented that second tick from going through, but he's really prioritizing the high ground and making sure that Lars can't set up there, and either ICAP as well. I would really put more trust into Kai to deal with that, because now all Telesi really need to do is zone the fight. They don't even have to win it outright.
Oh, Lars not able to hit the accretion. Unfortunate stuff. Pulled into the back line here, and the Kitsune rush to wrap them around through the outside. Looking for that Fortify to come through from the Arista. Now that it's been forced out, Telesi knows they are going to be the prime victim. Mistimes it, no! Oh, Lars thought they had them, but it's not going to be. Instead, ICAV has to be the one to pick up the pieces. Kai's on the other side, taken from two angles. Can't win the 1 versus 2, but Jonowich might be a little bit more lucky. Golden Pants too far away from the point, and despite the messiness of it, Telesi get the cart moving.
He's still allergic to the point. Like, we're playing statue past the offense. I'm entertained. That's a Hammond player if I've ever seen one. So let's see it move forward just by the skin of their teeth. You got a Blizzard. Just got to be aware of that Fortify from Golden Pants. He could just walk his way out of it. Lars, I don't blame him. Golden Pants did not look as golden anymore. So I'm not sure what happened there. Is Mimo collapses in the tech soul.
Okay, kind of the opposite of what we saw from Texel last time when it came to saving people from pulse bombs. That one was a miss. I believe that Texel TP'd onto it, and well, it's unfortunate. And now 1, 2, 3, 4, they can try and hold this first micro choke, which is a disgusting area to try and get through when you don't have much mobility.
Now walling in, Golden Pants, you gotta look at this tank and the Blizzard. As soon as the Fortify is popped, the rest of it to D4. Good luck to everybody else, says this Arissa.
All right, Terror Surge in the pub. A little bit of a pub brawl. It's going to be broken down. Toot Sweet there into the wall. It's just a slide, so no extended stun. But Golden Pants finds their headshots nonetheless. And Lars' chase down is going to be merciless and brutal. Texel staggered as well. 2:30 on the clock.
I was convinced that Blizzard had a bigger impact for Telesi. Canale must have hit a really sick Suzu. Golden Pants able to escape with the mobility. Telesi get nothing. If anything, they walked into a trap, and 1, 2, 3, 4 had them surrounded. So much focus into that Arista allowed Kai to just free farm. Now at a distance, ICAV is looking for those first picks. It kind of started that momentum for Telesi before, as Golden Pants has taken a lot of damage as Canale waits for the Kitsune rush.
Trying to keep that Fortify in the back pocket to be immune to a catnap. Second that it's gone, you know that Lars and Jonowich are going to be on top of them. Toot Sweet. Canale saving from the back. Catnap, I think, goes too far. Can't really find anyone. Canale now sees the opening. Out goes the Kitsune Rush. Lars is overwhelmed. What can Texel do but catch these hands and catch this spear?
Good stuff from 1, 2, 3, 4. This is such a prime position to hold that choke point forever and ever, and it's a bit difficult for the Tracer to path around, especially the way that Mimone is marking SXJ at all times, and maybe he's going to be marking this backline with his pulse bomb if Telesi are not aware.
Got to be constantly aware. I don't think they are, though. Oh, does reveal themselves. The lack of trigger discipline here is somewhat interesting from Mimo. Goes in towards the back, sees the Sojourn. What a great target it would be. They're dragged in by the Terror Surge. Texel's down. That means no chance for a Suzu, but Mimo knows that this one's already over, and so it's just pulse pistols and fists to do the work.
Mimone was like, that's my play of the game. Come on, Golden Pants. Let me have one. That was a full team pulling. Yeah, like that was a full team pulling. I thought, why not try to steal that by throwing your pulse bomb in? But now we're really measured. All right, Mimone, anytime now.
All right. Forced out the TP. It's a great beginning. Crispy took a lot of damage there, and Kai just wasn't receiving healing from the looks of it. Yet another TP used. The Swift Step now off cooldown. Texel can't do anything. Jonowich was already down, and so the Hat couldn't dispense the healing. But now, this is a little bit of a wild spread from 1, 2, 3, 4. They played too wide against Telesi's grouped core.
perma flank from Maimon. I'm surprised Telesi pulled through on that. Now to the end of the road, to the end of this time bank. This pulse bomb, surely. Well, I've just been hungry for it. And he's just gonna recall, so he's not gonna pop it yet. Telesi with a blizzard that's ready to throw into 1-2-3-4's face.
Well, with this space that's given here, 1, 2, 3, 4, they might be able to just allow this overclock to expire before they go for their contest. Walled in, though, that's going to have to be broken on through. Meters away from the goal, but here comes Golden Pass to try and stop them. A big stick comes through, and Texol is going to be nowhere to be seen. Maimon finally delivers on the promises that were given. Goodbye, Crispy Canale and Golden Pants. It's all about the frontline focus for Telesi. With Texol or not, they're going to be able to get third.
Wow, from a snowball to an avalanche, capping third. Now 1-2-3-4 have to get their bearings. Wondering if Kai, after the ult, wants to swap to the Sojourn to kind of get some easier mobility away from the rest of Telesi. SXJ on the Echo to just try and burn through this tank, because a lot of time's being wasted. And okay, Lars is a victim.
I mean, that's a great opener there. You just reset the energy on Lars so that they have to build up this, like, long cycle of bubbles before we can really get too much value out of a Graviton Surge.
Telesi looking for a big grab. Larissa can just simply walk away. Now you don't have a fun, like, little pulse bomb to throw into there, so Lars will have to measure this carefully. But everyone's on the high ground. You don't want to throw it up there. Or maybe you get frustrated and try to deal with this Hammond once and for all.
How brave are you feeling? Up comes from Mizuki Ultimate. This is going to provide some safety here for the side of Telesi, but Kai just waits in the wings. The charge up is good. The charged bolt is better. Farewell to ICAV. Farewell to Telesi, and Lars once again has to give away this energy.
Crispy is just the third carry on this team, if not the carry. Claws are out. Telesi have to go in touch very soon. 3 seconds. It's not going to be from SXJ.
SXJ can't get there. Lars puts down the grab, but there's no one really there to catch it. No touch to play with. I mean, Crispy was just playing like guard dog there, or guard cat with the catnap. I think someone was going to go deep to try and touch that point. They were going to get dragged away from it and dunked into the hole.
Then to get halfway through third checkpoint. Really impressive. It's the resilience of this team, even from Dorado when they looked like they were going to be held at second. They just kept on going. And I think more that progress in a lot of real estate is gifted to them. Kind of a back and forth affair of Golden Pants and how he's anchoring macro-wise. He was usually so good at wasting Telesi's time back on Dorado that Telesi got to go to the edge of second point, throw a blizzard, throw everything they had in the tank. Nothing more that 1-2-3-4 could do at that point. So Telesi will end their path short of third, but still winnable for 1-2-3-4. I really don't know who could take it at this point. I'm liking just a macro approach so far of Telesi and the clutch that they clearly have when push comes to shove.
I think a lot of this is going to come down to seeing what, if any, momentum 1-2-3-4 can carry into second. The second point of King's Row, very solid for the way that Telesi want to play, right? They play pretty deathball-y, pretty grouped up. They play around the May wall, and getting around those corners against a May wall is incredibly difficult. But if 1-2-3-4, they can build up a lot of momentum with their wide-ranging, like multiple angle dive style, it should be a pretty preferable time bank going into third.
Hey, Kai. Gonna be put into position to go hunting. Lars' shield is broken, but Texel already punishes Crispy, so Kai will have to take a seat.
Yeah, this is where things are going to be the most difficult for 1-2-3-4, trying to actually buy this space for the first time, because Maimon going to have to... Oh, that's a big wall there onto Golden Pants. Is able to use their reactive shield, though, to try and survive and return to Canale. Has gone a little bit early once again, though, and so is going to be falling low. Maimon doesn't want to go out to try and chase that kill onto Texel. Just knows that it's too risky. Can't put themselves in too much danger.
You have to keep an eye on this hotel side. Not expecting a fire to be here of all things, but this gives you direct flank access to this backline, and ICAV and friends are under fire.
Okay, now the high ground has been claimed. This is the go time for 1, 2, 3, 4. Telesi can slowly be whistled away because the Golden Pants playing at the back. Myman being watered away by the tank for now. But Sigma can't go out to try and confirm that kill. And so the opening start to show. ICAV wins out against Kai. Around the outside doesn't have much charge in the rail yet. And so has to watch their team get picked apart from the circling piranhas. Golden Pants goes in onto the Sigma. Lars down to half HP. A nice dodge there onto the accretion. No stun to be delivered. The disengagement of the Sojourn has been stopped in its tracks. And 1, 2, 3, 4. They build up their play and then they execute.
Don't think there's a recontest available for Telesi, not with these last minute staggers. So just gonna have to play for that choke point as Lars now on the Malga to just really nail down some of this damage. And against the Golden Pants has been quite elusive. You can tell that this is a weird map for someone like Golden Pants. And now he has the mines. You got these nice narrow roads though that could get a lot of impact out of that, but it's very hard to maneuver around and swing around. But he's a master of this hero for a reason. And how about this?
Nothing gained by the pile driver, but the team has been bifurcated by the minefield. Texol's got nowhere to go except into the loving cannon arms of Golden Pants. Multiple players just continuously dragged into the Thunderdome. And well, 1, 2, 3, 4 are more than happy to give you the sound of thunder. Farewell to ICAV. It's not going to be anything gained off the back of the overclock minus Mimones falling. And that's going to be one of the main tools to shut down the momentum. Gone.
And that was such a defender's side of the map to hold that choke point. And 1, 2, 3, 4 break out just that easily. Now head towards the end of the objective, having Kitsune Rush and more. Kai will be in a position to defend and pick apart Telesi's backline. See if Lars will be able to withstand all of the flurry of bullets coming his way.
Kai with the bowler on the off angle does require a little bit of care and healing. Likely be the cat who's onto that rather soon. An exchange of Kitsune rushes. Everyone's got the extra fire rate, but it's Lars who's going to be happiest to try and play in this one. An attempted catnap. Crispy doesn't seem to get too much, and SXJ has fallen around the other side. Golden Pants traded, and now ICAV's got themselves a nice lane to try and play down. The Kai's controlling. Bowler goes wide. Needs to get one onto ICAV. Eventually, the charged bolt will explode alongside their foe, and it's going to be so hard for Telesi to get a touch.
A lot of bloodshed. 1, 2, 3, 4 could maybe stack the card a little bit more just in case, but now they're just going to gatekeep and girl boss Telesi and chase away Lars like a fly. 4.5 minutes. Box of victory in sight. Really only going to take one good fight and equal spawn advantages as SXJ will have that pulse bomb. Going to be tough. Maybe needs to path towards the left side and see if he can land that pulse bomb anywhere useful. But no ults to really worry about. Look towards Golden Pants to draw everyone in to set up his team like dominoes.
Also has to be huge. Mimone for now, breaking the ankles of SXJ, unwilling to pick up the health pack for a moment, sees the second coming in and decides that it might be time to make it work. But we're running out of time and distance here on the side of a Telesi defense. In comes the cage match going up against the Terror Surge, but Golden Pants is immediately destroyed by ICAV. And finally, it seems like they might find themselves a fight win, potentially the first of the defense.
Pulse bomb's cool, but was it enough? Not really. 1, 2, 3, 4 is just so much damage being taken by Golden Pants. Too late on the Susie was Canale. The rest of 1, 2, 3, 4 trying to get angles, but need to also remember their anchor that is buying them so much time. Golden Pants, he's looking to just push everyone off this high ground, doing a good job of doing so, and ICAV lets loose.
Lars back now on the Diva. Doesn't have easy access to the high ground, but Lars is there for the follow-up on to Kai, who was laying low by the rails. And now you have to get out of this corridor. You can't risk getting collided by ICAV. And now the Sojourn is set up on the high ground. This is going to be a difficult point to break.
To cancel the Kai ultimate, and Kai swaps to the Sojourn to show him how it's done, and Crispy will send you into the abyss with you. And 1, 2, 3, 4 looking to go forward for the win.
The cat meows, witness me! They take Diva into the abyss at the cost of their own life. 1, 2, 3, 4, still fighting this one out. Golden Pants is the ultimate brawler when it comes to the Wrecking Ball. I'll fight you on the flat map, I'll fight you on the beaches, I'll fight you in the Omnic Foundry, whatever it takes to bring my team into the lead. Lars loses the mech, only the pilot remains, and she is eviscerated by the combined claws of 1, 2, 3, and 4. 191 centimeters in it quickly becomes 0. 1, 2, 3, 4 take the lead in the series.
With back-to-back maps and on the map pick of Telesi, and even doing so on heroes that don't thrive in this kind of environment. But going back to what has been their strengths, whether it's Kai on the Freya, another MVP performance from him, to eventually getting back to the Hammond, whatever works, whatever makes the dream work as well. And to have 4.5 minutes for a third point, like eventually this was going to bleed through. Like the war of attrition favored 1-2-3-4, although I really liked iCav's ability to go toe-to-toe more with Cav, because that looked more one-sided into Kai's favor back on Dorado. Now a lot more even.
Yeah, that was a lot more even indeed. And honestly, that was like Goldifat saying, yeah, you could take me to the flat maps. I've got the hero pool, bro. Not just the ball. The Orissa's looking strong as well. Goldifat was absolute standout there, in my opinion. And definitely the player to watch on 1-2-3-4, who are one map away from returning to OWCS EMEA.
Crispy's fragging out too in these fights. So much extra damage thanks to the cat. And yeah, at one point when Maimon was on the Fire, him and Crispy going on the flank, putting Telesi's focus, splitting that in half. And a lot of fun looks from 1-2-3-4, from the Maimon Tracer to the Farah to the Orisa to the Hammond and everything in between. Kai eventually to the Sojourn, not even needing it because the team had already won it. And it's really a team effort from 1-2-3-4, no longer this, oh my god. This stagger is hilarious, but okay.
That was disgusting. That was an intentionally missed spear, of course. We all know that was an intentionally missed spear for the stagger. We all saw it. Let's talk about where you have to go now if you're Telesi. They've got Flashpoint and they've got Push left in the pool. Runasapi has been one of their better maps, I think. I haven't seen a huge amount of their like Flashpoint statistics. There's a world where maybe New Junk City would be a good like Malga map for them to play. So right now the ball is in Telesi's court, as to is their own fate. If they lose the next map, I'm afraid the dream is over.
Runasapi or Suravasa, although like I mentioned before, Runasapi was the map I believe that Telesi won to get a closer series against 1-2-3-4, but to no avail. Not able to force 5, but this series could easily go to 5. This has been as even as it gets. Very much a huge glow up from Telesi from the last time they encountered each other. And Telesi, they had to duke it out. They went to 5 against Veneer quick, so they know how to outlast their opponent.
All right, our team's going to take 2 so that we can get stuck in for a brand new map right after this. And we are back. ICAV, not quite so much. Rolling it back as Telesi are one map away from the dream being over, Lemon. 2-1 to 1-2-3-4. And it's been an ultra banger of a series so far.
Yeah, you're going to want to roll back on that King's Row because 1-2-3-4 beat Telesi on their map pick and beat them at their own game. Just macro-wise, really good job from 1-2-3-4 to really run things down. And Telesi, it was kind of tough for them to withstand the tidal wave, the flood that was 1-2-3-4 when they stepped into the arena.
Yeah, 1-2-3-4 definitely showing themselves to be a multifaceted team as well. Not just about the dive and space control, also very happy to beat you in the front to back ground and pound with the Orisa from Golden Pants, who really has been a exceptional standout on this roster as one of the least experienced players among this like incredible legacy team. Golden Panthers fit like a glove in being an addition to their overall powerhouse structure.
And our game 4 has already been decided. Telesi have chosen Runasapi. Guess what? I got the crystal ball. She's still shining because they get to revisit this map that previously was pretty back and forth. So excited to see how kind of the approach changes, or if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Getting a feeling of deja vu here. This is definitely a map where we could see potentially a jetpack cat ban come through. Like, Wrecking Ball's pretty good here. If you're going to deploy the Wrecking Ball ban, if you get a chance, this would be a great place for it. This is also a space where you can get a lot of value off of the Cat Bastion, which we saw, of course, over on Ilios. I don't think Telesi... Did Telesi opt into that? I think it may have just been... Oh, no, Telesi did opt into that because on the other side, Kai was playing the Freya instead. And they answered the Bastion pretty well, in my opinion, after those first few games. But I wonder if Telesi are going to try that strat again as we go over to Runasapi.
There's a lot of good pillars to swing off of a Hammond. Are you going to be Nope, you're not. There it is. Finally. It's like every time I'm like, oh, there's going to be a custody, and it's banned. So, no Hammond, no problem. We have kind of the backup has been Orisa, I guess, for Golden Pants. Although that's, well, it was back and forth, but also no Kiriko.
Okay, that's a pretty good pickup. Like, Texol's been a big part of allowing Telesi to like clutch through some of these fights that may have been going 1-2-3-4's way off the back of some fantastic Suzu play. And 1-2-3-4 likely betting on being the more flexible team, given the seniority of Crispy and Kanale as a backline. So we're likely going to be seeing a pair of jetpack cats here again. Crispy can, of course, pivot over onto a Lucio if they like, but that gives a little bit less triage healing in terms of like your single targets.
Oh, this is going to be a good map for Tracers as well. Just how you path around behind, and you got to have your eyes peeled, and you don't want to over-focus those anchors. But you also have to watch your back. And does Maimon even go back to the Xion? Because that was so sick on Nelios, but has not returned to it ever since. Because it's been demanding more of the Tracer to mark the other Tracer of SXJ. Because you saw that if SXJ is left alone for too long, he causes trouble. He took over Dorado at some point just by himself and almost helped Telesi win it all. So really fun times. Maimon back to the Tracer.
Taking a screenshot of those two bison, sending it to my wife, you and me. I love that collection of images, bro. 1-2-3-4, ready to return to OWCS. Only one map separates them from another chance at glory after a fairly inglorious exit from the Prime Circuit. Telesi looking to stop them and keep their own dream alive.
Match point and the ticket to OWCS, or I guess the return, available now. This is some shenanigans. Bastion v Bastion. And who's gonna blink first? It's that staring contest. Well, actually, it was ICAV last time, so now SXJ, good luck. Would have been stoked to see the Tracer, but hey, now we're posturing.
Pair of Zayas as well. 1-2-3-4 are definitely going to have an advantage when it comes to trying to oh my goodness, nice Zaya bubble coming on through. SXJ still going to lose the tracking battle, though. Kai's raw aim working out in their favor this time. Lars having to flee away has already used one of their self bubbles, but Golden Pants is charged on up and doesn't have a speck of mercy in his heart. Will force out these players, but doesn't want to overextend into them. Will just make the most of the energy that they have before moving away.
That Zarya mirror very familiar to both these sides, but the initial progress goes 1-2-3's way. 1-2-3-4, don't forget that. And as they look forward to getting around this bend, and this is going to be more of a distance battle, as Maimon back to the Tracer is going to see if he can get around, but kind of is having his attention summoned to shred down this tank here of Lars, who's already at half health.
If they can get ICAV into position, Telesi should be able to win the Bastion versus Bastion duel, because ICAV can put a lot more into that duel than Maimon can on the Tracer. For now, though, seems like it's all focused in on the objective, trying to cow that opposing Zarya into submission. Maybe an artillery form here from Kai. They're playing this a lot more. Oh, okay. Well, SXJ is making money moves. I don't know if there's really been a huge commitment towards it, though. On the other side, we see the bubble come through onto Kai, and some additional nano behind it as well from Kaneo. Means a lot of damage going to be coming their way. Quickly, Sky lifted away from the incoming fire. Great on the triggers from Crispy. Very quick to work. ICAV find themselves isolated. Golden Pants starts to take away the space. SXJ tries to turn it around of her own right. Nano boosted. ICAV's down. But for now, Kai is just going to wait for the nano boost to expire and then executes their counterpart. 1, 2, 3, 4 will grab the cap.
So charitable of SXJ to help power up Golden Pants is now the final boss, raining down upon him and his bubble that absorbs all of that. So an honor from Kaneo. I have not seen this in quite some time. And Nano Bastion, I hope so, as Kai has some bombs in his back pocket too. Kaneo is also flanking. Oh, who cares? ICAV is in the sky.
Not much HP to work with. Maimon down the drain. ICAV managed to work out on that one. Has almost earned their first, but they hear the Ana bouncing. The voices in the walls. Lars is solo grabbed. You saw that turnaround there from Golden Pants with their personal barrier to block off any healing that was coming their way. Kaneo gets found on the other side, though, by SXJ. And so 1, 2, 3, 4. They are going to have their roll slowed slightly while they push this car.
100+ meters and not a whisper from Telesi. Kaneo is able to flank and lived, by the way. Grav, good luck, Telesi. This is giving full cap. It's giving an OWCS ticket, and Telesi have to not just climb a mountain. It's looking like Everest out there, but ICAV on the high ground does put some fear into 1, 2, 3, 4 that have to respect it. Maimon's got a present for him. It's called a pulse bomb.
Maimon would love to find the Ana here. Gonna try and force positions and grab a bunch of that. Oh, you saw the Zai bubble go out as well. Maimon's still playing it slow, though. And the card's been moving in favor of Telesi.
Oh, Maimon's just going to tease me with this pulse bomb forever again. I just know it. And okay, and there we go. No, Suzu, no problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, back into the driver's seat.
Sometimes the teasing's worth it, Lemon. In this case, it seems it was. Big delivery from Maimon, but that was a lot that was sent off by 1, 2, 3, 4, as they did send in the nano as well onto Kai, and now they've only got the catnap to try and move forward.
Got Grav. Would have liked to maybe pair that with the Bastion ultimate, just to really rain down on this parade, because this parade is kicking. It's got 117 meters, and oh my god, the Zarya wins against the Bastion. I've seen it all.
Hinder and sleep. Crispy just got sent to the grave, bro. I think they may have actually been picked up by Jonowich, who gets taken down for their trouble. Lars wraps around the back, still has the grab. We can't have another King's Row where you hold this one for 3 minutes, bro. We need to find a moment, Lars, and let loose.
The card is progressing. It's getting uglier. A bleed that has turned into a hemorrhage, and Telesi that are still trying to just get through this front line. Kai didn't get a bubble. Golden Pants hates you, but hey, Lars doesn't have to use grab yet, and you need to have a really good ult economy if you want to go all the way and get 100 meters out of this. 4.5 minutes, so you got time to do it.
Kaneo, the caliber of Ana, that could definitely get the value off those headshots from the perk. Golden Pants bounced a touch forward there by the sticky bomb, and there it is. It's going to be the solo grab onto them. You saw, I believe, that's the nano there to try and save Golden Pants. Uno reverse. I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. Behold, my pants of gold.
No way, guys. It's out of nowhere. John Cena, Bastion in the sky, gets in front of the hail of bullets, and Golden Pants lives that. I was going to say, that's what that guy gets for smiling at the end of King's Row, but he's going to continue smiling at this point. I can't trying to send them away with the dead eye, and man, there's a storm out there.
Golden Pants got the quick draw on the shield, man. I'm such a fan of this guy. But actually, he's so good towards the back. The Pulsum gets nothing, yes, but Maimon has attracted the attention of Texol, and that means that someone's going to be lacking healing. That's going to be ICAV, whoever extended into Kai, not realizing that Anna had turned around on the other side, and Kai just continues to gun them down. The tank is slept. He can't get the card just yet. Moving in for a 1v1 with the Bastion. Yeah, Texol is trying to make it work still with just a sliver of HP in their back pocket. A moment stay of execution is gained by Telesi.
Just another breath into the lungs of 1, 2, 3, 4, who looking like they're going to end it soon, but oh, what a sleep from Canale. 1, 2, 3, 4, you're dead. I can't.
Banana rescue.
Wait, he's not dead. I cast a curse in my butt.
I mean, he was going to be dead if they didn't put him a nano boost. And Texol made the hard decision, but unfortunately for Telesi, it's still not going their way. A catnap off the edge, still a drag on the Anna. Texol slowly dissipated as Maimon's there on the other side to try and make this one work. Lars standing on business here on the Malga. A gun in each hand, but I don't see no smile on his face as he gets surrounded by both the Zarya and the Tracer, forced to disengage.
1, 2, 3, 4 playing with their food. This has been not just cinema, but also comedy. As Maimon, see if he can make a joke out of Telesi with the pulse bomb. Last lap. Oh, the additional shot forces the recall. We'll see Maimon later in the next episode of where's this pulse bomb going and where is SXJ going. He's in the sky.
Artillery strike onto Canale. Easily survived. I think all three are on the same place, but can you dodge for Deadeye? ICAV settles for just bursting the Zarya shield for now. Follow-up going to try and come through in the form of the Malga, but guess what? A big turnaround coming through from a nano boost. 100 charge of a nano boost means absolute flea-worthy damage. Malga do be running, but now the cage is put on down. Golden Pants can't receive that much healing, but the cage has been broken. It's been turned around on them again. The 100 charge Gyre is an absolute titan of industry and an absolute god of damage.
When are you going to learn this lesson, old man? How many times has Lars trapped Golden Pants into that cage match and not come out ahead as the hero? But 143 meters from 1, 2, 3, 4. A grab and a Bastional, the one to end it all. You just can't be grouped up. Telesi doing their best, but as they move through the choke, Golden Pants is looking for the grab.
Oh, Texel's already too low. It's only going to be a single healer to try and play with. Large just gets grabbed and bombed from every personal angle available. SXJ playing up top. He has to go down into the claws of Maimon. The Welsh King has claimed once again their title. A brand new stick, a brand new pain into the side of Telesi. The dreams have turned to dust in their mouth, and it's starting to move between their fingers. Jonowich orbits around the point, trying to go up against Zarya, but the charge is too much, the damage too great. ICAV and SXJ finally find the last bits of clutch, but there's still 50 seconds and 130 meters between them.
No, they just won't die. Or at least they won't get full capped. 42 seconds though, no progress, not even the cart returning to the neutral point. It's Telesi getting to leave spawn, getting to see some sunlight, getting to touch grass, but this could be where the journey ends. Unless we're seeing the most insane turnaround in Runasabi history. 1, 2, 3, 4 will take to the skies, and they're just hitting this backline already. You're coming here with me.
Crispy. Oh, take him down before they can take the Anna off the point, but SXJ's fallen on the other side. And now, Telesi, they've been cut in two. Their Anna's a hostage in the back. Maimon there for the execution. Jonowich surely going to be unable to escape. Just for pulse pistols at range are enough to make it work. Lars is so low as anti, but there's no healing to grab anyway. And as the point starts to tick on down, overtime is on the table. Lars has fallen away. ICAV down to 1 HP, but Golden Panthers once again puts it in the bag. Telesi's dreams are dead, but 1, 2, 3, 4 rise like their count, and they're headed to OWCS.
Congratulations to the shout out to the contender skin. Kai knows his roots, and I know that with this new talent that you bring on, it's been cinema, it's been entertainment, and it's a return to the OWCS as it is written, so it shall be. And it wouldn't be OWCS without those names. Now, don't make the fans sweat again. Don't come back to relegation. stay over there where you belong in OWCS.
Now we have to play for seeding. Team Peps awaits in the grand final, but last time these two teams met earlier today, it was a quick 3-0 for Team Peps. And Team Peps have been on an absolute roll down here in FACEIT Masters. They may have been relegated, but they have been playing angry for several months, going on a map streak of about 60-2, I believe. It has been an absolute tear from them, but 1, 2, 3, 4, they're going to come in with some momentum.
Going to go up against Team Peps. What'd you say the record was?
60 I think about 60-2. Might be close to like 58-2.
Yeah, that ratio
I never 52-0 for a while until Veneer Quick took 2 maps off them in the winners finals of FACEIT Masters.
So fun times ahead is what I'm hearing. And the Golden Pants and the boys on 1, 2, 3, 4, they have an identity, they own their strengths, and they know how to play against their counters. They identify also what's lacking in their opponents, choosing, for example, the King's Row, the Dorado, or mainly the Dorado is kind of what started to tilt the scales back into their favor after Ilios didn't go their way. But, you know, control maps, it could be chaos, it could be silly. And 1, 2, 3, 4 just couldn't close it out, surprisingly, but ended up doing so in the series. That's all that matters.
Yeah, what a highlight reel for all of these players as well. It felt like Tennessee on the first map had a bit of a comms advantage, but the second at 1, 2, 3, 4 found their groove again. I think a lot of their groove as well came from like Kai just going fine, I'll do it myself, right? Just buying space for their team to get back into a match by fragging out on the Cassidy, I think was incredibly important. So 1, 2, 3, 4 purchased back into this by Kai, but I think they stayed in the lead because of Golden Pants in particular, who had a fantastic run on a multitude of different Vanguards.
And almost a full cap and kind of extended getting paid hourly over there, just not really ever getting it done despite how many kills that 1, 2, 3, 4 had there at the end. But it's the resilience, it's the experience that speaks for itself, and just loving this roster and how they've operated. And we'll see how they continue against Team Peps, which I'm sure are very hungry to get into this match soon.
Oh yeah, Peps, they've been waiting, they've been watching, likely taking many a note on how 1, 2, 3, 4 have been finding their success, and also how they've been finding failure at the hands of Tennessee. So I would not be surprised to see Peps pull out something like the Mauga to try for these solo cages onto Golden Pants. If Golden Pants is on the Zaya, though, do not recommend the solo cage again.
Well, I just wouldn't recommend bash ulting him. I feel like Golden Pants just became like a whole new animal out there. You just had him at 100 charge, give him nano, give him a snack and a juice box, and he'll just keep on trucking. And smiling in the chat, he seems to be a fun personality to be around. So looking forward to seeing the future of this team and if they can avoid relegation next time.
Might be the case for Tennessee. They're going to have to try and battle it out, I imagine, in FACEIT Masters Season 10. So you might see them in the FACEIT Masters Season Finals for a big chunk of change in the future. For 1, 2, 3, 4, though, they are looking over towards the Stage 3 pastures. We have a look at our MVP for our lower finals. One of the players who really was instrumental, Golden Pants, bringing their team back to OWCS off the back of Wrecking Ball, Orisa, Zaya, many angles, but all of them being played forcefully and with pure competence.
Up, the pants stay on. Match MVP, and he stayed on that cart too every time. I had some issues with this Orisa, but he's more just plays the Orisa like a Hammond sometimes. He's just out for blood. Look at this full team pull on the Terra Surge. My moan was like, all right, guy. There goes my play of the game. And it slams down on Texel. Not the first time, too. Identifying when that Suzu was going to be used. And it's kind of a mind game as you're in Orisa when that Suzu can be pulled as well, because it's not guaranteed to save you in that moment. And Golden Pants chose that opportunity well.
Yeah, Golden Pants. I'm glad I've got to see them play after them being hyped up so long for such a long time to me. I've had people in my Twitch chat many times go like, listen, you got to watch this Golden Pants guy, bro. Generational young talent. And it's always good to see like the newest generation of Overwatch talent rising, right? Like every single generation the skill ceiling gets higher. Like, we look back at Apex from back in like 2016, 2017, okay, Boomer. And we thought that was the pinnacle. We thought, like, who's going to be able to beat Envy, you know, after they won Apex Season 1? We look back at those now, we're like, we were terrible at Overwatch. This is really, really bad. And every single generation makes it higher and higher. And I think that Golden Pants is like the harbinger of the next generation of Overwatch players who are going to push to higher and higher heights.
And there's a big demand for good tank players, especially ones that can play Hammond. That is such a niche and difficult hero, one of the hardest ones to master. So I know Golden Pants is going to be in a big demand, but I hope he stays with this roster because they have clearly leveled up from those OWCS days. So excited to see what this team can do. But most importantly, they've got another opponent around the corner. It's Team Peps waiting for them. We're going to send it to a break. We'll see you guys for the final.
two have climbed above all the rest and will join OWCS EMEA. Team Peps and 1234 are ready for the big one. But first, they must decide who is going to be the higher seed. And they'll decide in the way that we always do in Overwatch Lemon, with flesh, blood, and melee.
You know, there's something about casters always saying David versus Goliath, but it feels like Goliath versus Little Timmy. The way that if you look at the score lines, ooh, Team Peps look like they don't even belong here, and they know it. And I'm hoping that we get a whole different story. 1234 looked really, really good mechanically, just all around as a team, map picks. So I'm hoping that getting beat by once is one thing, but trying to beat a team again is a whole different story. 1234 gotta rewrite that.
Yeah, 1234 really hoping to bring a little bit more to this series than they did to the previous one. That 3-0 only really had one close map, if we're honest. Like, it was rather quick. Let's go over to our bracket to see how we got here and why we're hyping up Team Peps so much. 1234, they dropped a map to Veneer Quick. They dropped a map to Telasy, and they dropped all the maps to Peps, 3-0ing them in the upper final. Peps were so hungry for that OWCS slot. They're like, you know, we're not going to deal with any of that lower bracket shenanigan. We're going straight to the finish line, baby.
He's going to cross that finish line, and it's not even just, yeah, the seeding's cool, but the title, the aura, and how much you get to yap after, it's going to be so good. I really got to avoid getting here, though, because this is just like extra work or maybe extra reps. I guess I'm just a glass half empty kind of person, but like maybe these are the extra reps you need to kind of figure out the meta, especially doing so before the new changes come out here very soon.
Yeah, I think Demon comes out tomorrow. We literally are doing this at the last possible moment before everything changes for I think season 4 Heroes of Busan. It's going to be maybe a big shakeup, but honestly, we're seeing a lot of flexibility from both of those teams. Let's jump into our rosters here so we can start the glaze. And for me, my glaze is going to start at Exodial here on the DPS role for Team Peps. This guy has had a lot of hype behind him as a hit scan player, definitely has been one of the rising stars of the last couple of years, and honestly, Exodial has been proving the hype quite right over the course of the FACEIT season.
And FD God, if you remember that name, you also have lower back pain like I do. So, yeah, the French God is still around, still rocking on the Lucio, playing it all. Even Crocs has been up there in the amount of years. See if he'll get to start over Willis, and really fun to see him still in the tank lineup. And is that real soon? Oh my God.
Yeah. I think soon is a sub, of course, coming fresh off of their engagement, I believe, commentating at the EWC desk for the French broadcast.
Hell yeah.
I think Soon and Ben Best were analysts over there, which honestly is kind of baller. A French broadcast, shout out to them. They're popping off. WFA.
I knew the players were going to come for our jobs soon, but, you know,
this
that's fine.
soon?
Over.
It was supposed to be time.
Soon. TM. Dude, I missed it. Soon in the crowd. Oh, we're old. I just like to reminisce a little bit, guys.
The good old days. It could be some good new days, though, for Team Peps if they make it back to OWCS. For now, let's move over on to 1234, who you are, of course, very familiar with after our last matchup. I want to see Kai versus Exodial. This is kind of like the old guard of EMEA Hitscan Legends versus the new guard of EMEA Hitscan Legends. And Kai versus Exodial on Cassidy, I think, is going to be one of the determining factors of who wins out in this matchup. Exodial thus far has kind of been winning that one out. It's like, move over, old man. Exodia. We've got the full Exodia in the hand right now.
But dude, Kai was locked in, like back to back to back MVP performances. You got Crispy that's taking all of his kills too, flying him around as his personal escort. That was really cool to see the win cons and how much stress that he puts on any other hit scans in the lobby. And you either have to match Deadeye for Deadeye, fire with fire, or let Kai dominate the rest of the field because he just knows what power positions to take, and it takes a lot of investment to get him out of those. So my mon will be on the Tracer if a Tracer is going to be tasked to deal with Kai.
Not seen AMDP yet come through for 1234. It's been Golden Pants all the way down. We'll see if that remains to be the case here for 1-2-3-4 today. And honestly, with Golden Pants showing off some flexibility beyond the Wrecking Ball on both the Orisa and the Xayah being a linchpin of defensive and front-to-back brawls, maybe there's no world where you're going to sub out your young prodigy. It feels like Golden Pants has been really adding some clarity to this team's purpose.
I need clarity on FD God's note for the team sheet. It says playing on 5G. What?
Oh, okay. Old head moment again. I remember back in the days of like the Gosu Gamers weeklies when Reinforce disconnected. Maybe it was Numlocked. It was either Numlocked or Reinforced disconnected while playing for Creation Esports and had to play with a 3G connection tethered from their phone while they were trying to compete in a tournament. That was in the Scuff days. It would appear that FD God is still in the Scuff days for now. That's some W French infrastructure, baby.
Dude, we're flip phone casters talking to a 6-7 audience. Okay, I don't think anyone knows what Creation Esports is, but
yeah, man,
happy to teach you something. You gotta learn your history, folks, to understand the future. And the future is now. Its future is these two teams returning to the OWCS, and Antarctic Peninsula is a mouthful, and it's gonna get cold. It's gonna get heated up, and see if Team Peps will make this a sweep yet again.
Fairly recently redesigned 1-2-3-4 opening with a ban onto Kiriko here, which is going to protect the Jetpack Cat by extension. But this does mean now that Team Peps can choose a tank ban if they would like, potentially constrain the Wrecking Ball from Golden Pants. But I don't know if this is the best control map for Wrecking Ball that is on offer. Instead, they're going to get rid of the Tracer to try and make sure that Maimon's going to have to play something a little bit slower, maybe moving over onto the Xion instead.
Yeah, that was something that really came out well for Ilios initially until kind of got desync from his tank and got punished. And that is kind of a feast or famine type of hero that can be really explosive up close. But if you don't fully utilize your mobility, if you kind of overstay your welcome, it could be an issue. So excited to see if the Xion comes back out again for Maimon, and the mobility kind of could be a nice substitute.
All right, as we head on in, the entire tank roster is open. I can only assume that we're going to be seeing Golden Pants roll out on the Wrecking Ball here on control. But the redesigns around Antarctic Peninsula have reshuffled which tanks are powerful here. And Xayah seems like a pretty evergreen pick on some of these matchups as well. So I wouldn't mind seeing Golden Pants bring forth a little bit more of that. Seems to have excellent judicious use of the energy barriers, whether for themselves or for allies. And of course, you may need to have that kind of unfair duel potential if you're going to have Kai get one over on Exodial.
And this is not the sexiest Hammond map I've ever seen. It's just, it's not an Ilios. You know what I mean? It's not your favorite. It's not your least favorite.
6 out of 10. A 5'11 map.
I thought you were going to say something else, but Golden Pants, I mean, he can find his way around. If he could do it on King's Row, he could do it anywhere, I swear. But the D.Va was something that 1-2-3-4 have liked to ban before, because that is going to be somewhat of a nuisance. And Willis will be picking that.
Okay. Yeah, Willis is going to be able to create some very unfair duels here off the back of a defense matrix. And Exodial over here on the Xion, I'm very excited to see them match up against Maimon.
Already starting to harass. He's so good at pouncing on these supports as well. And FD God's already dead. How is Kai finding 4 heads already? We just saw the point for the first time, and it's now just unlocked. So 1-2-3-4 should be easily able to cap this. He stole away the Mega, so he's unleashed.
Okay, maybe Kai just wasn't warmed up for their first match of today, but certainly coming in warm now after having to fight tooth and nail up against Telesi. 1-2-3-4 will grab the first cap, and, well, it's a quick reset here for Team Peps, who may have to try and reconsider how to get value out of his Bastion.
Yeah, it's something that could really shred down this Hammond if it stays around, but Golden Pants experienced this kind of pain already on Ilios and knew how to get around it. Actually had 0 deaths against that Bastion in his last matchup, so Golden Pants will just be a nuisance running around. Also, it's good scouting, allowing Kai to know when to step forward.
All right, Willis surrounded on all sides here, can extricate themselves from the situation utilizing their defense matrix, but Zerion stayed in for a little while longer. Got Maimon, a quick back away here from Golden Pants, but can you escape Rav? the jetpack cat just Kramering around the corner is absolutely hilarious to see, and Team Peps will find themselves control.
It's even hilarious to see a Moira, but you know, when I see a Moira, I think survivability. We care about living. Fading out as soon as that Hammond comes in, just the best way to escape. And FD God, it'll just be in the sky. You can't slam down. Can't see where that cat is. See how Golden Pants will collapse onto this team. So who are you going to throw the mines on? Just the point.
Sky Noon. You can't drop Kai off though, because he will just get bombed if that's going to be the case, draining all the defense matrix. And we saw that little bit of pressure being applied to a point here, meaning Willis is going to now have to be on notice to keep that one contested. Exodial chased down by the slow, and Maimon rescues himself with the wall, cutting off what was attempted by FD God. Willis loses the mech. Golden Pants coming around the side, and 1, 2, 3, 4, they're picking apart from so many different angles. We just have to deal with the minigun of the Bastion for now. It's going to stop the cap for a moment longer, but 48% is all Peps will get.
And ideally, Bastion likes targets that aren't so wiggly, aren't so mobile, so you could really put the maximum amount of damage. But 1, 2, 3, 4 have been so elusive, and Rav has done his best to keep point for Team Peps, as now they've already lost it. 1, 2, 3, 4 back into the lead with a Blizzard, the Team Peps' name on it. They have enough mobility on their side to escape. I worry more about Exodial and Rav and how they're going to deal with it.
Quick catnap, bringing in Willis, but Exodial around the outside found the execution onto Crispy. Excellent aim from the young prodigy, but now they have to worry. At such low HP, they can't possibly use their ultimate, so they're going to be chased down by Kai. An isolation onto Willis, attempting to cut off all of the healing, and it's going to be a quick reset on the mech there, courtesy of a self-destruct. Team Peps, in the midst of all of this, have taken the point away from 1, 2, 3, 4, so they start accruing percentage.
Yeah, I guess if you spot the boosters and you spot the D.Va lacking, sometimes I'm surprised, because you could have 180'd and tried to Matrix the Blizzard, but impact clearly there as Rav bombs down onto the objective, and Team Peps are just that much closer to a first-round win.
Yeah, Willis finding the value there out of a defense matrix. For Sky Noon answered this time around, doing what Telesi could not. Oh!
All right.
Womp womp. Mum, I dropped my Cassidy. Can I get a new one?
Safe. Okay. Got a touchdown play. 90% plus. Team Peps having a lot of fun with this one. Sitting pretty and now sitting back as 1, 2, 3, 4 will go for one last swing.
All right, Golden Pound wants to try and control the objective here. It's going to have to hop back and touch it, though. Bro for gore. Well, he was very low. Well, this is a little bit messy. Yeah, just a question mark in the chat. They were like, I could have sworn you had a wrecking ball there. Did Bro for gore?
Blur out the names. Average ranked game. So I'm having fun. You know, I'm having fun. I hope you all are too. Team Peps striking gold early. Baby. And, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4 could say, we let you have it.
Looks like a very good run so far from Rav. 8-1, 7,000 damage. And I think that Willis really is showing off what can be done with the D.Va in the modern game. So much value off of his defense matrix. Is really good at shutting down the win condition of 1, 2, 3, 4 of this Sky Noon as well.
Yeah, he does not care if a Blizzard's being thrown on his back. So mad respect to how fearless Willis is. Well, a little bit more difficult to anchor, but when you have a Hammond that's going to go in and out, it's all you got to do is cap the point first. Leave it to the hands of 1, 2, 3, 4.
Zerion feeling low. Will be able to heal themselves up, though, off the back of that biotic grasp. Rav having trouble aiming here onto Kai. Aiming vertically can be a little bit more difficult, especially when you don't control your own movement. Willis needs a bunch of heals, but FD God is taken down. Kanale managed to find that one going around the outside. And Rav now has to make a decision. With their full HP bar, do they try and make the push here alongside their Shion? Oh my goodness. It's great play here from Exodial to start with.
I've just been abandoned again. Crispy out for cigarettes. I don't know when he's coming back. Hopefully soon. 1, 2, 3, 4. Have an ice blocking May. That's giving them the last few bit of percentage points before Team Peps take the objective back. And so far, so good for Team Peps to retaliate in a moment where they got Coalescence. They don't got a mech, though. That's not cute. Missing out a tank could be painful, but I'm sure the Coalescence will help things, and Willis will be back soon. Window to engage, though, for 1, 2, 3, 4 at this point.
Yeah, there's going to be a small opening here for 1, 2, 3, 4, where they have a big tank advantage. Oh, for Xion. Does she know? Has to dodge away. Golden Pants on the chase, falling low. The follow through is good, but Canel's been traded out on the other side. Should be all even Stevens, though, in favor of 1, 2, 3, 4, as Maimon starts to hit the icicles, and it's a cat back for 1, 2, 3, 4.
I hate to say it. I think May is one of his best heroes. Like, the icicles are just on point. Maybe it's just thematic. I don't know.
Accuses you of being a May player?
Like, does that sound like an insult? I'm actually giving him props, but like, his Tracer's good too, but you just gotta go with the theme of the map. Ice block, stall, blizzard. Willis is now on the Mauga, so he's just trying to bring some extra damage so he can try to fight back against the rest of 1, 2, 3, 4 that have a lot in store on the menu.
I was going to be able to gather a bunch. Oh, look at this grab here onto Canale as well to make sure that the Rav couldn't find that vulnerable, immobile grandma by suspending her in the air. Wrapping around the outside. Oh, hold up. He's got the moves. He lays it down, but now how do you escape the Cassidy? Just a direct delivery onto Xion. Sorry, were you looking for me? Farewell to that. Off the edge, maybe? Yeah, I think that's going to be the case. A quick dump in the ice water, and Kai, unfortunately, the limbs are gangrenous, and FD God wins out for 2v1 here. It's going to be a quick flip over away from Team Peps, who stole away the point, but there's still a little bit of contesting coming through, and that means Golden Pants has to put in even more when it comes to the pressure that's given over. But Spree seems to have gained nothing here from Exodial, but Team Peps are still in control, having stolen this away in the midst of it all. Zerion goes down, Golden Pants still on the hunt, manages to get a nice knock up there onto a Jetpack Cat, and finally, they flip the point back into their favor.
That should be the kiss of death for this round, bruh.
Uh-oh.
We're all watching.
No,
we're all watching.
Stole that?
Let him have it. We get another round of this, by the way, so everyone strap in. Really fun stuff. And I mean, the Moira from the Team Pep side stalled it for quite a while. 1, 2, 3, 4 had to really work for that one, I can't lie. But the ice block, the May, really good stuff. And Team Peps will, I guess, have to dig deep, because they usually take these control maps in 2. Now they're being met with quite a challenge.
Yeah. Playing for seeding, Team Peps would love to put their best foot forward in EMEA Stage 3 after having been out in the wilderness, away from the Tier 1 primetime slots for so long. They've been on their training arc, you know? You watch a lot of anime, you know, a montage they've been through. It's time to take off for training weights and return to OWCS with glory in your heart.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna do. The Reaper, too, from Rab. That's going to be a fun time. That's a lot of burst damage. Thankfully, there is a... Just trying to come up with like a plot armor, I guess, for Golden Pants to survive through all of that. And Crispy's already been shredded.
Well, regular armor will do just fine for Golden Pants when it comes to rebuffing the first few shots of the Reaper, but being down on Crispy and especially on Maimon is going to make it too difficult to contest here for 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait a second, Kai's cooking on the off angle. What is Pro doing back here? The 2v1 approaches, the headshot is solid. Even more to be found off the back of the health pack, but unfortunately, even around the corner, Zerion's Bardic Grasp can still get you because Moira, smile.
Range diff. Well, at least between the Reaper and the Cassidy, and then Moira. Just as really skillful, and Kai will have to be careful of that, because also the Moira can encroach, and there is some really psycho Moira players there, and I could see Team Peps pulling off some trouble. As now the point still in favor of Team Peps, who will have the Coalescence, and they got speed running over Canale.
Splatter spree there, and Kai just going to be absolutely bullied here by Willis. You saw the attempted body block as well coming through from the Jetpack Cat, and it might work out here. Look at this consistent absorption of the incoming damage. No, he gets it done with a buddy blaster. So Willis is built different, bro, or Kai's feeding too hard. You decide, depending on whose propaganda you're going to be listening to. Golden Pants just about escapes with the adaptive shield, but Team Peps are still in control of a point of it, already halfway to a victory.
But is it a win if you don't get a mech kill? Come on, Willis, go for it. That's true. Golden Pants just got nanoed.
Okay. No targets, really, though. Going up against the Coalescence, Zeri gets double dinged by Kai. Perfect burst damage. Attempted catnapping onto Kai, and Willis is there with the finish on the other side. Golden Pants desperately needs to try and find some healing, but the dire triggers from the Reaper are more than enough to make this one work. And 1, 2, 3, 4, no matter what they try, it would appear that the swap over to the Reaper has made it too difficult for Golden Pants to stick around.
And the game continues. A few more seconds left to touch. It's Golden Pants has to survive and force this overtime. And you have, okay, this Ana is a bit under fire. Canale trying to keep the Hammond alive as, wow, the Death Blossom is gone.
If I'm going, I'm taking you down with me, says Crispy. Rav tried to spin away like an avenging demonic helicopter, but unfortunately couldn't find the lift they needed to get off of the ground or even beat gravity. Nice one, says Rav, and I'm pretty sure they mean it.
Imagine you lifted up that Reaper and it just killed your whole team. Like, again, so ranked
Guys, look what I found.
That would get me flamed, but it works out for someone like Crispy, an absolute masterclass on the cat. And 1, 2, 3, 4, they got to pull off the 0 to 100 comeback to try and steal away at this map number 1. Team Peps, the backline's in trouble. Here comes Kai.
The chase is going to be good, but for defense matrix, going to be difficult. Zerian takes a bunch of damage from that one. Doesn't get to use the fade, though. Rav is getting up close and personal. Double dinks from Kai. And 1, 2, 3, 4 now know they need to play absolutely perfectly, or this map is curtains.
Team Peps still got to fight through this space, and the Reaper's not the best hero for the job in terms of the limited range that he has, but Rav is committed, and he's got a cat that can just throw him into the midst of the action. You want to be able to avoid that blizzard coming up, because as soon as Team Peps even think about capping, they smell the point. This blizzard could easily zone them off.
Deep dive here from Willis. Will it be punished is the question. Nano to try and make sure that Kai is reinforced, but all of his bullets already being eaten after he got us down, and Zerian too, so there's no healing here for Team Peps. And the silver bullets strike into the werewolfian hearts of Team Peps to stop them before their roll continues. 70% for 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, Team Peps. Hilarious. The Life Weaver. Funny.
Very funny.
Very funny. I need a swap. 1, 2, 3, 4. They could be having an upset here in map number 1 and not making this a sweep. And if anything, taking advantage of the tomfoolery Team Peps are doing.
Catnap cooking from FD. God instead just needs to heal for now as they try and stop Golden Pants' movement forward. Movement onto a point is going to be pretty difficult, though, thanks to the minefield that's going to be in the way. FD God starts to cook around the outside. Nothing gained from the self-destruct. Willis actually can't even continue here. FD God gets stunned before they can pull a player off, and it seems like there's nothing on the catnap on the other side, but there are no members of Team Peps to keep this one contested. Exodio might be able to do it, though, with the killing swing towards the back, the execution as well, but surely crushed under the raw mass of Golden Pants themselves. Willis plays on the backhand side on the Doomfist. Will they do better on the point they did in the lore, though? Down to low HP. There's no healing to be gained because the Ana has arrived with Biotic Grenade. Crispy orbits above it all as Rav comes in close, ready for a Death Blossom, ready for that last little bit of burst damage towards some of the squishies. Tries to get rid of the jetpack cat of all things, and my man says absolutely bloody not. Take me to the back line. I've got myself a Deadeye, and I've got myself a dream, and the dream is alive for 1, 2, 3, 4 as they take their first map away from Team Peps.
They take it. It's been given, so they will take it. In that case, I was entertained. I'm having a stroke watching this Reaper, though. Also, can I get a replay on that Life Weaver? 100% we're gripping a teammate towards spawn. And, like,
yeah,
are sabotaging
I will help
themselves.
you swap.
Oh, man. These cats are also hilarious. Look at this. Look at this battle. 2 felines at it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 map under the belt.
Yeah, feels like 1, 2, 3, 4 definitely have their mojo back going into this, and it's a lot closer than Ilios was. Like, I think it was Ilios the last time they played up against each other in the winners finals, and that one was an 0-2. So 1, 2, 3, 4 definitely coming in with a lot more contingency, given that they did have to hold that from 99 to 0 on third. But once you're in this defensive kind of posture, that's when Golden Pants can really get the most value out of the Wrecking Ball by being able to really tax the approaches of Team Peps and split them up.
I still love the May. I still love it. The icicles, the fragging potential. Oh.
Thank you, replay operator.
Gravity is crazy. Kai was not stoked about that.
Gravity definitely one of the top fraggers in our lobbies. Good FACEIT Elo, I'm pretty sure. And Golden Pants, once again, just an absolute menace on the Wrecking Ball. Actually managing to stop the approach of the jetpack cat there as well was very important. And honestly, if I'm Team Peps, it's one of the first maps I've lost in a while. Though they do have the safety of already being an OWCS, admittedly, so maybe it's not weighing on them as heavily as you would think. Let's see the Death Blossom. Show me the helicopter.
Oh, he popped it after he got grabbed. I thought he got grabbed. Then, you know what? I don't think that cat would have lived if he popped it. So, Rev, hilarious. Crispy, funnier for that pull. And 1, 2, 3, 4, they're fun havers. I can't say anything more than that. They're winners, too, of map 1. Still a best of 5, and the ball will be in the court of Team Peps of where they would like to frolic to next.
Yeah, I think that both of these teams, they're having a bit of fun with it, even if we're also playing for seeding right now. Team Peps, likely, maybe we'll try and go to a flatter map. Maybe we'll bring in Crocs to play like a Malgrot Circuit Royale. Ooh, please let me see a sniper battle between Exodial and Kai. Like, it would be pretty cinema. Like, if you're taking requests, could be good.
Yep. That's going to be a fun matchup. What is going to be the tank of choice for someone like Golden Pants? Because when he was forced to play that kind of death ball, he liked the Orisa, and it's not going to do well if a Sigma comes out on the other side. Going to get countered straight up there. And maybe you just rock out with the Hammond, see if you can swing away, try to close the gap. I wouldn't mind that. Someone has to collapse onto Exodial or someone on the other side, so they can't freely do the hit scan thing.
On the other side, I'm pretty sure Willis is probably just going to stay in here and play the Sigma. This has kind of been Sigma's like signature map for the longest time. Just a bunch of great angles for bouncing the hyperspheres, as well as now with the perks, being able to have these floats between high grounds made it even better for Sigma, losing out on their like one weakness on Circuit Royale of not being able to contest for high grounds incredibly well. That's been taken away now. Running can build up towards that perk in time. I wouldn't be surprised to see 1, 2, 3, 4 ban away for Sigma here if they think that that's going to be where Willis goes. And I'm pretty sure they will have the first ban again. Oh, wait, no, Team Peps will have the first ban because this is their pick. For some reason, I thought Team Peps won control for a moment. My brain farted too hard.
I know, right? Mine did explode as well after witnessing what I did. Seeing maybe a Pharah and a Jetpack Cat ban, as I'm curious about the order of it, because that also kind of seals away the category, but no shenanigans. Okay, Pharah first. And then I cheated. I looked at the website. No, I should have just taken that.
You're so smart, bestie.
Yes.
Why would I be so silly as to suggest a Sigma ban when I could just cheat and get it? I mean, the 1, 2, 3, 4 ban of Jetpack Cat, unsurprising. I think Crispy's a good Jetpack Cat, but FD God seemed to be almost a tier above on that character, was looking very solid on it. Also, this can like limit the hit scan options when it comes to mobility as well. It's going to make it a lot harder to get value out of those like flanking Cassidys. Maybe you think that in like a neutral Cassidy matchup, if that's what we're going to see, you give the advantage over to Kai. I imagine we're probably going to see a Sojourn, if not the Widows. So Exodial versus Kai when it comes to Sojourn. I mean, like, my old head side gives an advantage to Kai, but I know that Exodial is like this hyped up DPS for a reason, right?
Yeah, the Xion went kind of crazy, and he was trying to clutch up with some moments that I thought his team had already lost. His tank rotates in, his Moira is still around, Exodial unleashes, and I was a fan of it. We'll see if map 2 gets a little bit more locked in. And I almost think that the Cassidy doesn't even show up unless there's a Hammond in the picture. Because then why not just play something different, like a Sojourn, a Freya even. I know Kai has really preferred that, at least more on control maps in terms of the Freya, but the Sojourn needed if he needs to reposition quickly. So Kai is a pretty big hero pool for hit scans.
Yeah. I'm wondering if we see MDP get subbed in for this one. I assume that MDP probably has the Sigma in their pool, given that it's currently available for the teams. However, this would be a great chance for us to see a little bit more of the flexibility that Golden Pants seems to have been working on over the course of their runs. However, often Circuit Royale is all about the DPS players and just who has the better hit scan to dominate these lanes.
Yeah, because it's not easy to path as a Tracer. Like, you're in this no man's land, tough to get around these hallways. It's not impossible, but it's not going to be good. So, very much liking the Maymon May at this point, because then it worked out for him last time. It also allows you to give your tank a better matchup, a better edge in that fight if you can wall off the resources and kind of ice block against a lot of the terror that can come out from the other side.
Okay, AMDP is in, and Willis is gone.
Oh.
Unfortunate.
Oh, Backbone's here. Get in there.
Yeah, we never Backbone can play anything. Backbone can even play for the other team if he likes. Go join Team Pep.
Bone Bag. The real ones remember good old Bone Bag.
Mm-hmm. We'll take that off your screen for now, but AMDP being in certainly is interesting. And AMDP, I imagine, is going to be playing a lot more of the like Mauga, a bit of Sigma. They're doing what we might call a bit of grug tanking, you know? Just run at them, fire both weapons. You die or I die. I do not soft dive. I do not bait resources. I overrun onto your backline and they die or I die. We are not the same.
Everyone dies eventually. That was dark, but
so true. Thank you, smart analyst, once again giving me the truth bomb points that I've been begging for.
Anyway, so I like Zarya. Anyone else like Zarya? Especially if you like diving. Guess who's good at enabling that? And we see a lot of these high tempo, high energy charge Zaryas that become the third DPS. So we'll see what the identity ends up being once everyone joins the lobby.
Yeah, once we got everyone in, little disconnect from Willis. I believe we are ready to go once again as Team Peps will get Willis in. Oh no.
Psych.
Uh-oh. Backbone is DDoSing my teammate. Please kick him. I mean, Backbone's admitted to it. We're gonna get a judge on this. Mods, kill him.
He would never do that. He's British.
That's true.
Your Honor, I sustain.
Speaking as a British person, we do not have the upload speed in our internet packages for any kind of DDoS. Like, he will just brick it. He will brick his own internet connection the second that he tries.
And it's crazy. He's 23 now, so he probably knows how to DDoS. You know how to do so much in life. Because you're considered old at 23.
Old at 23? My goodness. What if your age is like that number, but reversed? Is that much
you become
worse?
A caster.
You do become a caster.
You hang it up. You hang it up. You do the soon route. You jump on the broadcast. You farm some money like you did in the good old days. And we'll farm some gameplay, hopefully. You're in ready to play. Me too.
Me too, buddy. Me too. Team Peps, seemingly, finally ready to go. Exodio of a cinema. Of a cinema of it. Will it just be one shot and then we swap? Or do we have the power to go through with the Widow? Probably rolling out of the left-hand side here. And it's one shot on a swap. Boo!
Nah, Kyle do the same thing. Watch. He won't miss that. We'll have to wait a few minutes for that, though. So Team Peps will stay on the opposite. Oh, my God. That's a rock right into AMDP. Welcome, by the way, being subbed in. You wanted it. Yeah.
Hitting the Grog tank here. The Disruptor shot. It's going to force a different path. Where is bro going? He's drunk driving the Mauga. This guy manages to find Exodio. And you know what? AMDP made the space here. The swing was solid. But they are going to have a disadvantage when it comes to these respawns. Waiting for the wall to go down. Kai's like, knock, 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 please. Put the wall down.
Yeah, someone give this guy some keys. As the keys to success are leaving spawn. Thanks to ExoDL. You'll do just that. Ice block where? Nowhere. 1, 2, 3, 4. Back corner. And we'll have Kai just duke it out against ExoDL, which I'm sure they're familiar from each other from the good old days, but AMDP will be also soaking in a lot of damage, so he has to play this corner carefully. You got the advantage of the shield, so Willis can really own any of the space. Who's going to say anything about it?
Extra speed to work with here, courtesy of the Juno. Oh, that's a nasty dink. Canale falling low. Seems to have not had to use the Suzu thus far. AMDP playing on this outside angle is going to make it hard for the hit scans to try and occupy this one. So Kai feeling a little bit safer on his own to play in main.
Well, Blizzard and the Grab Flux doesn't get canceled, and it does do a heck load of damage into 1, 2, 3, 4, but Crispy's got a different idea.
Oh, what's a Ray going to be inhospitable thanks to that Blizzard, and Willis has managed to find this one as well. The icicles begin flying. Kai goes towards the back, and they're like, you know what? I'm going to diff my counterpart, and then we'll give up the point. I got my one, guys.
Works out for Team Peps to kind of fight through the initial wave, and they get to cap first. They'll go up ahead, and they'll have the Kitsune rush. Is that a Reinhardt? I'm checking my pulse.
It's a real
Pulse
Reinhardt.
check.
It's a real heart.
He's got a heart, all right. I don't know for how long, because there's a lot of poke damage and there's a Mei, and it's just the worst matchup for you to go against, but the speed may help.
Oh, well, the Mei's already gone on one side. ExoDL takes their head off with the rail shots, and this is building up all the way to 150 charge. He's overclocked his railgun, but only the one hit is going to be on the cards here. A Kitsune rush to move on forward. Perfect place for the Reinhardt, but it's a Kitsune rush. Disengage from 1, 2, 3, 4 after they force out Zerion's on the other side, deciding, you know what, we'll take the exchange of resources and play it a little bit later.
You know what's a better Reinhardt? A Sigma, or even a Domino, honestly. Doing damage and having a shield at the same time, and AMDP is swinging for the fences, and Team Peps are really suffering.
Yeah, unable to triage Willis right there. Was trying to rescue them with the orbital ray, but FD was unfortunately just a little bit too late. And now disengaging from this point might be a little bit dangerous when you're going up against Kai, but all of those torpedoes will at least make sure that Team Peps they're pretty well sustained in their guerrilla warfare positions.
It'll be a big battle of the hit scans, and it's going to be so hard for this Reinhardt to stop the angles that ExoDL is trying to take, and that was the opening picks that Team Peps got to get momentum going. 3 minutes to capture second. Grab Flux available.
All right, orbital ray coming through from Crispy. Going to drive 1, 2, 3, 4 forward. An attempt to try and shut this one down is going to be the gravitic flux coming through. And Willis has almost completely knocked AMDP out. That's going to be ExoDL there on the finish. On the other side, Willis looks over towards the Mei. Maimon doesn't quite have the Blizzard, and the mid-air rock goes a little bit wide. The Hyperspheres are going to connect. And now what are you doing if you're Crispy? Can you possibly try and catch up to this? The Reinhardt's going to Kramer in, but you can't break through the wall in time. It's got to be Kai with the speed boost. You've got to move into a Blizzard. You've got to brave the weather. 45 HP to play with, and Zerion has no mercy for this. Canale does their best to take out their counterpart. They get their one, but they lose their point.
Team Peps had a hostage, 2 hostages, and collected ransom. I like the choice of just ignoring Crispy. I'm glad they gave a bit of respect to Kai. Could have done even more, but Zerion has been on it. As soon as he locked to Kiriko, I knew this guy was starting to be serious. Reinhardt around the corner. One of the best at holding a corner, but can only do one job at a time. Protect or attack. Now with the extra speed, looking for that Maywall isolation, not going to get it.
Oh, ExoDL, great map flip here. It's going to be essentially untouchable on their angle as they start to build up that charge, but where'd everybody go? Does no one want to come and fight me in my overclock? It would appear that 1, 2, 3, 4 have Kai this rather well, and they flip the map onto the cart as well. Kai falls low, and so now ExoDL is going to pour themselves wholeheartedly into the Kitsune rush. It's a mess of a fight right now, and the cart starting to escape them as it's been stolen away by the Mei. Team Peps are going to be in control of this. The slam is stopped. A great reaction by Willis. There's no big slam. There's only small ones, but Kai's big when it comes to the aim. And FD God needs to stop this here and now using that orbital ray. One player gets stuck inside the gravitic flux. The Mei is going to be at least able to defend themselves temporarily, utilizing their... Oh, hello, Willis. Just going to reset off the edge. He chooses gravity instead of shame. But look at this. The cart's still moving, by the way. Exodial's got 2, and Team Peps are almost to the goal as Rav just sits here, innocently but menacingly.
I have not had enough sleep to digest what is happening in front of my eyes. Okay, a small slam, bigger rock. I'm gonna summarize that. Ramatra, Blizzard, going for the full cap with less than 2 minutes to go. And it is going swimmingly for Team Peps. Now that enter the fortress, AMDP is gonna have to swing away because there's no help coming. Canale
Flame Fist of Fury.
It's tough.
Oh, AMDP just straight into Willis's fist. A quick move over towards the Mei. The block off of the Ice Beam. Willis looks towards all the erstwhile victims who present themselves on top of the objective. And only the supports are going to be available now. But they do not have the will to move forward. And 1, 2, 3, 4. They've got turned all topsy-turvy.
Fun times ahead. Really fun times. And I'm enjoying myself. ExoDL playing Duck Hunt out here. Let's see where he's at. Oh my god, yeah, 8K. I want to see the final hits because he's probably got a ton going on. And only 3 deaths? Yeah, this guy's an assassin, all right. I would say that.
0 assists, though. So, probably getting replaced in the new season.
Oh, yeah. Kick him.
Same for Kai, honestly. Like, these guys, they got to start playing for the team. Got to start being a team player.
Yeah. But hey, capping this map, not a lot of teams can say they can do that. Is Canale going to grip someone out of spawn again?
Impressive for the rollouts.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely getting a lot of value.
Ooh, I hope Kai... Oh, yeah, this is it. You have to see if Kai will get the Widow Snipe.
Yeah, maybe they're going for like a petal out of spawn for like a higher angle for a Widow? Oh, never mind. Why did I let you drag me into this conversation, Lemon? You're a bad influence.
Oh, Florida Mayhem strat.
Oh, it could be an illegal maneuver as I live and breathe.
No. Different rule book, different time.
Oh, okay. So it might be TPing off of the top onto the opposing staircase to try and mug someone. Maybe Willis if they see them overextending. Yep, here we go. Straight in with the Ramatra. Out comes the Nemesis form, the speed boost as well. We're building up the charge on the Symmetra. It's time to flee, Team Peps, but not over there. Rav just gets decimated by the combined forces of Ramatra and Lucio.
All right. Me boop. Oh, nice boop. I can read. Now 1, 2, 3, 4. Got some initial progress going. Now back to the tried and true. The Ramatra having that shield, being able to put out damage. Just way better pick for AMDP. And Kai on the signature Sojourn. If you can get that statue position too, it'll be a nice angle onto the back line. And how quick that fight was means you're not going to have any ults to play around this bend. It's going to be really important for Willis to choose his battles carefully.
Ward off temporarily is the Ramatra, but he just crosses his arms in the game opposed and survives all the frags coming their way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not really making too much progress when it comes to building up their ultimates, but when it comes to building up an angle advantage, Maimone and Kai both look towards the same target and pretty quickly eliminate them. Well, what is my boy Suzuing? He Suzu'd the ghosts, he Suzu'd the walls, and he's gonna have to be Suzuing on point 2, I imagine, because recontesting it on the cards.
I don't think 1, 2, 3, 4 have died. Might as well throw a 0 in there. That's too much for us. But Team Peps don't also want to get staggered too much. And AMDP was donk walking away. He's going to be gatekeeping over here. And they have the Kitsune Rush, 10% ahead of Zerion. And wondering what kind of proactivity we could see from this team to catch Team Peps off guard. Well, they know they have some unfriendly visitors.
Okay, Willis ready to match the Ramatra. FD God already down. Canale really buying all the space here using the Kitsune Rush. Perfectly executed from 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a quick mugging, and the car ain't stopping.
Managing to escape. Only having 1 on the cart, so many more fights will be forced. And it's always good for Team Peps to force those out. So Blizzard, especially at this point, there's going to be so little real estate for Team Peps to work with, I would say, unless 1, 2, 3, 4 just let them out.
Okay, Kai gonna try and move first. Do they want to try and fight into the Kitsune Rush with the sound barrier? They certainly have the bravery to do so. How did Exodial live, by the way? Homer was like 1 HP and suddenly is full yet again. It's all of the resources from Team Peps, both of their support ults, but in the end, what's more valuable than stability?
Orbital ray from the skies from Zerion, pretty big. Kitsune Rush 2, swap now. As Team Peps have utilized a lot of those resources to keep someone like Exodial alive through all of that. And now Rav still have that Blizzard. Throw it out at 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to bring out the extra guns, the extra firepower of AMDP now on the Mauga. Looking to see Kai versus Exodial. Just sometimes the fight can already end as Maimon creeps up the staircase. No pulse bomb, just vibes. Let's see what damage he can do in the backline.
Blizzard ready to go from Rav. Ideally, you want to try and make sure that AMDP's overrun is already used before you commit that one. So we're going to be counting that cooldown for sure. And AMDP, surely a Strackless as well, is going to be a little bit more reticent and reserved when it comes to committing here. Instead, just moving in slowly, utilizing their lifesteal for that additional little bit of sustain. But Team Peps, they like a long fight here. Draining the time bank could be everything, considering how much time they lost on first.
Maimon is still being a nuisance back here. It may just split the attention. Allow 1, 2, 3, 4 to walk in. Kitsune Rush, and we're going in.
All right, Rav, the second the AMDP moves in. Oh, nice cleanse coming through. Can they live this one? Surely not. Rav's hitting all of the icicles from across the way, even with the Kitsune Rush to back up that player. Nothing to be done. Banana Shrimp on the other side. Maimon hits the nasty stick on the foot, but Zerion, they just take their shoes off and throw them across the room.
Yeah, Maimon just says, I got my one. What's wrong with you guys? Like, I'm taking the attention away. That's what every Tracer says. I got 3 looking at me. What are you guys doing? 2 minutes though. 1, 2, 3, 4. You hope that they're gonna get something going, because constantly being reset at this point, coming in from the low ground, so dangerous. And Maimon clearly can't path towards the right. He's being marked every single time by Rav.
AMDP wants to try and shut down this Ramatra. A touch overextended. Will no one come and free Willy? That's the case. Gonna move forward with the orbital beam. That's plenty of extra damage, plenty of extra healing, but plenty of shots from Kai. Unbelievable. KSP, kill some people.
Still thinking of the British, still channeling the old guard of times past, and all that matters is time is passing. 90 seconds for 1, 2, 3, 4 to cap. Oh, maybe a recontest in the cards. See if this Ramatra can walk in time, and no, they can't. Oh, it's the cage match.
Bro dragged them all into prison. Not quite the Panopticon, but it will bloody well do. And still Team Peps, they want to try and play this one out to control the space, because they need to burn this time bank, but the damage has been done. 3rd point is open.
You're gonna go out with a bang if your Team Peps. Die on the cart, go next. 2.5 minutes. Not gonna be the same time bank, if at all, that Team Peps had when they locked it in. Some pretty huge ults though. Kitsune Rush, Sound Barrier, Maimon if he pops the pulse bomb in Overwatch 2, Blizzard on the other side. It's gonna be a really good battle. I give the edge here to 1, 2, 3, 4. All depends on if they can hold this pool side. It's gonna be an important power position for Exodial or Kai to vie for.
Yeah, Kai would love to continue holding this high ground, but Rav is going to tax them here with a constant no damage drop off. All right, off of the high ground. Rav is now going to be forced elsewhere. Might be forced into a battle here against Maimon in the case of all of this. Willis has dashed over to the car, has stopped it in the back, and now Maimon is going to have to get back on top of that one. Still a possum in the back. Rav extended their head out too far. The Kitsune Rush is not really going to be able to present much value when it's been zoned away by the Blizzard. But now that the Blizzard is gone, there's an opening for Maimon to try and work with. The Annihilation to try and sustain, moving towards the back. A big stick, and there's no Suzu to save them. Maimon is unleashed, and 1, 2, 3, 4 are absolutely barreling towards the objective.
Needed a last-minute stall from Team Peps, and maybe you have a resurgence. A lot of ults got used. The whole bank is gone for 1, 2, 3, 4, but just a few seconds. An important Suzu. The Mauga is back in the picture, but slicing and dicing through this defense like butter is 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll lock in a time bank about 24 seconds short of Team Peps.
Okay, both of these teams looking pretty solid on the offense. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4. Excellent cheese at the beginning. the Ramatra TP strat after the double boosties from the Lifeweaver pedals. Very nice.
Yeah, I still have the shades of Antarctic Peninsula. So, like, now we're locked in. Now I'm online too. Like, I'm on board for this next set of rounds because 1, 2, 3, 4. They got a cap, and that's so difficult to do. But also the difference of time banks decides who is attacking first, which will now be 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe, because they had a smaller time bank. And I think what worked for you, who was it that did the Symmetra strats too? Was it Peps or 1, 2, 3, 4? You're not gonna be able to do that one again.
Yeah.
So we'll see what the backup plan is.
Seems like they bloody well might try.
They'll never do it again.
They wouldn't dare. No one's that brave. Oh, they are. Yep, looks like they are slowly being, you know, partitioned up one at a time by the Lifeweaver pedals. Mimo might play at the bottom here. Could be a different approach. AMDP, what's the swap here, buddy? Over to the Mauga now. And the TP, just to fake out. Oh, they're trying to force Team Peps to disengage and give away a bunch of free space. Very smart.
Now using the Sigma, they'll be able to fight it back, but using this pretty sturdy car, it's kind of small enough cover that Willis can regenerate his shield if needed, letting all the work being done by Exodial at a distance. But as soon as Maimon gets close, Willis could be in trouble.
Okay, but now Rav is a danger by themselves. A fully charged Symmetra beam. AMDP's gamer post won't last forever. And so was hoping for one of their duelists to really find an opening. The DPS need to make something happen. And Kai hears the call. Willis falls to the attentions of Sojo. You saw that boop away there from a teleporter as well. Rav had such glorious plans for disengagement, but it was absolutely denied by Crispy.
And maximizing the mileage. Couple seconds left, and ideally with that minute, you'd like to cap that first objective. Team Peps will be surging back with no ults, but just a hope to end this quickly and swiftly. As 1, 2, 3, 4, as soon as they jump down, a May wall could really create such a strong neutral fight for them. Rab, though, as the longer the fight goes, the more he scales.
TP in towards the back. They want to get rid of Kai. Not quite able to connect there onto Crispy. The accretion's gone too wide. Now Willis is going to be isolated. Takes out Crispy. Not booped off the side. Mimo's down as well. It's going to take them so long to return. A big rail here. Brings Kai down to 1 HP. Manages to grab a health pack on the other side. And Kanail's there. It's trying to deliver some healing. But it's a trade on both sides. The overclock's good to go. But the disruptor shot's already done the work. And Kai's too far away to keep it contested. Held just shy of a first point completion. 1, 2, 3, 4 have to hold.
Frogger would have not let that Sigma live. So, like, he TP'd to the edge of the map.
Where is Frogger?
Where is he? Yeah. And honestly, you need to channel that a little bit, because that was such a risky TP in from Willis on the Sigma. He's 1v2ing not just the Lucio, but the Sojourn as well. Kai had to just simply ignore it. And it's not going to work, which didn't give Exodial all of the angles and really a free fire when Kai was a little bit occupado. So cool stuff out of Team Peps, risking it for the biscuit. They come out, being able to stop 1, 2, 3, 4 short of that first objective. Now it's Team Peps with only a 23-second advantage. Maybe you could say an extra fight under the belt. How far they can go.
Like you said, they just risked it for the biscuit. Full risk and reward. The Gambit seems to have paid off also. Willis being able to take advantage of the fact that you spawn into these extra rounds with full perks, and so had their floaty ready to go if Crispy was going to threaten that environmental kill. Pretty smart. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're going to look for multiple fights here. I imagine they're just going to force Team Peps to evict them from this corner with the Mauga, so they have time for a second fight and they can drain that time bank.
Oh my God!
Pick me again, I dare you.
That never works. This time it does. And that's key. Team Peps got rid of a Lucio. A lot of heals gone. The speed, it disengages. You have to choose these carefully. But how about this? How about you run away from us? Says 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, can I get the cam back inside the car again? Want to see it from there.
Come pick me
Team
up.
Peps still got a little bit of additional push on this cart though.
Okay, my mom just slipping past the defenses. Does not want to get rocked, and now doesn't have any defenses at all. And Exodial almost had the final shot into him. 1, 2, 3, 4 cannot afford to get staggered.
They have done what they set out to do, though. They've managed to really tax the time bank down to 30 seconds now. The wall covers AMDP's approach, but has meant that they're now out of cooldowns. It's going to be able to try and re-engage once again. It's giving up a lot of space here, and now you're playing down this long corridor against a Sigma, which is unideal when Exodio has this fantastic lineup.
If he charges, he could just get accretioned, and maybe he just rocked off the point. No, all good. Last second touch from AMDP. The May wall expended. Willis unleashed, and it's the Kitsune rush to give 1-2-3-4 the edge.
Oh, he's down to 100 HP. Even get him out of his ultimates! What a shot! Did we C9? Who C9'd? Oh, okay. Peps weren't on it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Rebuff them. Oh my goodness. What a chaotic fight. But honestly, they played for the chaos and they won out the chaos. 1, 2, 3, 4 are on match point.
You know what? Hell yeah, I welcome our new OWCS overlords and play of the game to Kai. Was this a 4K? Even the May? Get out of here. Fun times for 1, 2, 3, 4. Very, very close. 23 seconds did not matter for Team Peps, and even getting to attack second. And you thought that they had all the space around the Sigma, being able to almost prevent 80 AMDP from touching, but Team Peps got ran over eventually.
I thought Willis was going to be the key. Had the Gravitic Flux so early, could have forced like a Sig 9 by grabbing people off of the cart, but almost managed to duck away as well into that little cubby and survive the onslaught. But just for speed and ferocity of that Kitsune rush engage, meant that everyone could find an angle, force the disengage from Team Peps as well. Their Sigma was hiding away to try and not lose their ultimate, so someone else had to try and touch cart. But you got to get past a Kitsune boosted Mauga to do that, and that's just not feasible. It was fantastic fight planning from 1, 2, 3, 4.
Kitsune rush Mauga, that's a nightmare. And Team Peps will have to dream up another map coming up, because that was their map pick they just lost. And we'll see what Team Peps look like at full strength. I think everyone is starting to really, really lock in and see who's going to get the better seed out of this, because both teams guaranteed OWCS, but that first matchup is going to be determined by that seeding. I think Team Peps are confident to face whoever they want. 1, 2, 3, 4 could use a better opponent for sure.
1, 2, 3, 4. Definitely flipping the script this time around. Team Peps previously finding that 3-0, and only the third match was really that close. But it would appear that 1, 2, 3, 4, after having their chance to warm up, have managed to find all of the secret sauce that they needed. And Kai has been absolutely lights out so far. Has been destructive on the Sojourn, the Cassidy, no matter what you pick him.
And you saw kind of how much of a different game it is for just the hit scans when you don't have Jetpack Cat around. So you had to play this more standoffish, and really no excuses, and spacing a lot more important. Exodial and Kai went pretty back and forth, although Kai brought out some of the Symmetra. Like the strats, kind of worked out, at least on the first attempt. The second one, I think they had a heads up. So it's cool to see the depth that 1, 2, 3, 4 brought to the table.
Very impressive stuff so far. Check out the stick from Maimon. Disgusting stuff. No chance for a Suzu, unfortunately. Zerion, I believe, had already used it to try and keep Willis alive in that precarious situation. And like, what a bit of play from Maimon, getting this guy down to 9 HP as well, finding the finish. His Exodial's clutch that really did allow for the potential for winning for Team Peps, and sadness becomes thereafter. And honestly, that's a disgusting shot. Average Costco parking lot.
Yeah. Sometimes you just got to park that bus. And
oh, Vajuna was trying. They landed on a lamp, bro. Oh, no. Okay, new Tomathan title. He landed on a lamp. He bombed the Ficus. So sad for the Juno.
It happens to the best of us, the worst of us. We have our next map pick locked in, courtesy of Team Peps. And hey, this also started to reveal their preferences, or maybe they're just hiding their preferences, keeping their cards close to their chest. But King's Row, a fan favorite.
Fan favorite, and definitely one where all of these players have had a lot of experience. Let's hop into our draft. Team Peps already removing the Freya. Noticing that Kai has been able to do absolute bits on that thus far. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now have a pretty good pick of a litter, though, as to where they want to send their ban. They've already banned away Kiriko and Jetpack Cat, though, so those can no longer be removed. It's going to be Malga that's taken off the board.
Yeah, because you couldn't target a DPS, and you're running out of good supports to target, because Jetpack Cat, unless you cared about Juno, but Juno's, I wouldn't say is a huge factor or something you're worried about. So destabilizing the tanks, exploiting their hero pool, really like that decision from 1, 2, 3, 4. And on a map like King's Row, anything from Sigma, Orisa, anything kind of front to back is going to be ideal.
Yeah, getting some front to back, I think.
Oh, Ramatra too, yeah.
Like, I'd say that it's like in favor of Team Peps, but honestly, 1, 2, 3, 4, they showed like the Orisa was super strong in the hands of Golden Pants. Maybe AMDP staying in as well. I think was playing a fairly good Malga, but honestly, like obviously with the Malga ban, maybe we're leaning towards Golden Pants coming back in to play both the Xayah and the Orisa. The Ramatra has come to the fore though, and as you were bringing up, I wonder if we are going to see the Ramatra really be a steadfast means of trying to hold this. Sigma's also had some time in the sun, especially for King's Row first. Not so much for the street stage, though.
AMDP Reinhardt. Lock it. Just do it. If there's any Reinhardt map, it's this one. Yeah, absolutely. But there's just so much more poke in the game since when Reinhardt was a thing. Way back when, you have lower back pain if you remember Reinhardt meta, and it was when there was even a second tank, which made that less painful. But in a solo tank, it was really tough. So see Golden Pants on the signature Orisa, and he kind of plays it like a Hammond, really aggressive off the point and in your face.
Yeah, bro is the new evil toaster, you know. A different way of playing Orisa. And obviously it's going to have some burst mobility available as well, courtesy of Crispy. My observers have found the greatest places to hide. I never want to fight our observer core in hide and seek. They will win every time.
Oh yeah. Reinhardt! Oh. Back to you.
Oh, Crocs is in. Interesting. Team Peps have subbed in Crocs. I think Crocs has a very good Orisa. Plays a few more of his ground and pound tanks.
Oh my god, that's a flying Orisa. That's how you deal with it. Oh, what a
Out of the
spear.
window. Kai's going to have to get a pickup here from Crispy to get back into that position.
Honestly, go and anchor the point. You're almost getting a free take out of this, and maybe just winning the war is more important than the fight. What a Suzu to dodge the spear. Holy.
Oh, Kaneo actually got walled out of that TP as well. Unbelievable from Rav to have identified that TP coming their way. Unfortunately, the spear goes awry. Only the healing of the cat's going to be available, but it might be enough, because as you were talking about, Golden Pants, he's playing his ball-style Orisa yet again. My solo healer is fighting the other healer, but it's okay. Crispy still surviving on the outside, and Crocs has decided to go and anchor point. Draw in a fight.
At least Crocs knows what that square does. And what happens. You stay on it. Oh my god. My moan. Remember how good your Mei was? Remember that? That might be a good one. Because Tracer's really hard on this one, and I think the Mei wouldn't be too shabby here. He did it last time.
I think Crocs is a big typing guy, if I remember his history correctly.
Big typing guy.
So we're all gonna get to see some Overwatch teachers typing from Crocs after some good frags. So far, so good. You gotta be careful of those spears. Oh, good dodge. It's kind of playing duck, duck, goose. Speaking of the skin, and oh, the cat has landed. Just Scooby-Dooing past the window. Golden Pants just doing their best to disengage, but the speed of the cast is difficult to deal with. Golden Pants feeling quite ambitious about that one, but Exodial found on the other side by Maimon, and that's going to earn them a perk as well. Instantly equipped, now going to be able to reload on the melees, and that might give them all that they need to take out the Kiriko in the back. Yet another Terror Surge. Kai is lifted away. These Cassidy cat duos, these Cassidy duos are so fast on the trigger. As soon as you dealt with Kanale, like, you knew you had 1, 2, 3, 4 dead and rights, and
Terra Surge to kind of draw in the remnants of this defense. And Crocs is trying to bait them into playing his game. I don't know if you want to play Crocs' game, because I want to see what FD God does to not carry this passenger around. Forgot to pick him up. And now this is back and forth.
Okay, Catnap's ready. The Orisa over the sky. The game sure is different with Jetpack Cat in it. Golden Pants needs a bit of triage onto them here. Who is FD Gold grabbed? It's gonna be the Kiriko, but I believe that Crispy just out catnapped them. Call that one a catnap. And 1, 2, 3, 4 with some big investment managed to make this one work.
Yeah, good catch onto ExoDL before you can start roaming around, putting shots into the back line. Imagine when these Deadeyes come around. Speaking of, Kai's got it. And the Reinhardt, what an honest tank player Crocs is. He's a typer, but at least he's honest. And Maimon, oh, with the pulse bomb. Gotta be careful.
Kai floating around. Who's in the pub today to say hello? Peeking in the back door. No one's going to be there, but Zerian's kicked out the back. And the bouncer is brutal when he's got a 6-shooter in his hands. Question is now, where does it... Oh, the double dink! He's disgusting!
He's still got it. Never lost it.
Still got it.
Well, in relegation. But he's still got it, and he'll be back to get it. And Team Peps still in the Reinhardt, which is very, very difficult to attack into. The Lucio will give you the speed. FD God on his specialist. And Golden Pants can't really take a lot of poke as a Zarya. You got to measure those bubbles carefully. But the Deadeye will force everyone into submission.
Yeah, this is a lot of space gained. It's going to be converted into cart push as well. Ult's gone, though, and now the job's done. Golden Pants playing from above. Almost has a grab to play with as well. Out goes the healing from Zerian. Still waiting with this Suzu in the wings for a little bit of triage. Big pin coming through from Crocs. And Zerian now sees an opening. Puts the Kitsune Rush over onto the cart, and 1, 2, 3, 4. They're going to come around the other side. In with the grab. A rotation of the shield. The Reinhardt's getting it done, but FD God's already fallen. A quick sidestep there away from the incoming tank. But now you've got to try and play catch up onto the cart. Kaneo looking for their tank to try and heal them up. Has the Kitsune Rush in the backhand pocket if they need it. Sends it from the top. In comes the cleanse. Grabbed out from the Blizzard. Gives Golden Pants a little bit of additional survivability as it seems. But Crocs is surrounded on all sides with nowhere to go but out. Draws up the shield. The walls are born as well. Troy may well fall under Odysseus's pressure though, as walls and shields are nothing compared to the ingenuity of 1, 2, 3, 4.
With how aggressive Crocs was playing, it was nice for him to have that healthy shield against the Graviton Surge from Golden Pants. I hate to say it, but that was a really nice counter. Team Pep's gonna try to assist the rotations by bringing a Symmetra into the picture. And then on 1, 2, 3, 4, they are dominating the vertical battles. Kai just watches above, puts so much damage into Team Peps, and they're gonna try and flush him out by rotating through this brewery side.
Crazy smart map flip. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4. They have to move real fast. Coming in with the Zai. What a Suzu! Unbelievable stuff from Zerion. Put it all on the line, but cannot receive the sound barrier from FD God. Into the corner. Golden Pants can't stand against the mighty hammer of Crocs. And you cannot approach the cart, for the cowboy lies in wait. And he knows what time it is. Time for third of King's Row.
Time to win. T2P. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's an old one too. 1, 2, 3, 4 have Golden Pants back on the Orisa. He's hoping to gallop his way into anchoring a lot better. And just in that vacuum, Orisa's gonna be able to poke down that Reinhardt shield, but you know Crocs is not just gonna sit idly by. He's gonna be escorted into the action. Oh my god, the cat almost carried him. Oh, they believe. They're going in.
Controlling the high ground there with Reinhardt. Not the usual. Quick TP away. FD God just gets dinged by Kai. The accuracy of this Cassidy right now is making what should be safe plays into very unsafe ones. Exodio can stand on business in main, but doesn't really have the cover right now until Crocs' shield is regenerated.
I guess the off-angling Reinhardt didn't work because it just opened up the skies for Kai, and this is a power position they have to deny from this Cassidy, and they'll probably do so using a Symmetra teleport there from Rav. Once that cooldown is available, there it is, and goodbye Kai for the moment.
All right, back down to the low ground. We take you to the high. How can you time? Nice dodge away there from Zerian. Very in it when it comes to dodging these. A turnaround attempted. Rav around the backhand side. Up comes the shield to try and bisect the fight despite a pair of Kitsune rushes. At the moment, it's all Team Peps when it comes to the advantage.
don't think there's gonna be a contest. Oh, Canale's dead. Oh, swinging in is Crispy. Maybe Golden Pants takes off a few more seconds, and he's back on the cart. Okay, wait a minute. Hi,
Maimon and Kai, get it done. Unbelievable stuff. And Krog's just like, where did my team go, bro? What happened? Got to be careful. There's only 40 centimeters in it. A back cap not going to be on the cards here, though. We don't have the personnel, and this is going to be a brutal stagger.
I don't know how Kai even got back there. Like, and he had time to get 3. The savior. Team Peps have to head now to the point and do so. They got a touch, and Crispy's disrupting them and looking for a shatter. Crocs, where is he?
Behind a solid Crocs looking for... What is my bro slamming? He slammed the gaps, bros. Unfortunately, the gaps are not going to work out this time. To the sky with you. The high noon's ready. The sky noon rains down upon you, and the weather forecast is all cowboys and meatballs. And unfortunately, for Team Peps, they're vegetarians.
Nah, Kai Smurf's your peak, brother. He just sticks out like a sore thumb in this lobby. Like, everyone's playing checkers. This guy plays chess. Flies around with how difficult it is to aim already in this game. Then you go 200 miles per hour on the flank, everywhere all at once, like the movie. And Kai takes over. He's just server admin at times. Look at that. He got an assist. Just so that we shut up about it. And now...
Finally. Getting it together.
Some goddamn assists. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4 now will be on the attacking side of things, and the win condition is set. There is a finish line to get to almost at the end of the map.
All right, this is an absolute banger. But 1, 2, 3, 4. They would love to have their 3-0 revenge after being humiliated by Team Peps in the upper bracket and giving away that first spot into OWCS away to their counterparts. But what a glorious way it would be to re-enter OWCS to 3-0 the team that went on a disgusting run in FACEIT Masters. Is that a Domina? Holy, okay.
Yay.
The boss lady's here. Everyone be on your best behavior.
I will. I absolutely will. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now on the attack. Can Kai do it? Get that initial shot. That's all you need. Set Team Peps fully back. But it's just Domina. Don't shoot her. Where did Canale just sleep? I don't even know. Ooh. Either way, Canale's off the Ana.
Okay, already Golden Pants. Just getting a little bit of pressure on the point. Has dragged the May forward. Rav's going to be playing a lot of objective defense here as the shield is drawn up here by Crocs. Doesn't have the greatest range, but should be able to extend that significantly as the perks start to build up.
Golden Pants taking a lot of the attention on the high ground. Gets Team Peps to look behind them while 1, 2, 3, 4. They'd like someone to anchor. Maybe that has to be Maimon, but it's not going to be anybody because most of 1, 2, 3, 4 are dead and you don't have supports.
Oh, Crocs with the explosion there. Unable to really get the catch they want. This, oh, yep, there's the grapple. And suddenly Kai is overwhelmed in a 2 versus 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. Their widespread here might be punished by Domina. What is this? Hello, we're spawn camping?
My God. Let him leave. Rent is due, XOGL. Golden Pants. Can afford them for no reason. Okay, but Ice Block forced. 1, 2, 3, 4. They are getting hammered.
Rav going to escort Domina out of there, but Maimon almost has got their first tick here. And there's just constant tapping on the point of 1, 2, 3, 4, attritting down the options. At 5 HP, Rav gets into the ice block. Could be slammed for a second, but they are unleashed. Yep, and that HP quickly reaches 0. Now, how do you touch? There is a contest coming from somewhere around the back, and Domina getting knocked back might be brutal to try and deal with. Will be extricated by the cat. Needs to go back for healing.
1 tick earned through all of that chaos, which is nice. Probably going to be a Maimon, a product of Maimon there on the Tracer as that kind of secondary that can harass the objective. And if there isn't another Tracer to do that, isn't going to be much of a contest. Okay, already missing Canale is not great. More time being wasted for 1, 2, 3, 4.
Maimon, up close and personal. Might be a wide bomb, but it's fine. The pulse pistols have a wide spread that'll work on out here. Seems like the cache is too far out. Can't really follow up onto that one. Team Peps have been gifted with brand new aggression, and they're really destabilizing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, Maimon's just going to play off of health packs. Who cares if Canale and Crispy are around, and he's kind of trying to get Team Peps out of the choke point.
Kai yet to invest here when it comes to the... Oh my goodness. Farewell. Rav, absolute banger shot right there. There needs to be some savior onto Domina, who used the Panopticon to save themselves from the assault of the ball. But in the end, it's going to work out in terms of the value, because Crispy, who's turned up on the Wu Yang now, has been taken down by Rav.
She's going to be curving bullets like Angelina Jolie. If Domina is going to just stand in your way, just don't have to work through it, just curve around it, I guess. But Team Peps have really owned the space, getting picks before 1-2-3-4 even kind of get looks or angles around.
Farewell, Kai, Exodial. That one was personal. Going up against the wall. No. Don't fumble. Do not fumble. It's okay. Exodial hits those every single time, getting out to the loving arms of their supports, just rotating in place. He's just rotating like a torp turret.
Or just stopped moving. My mon still dipped, and
I need to focus.
We're killing people near spawn. Team Peps are done playing around with their food. There's less than 30 seconds, and there's still 2 ticks to go. You need a pretty commanding win on a fight here.
All right, it's going to be difficult to try and survive this minefield, but it seems like for now a lot of it has been tanked by that ice wall. An isolated 1v1 between Golden Pants and Vedomina. But Vedomina tends to win out on those. Oh, Kai can't get anything done with the overclock. Once again, put to bed by Exodial. FD God just looking for a victim. Knockback there onto Golden Pants, so there's no chance to touch. There's a blizzard on point. Moving forth, Wu Yang just has to buff themselves up with the call of the tides, but the call of an extra map is coming forth as Team Peps hold the fortress of First.
Counterpicked, yes. Crocs. Oh, also not even just the map, but the Domina just got to be the bodyguard at the choke point. And yeah, you had maybe some more mobile people like the cat and everyone else that can fly above it, but what about the rest of the team? You couldn't really fire back at the defending Sojourn if there's a Domina shield in your face. So fun times as Team Peps take their map pick. Finally, they get that done. Can they go to 5 and go all the way, or is 1-2-3-4 gonna beat them at their own game?
Yeah, interesting change here for Team Peps. Like, they're playing the Domino where you'd usually play for Sigma, essentially playing exactly the same role, but having a bit of a better matchup, I guess, against the Wrecking Ball when they knew the Golden Pants would be trying to, like, play these weird angles to try and create strange matchups. And Domina being able to like hit them with a solo of the Panopticon and shut them down before the push even really begins. And since you knew that the Domina was going to have a reasonable matchup against the Wrecking Ball, we saw that big focus into like bunker-esque DPS with the Mei and the Cassidy, able to just continuously bully out Kai from these angles so he couldn't get too much purchase.
I'm just glad everyone's having fun, because I certainly am. There's been some tomfoolery, but Kai, he just becomes server admin. Like in a play like this, was able to shut down the Team Peps push. Not that it kind of mattered at that point how far they did get, because the full hold was a statement and a half from Team Peps, getting to their true form. And even spawn killing people like XODL there, kind of crazy. And he was doing some spawn killing of his own, even against the Wu Yang there.
Yeah, that's just what the cat brings to the table. And Team Peps, built different on the defense, it would seem. After falling for those tricks once, it was a very quick adaptation. And that's one of the things we're really going to be looking at this team to do in OWCS, to be able to quickly adapt when going up against teams that have these kind of signature strategies and their very deep hero pools, which may peak at certain levels, like Golden Pants with the Wrecking Ball. So like, okay, so how do we change to deal with this? Maybe we'll bring out something weird, like the Domino.
Well, what kind of weird map can 1-2-3-4 pull out of their Golden Pants? I guess we'll find out after this break.
Welcome back, ball knowers. 2-1 for 1, 2, 3, 4. Team Peps have brought themselves back into this series with a masterful defense on King's Row. But now we head to map number 4, and this is going to be the choice of our leading team on match point.
These highlights are frying me. Canale's just carefully stepping over the fresh corpse of the stalled out diva after getting solo mined by none other than Golden Pants on the Hammond. And you're looking for a golden opportunity to force a game 5. And just based on Team Peps, I don't know, full holding on King's Row, it's looking good for them.
Yeah, it's looking good for them. I wonder if Crocs is going to stay in. Thus far, kind of aura farming, I'm not going to lie, on the tanks. Playing Orisa, Ryan, and Domina. Like, I don't know what they got this guy learning in ranked. Probably ruining some games, but certainly is making our job a lot more fun.
Yeah. Kai continues to put on a highlight reel. Need the rest of the team to pitch in at times. I know it likes to be the Kai show. Kai, don't ask why. He just wins. And I'd like to know what the next map is going to be here very soon. And a shout out to FACEIT for having a kind of a nice overlay and everything for us to experience all the map draft and the hero bands live, and really cool platform, and for everyone to also participate in the future for season 10 coming up. Anybody can sign up and you could be part of raising the stakes and raising your own career in Overwatch esports.
Yeah, FACEIT season 10 is going to be absolute banger, Lemon. You can still sign up, and there are going to be season finals in season 10 to earn even more huge cash prizes. There's going to be a player finder so that you can find a team that's looking for your skill set, or you as a captain can find a player who's the perfect fit for your team. And there's going to be a new intermediate division between open and advanced as well in NA and EMEA to make sure that those games that you play are all the more close and tailored to your skill level.
So looking to see like which FACEIT teams could try to dethrone some of the relegated OWCS teams in the future. But for now, Team Peps 1-2-3-4 returning, and now they're trading blows. Because before, when Team Peps were locking in for that spot, they swept them. They didn't even let 1-2-3-4 breathe. And now we're having some more tomfoolery, but now as the series is starting to set in, everyone's cemented. The seeding does matter, and 1-2-3-4 just barely holding on to that match point.
I mean, Peps is probably the closest you could have to a protagonist team in OWCS, right? And, well, the thing about protagonists is that the hero's journey demands they struggle and refuse the call before the reverse sweep happens. As Team Peps get rid of a Cassidy, they want to constrain Kai a little bit, which I don't think is a bad idea. And 1-2-3-4, they're going to get rid of a Roadhog here, which is one of the primary methods of shutting down the Wrecking Ball. So Wrecking Ball now is probably going to feel a little bit more free and easy, not having to deal with either the flashbang or the hook.
I know Crocs has been teasing the Roadhog, but no one's actually locking that, right? Like, not with, like, Canale,
Right.
Ana, and other Ana players, right? But
I mean, if anyone was going to do it, it'd be Crocs. Like, Robot out for Domina, he's a loose cannon. He could play anything.
I would say, yeah, like, I'll cope and accept Roadhog on Ilios, but really nowhere else. Suravasa, though, we're going to see some pretty interesting tank choices. A lot of things really on the more deathball-y front from Orisa, Sigma, Ramatra. Sure, Domina, throw her into the mix, I guess. That could be solid. Golden Pants and Willis will face off. And no Cassidy means secondary hit scan choices like Sojourn. Now we don't have to look up to the sky to a crazy Deadeye raining from above, because the Jetpack Cat will still be in the picture.
All right, Shion going to make appearances on both sides here as well. Makes sense, especially on Flashpoint, where mobility can be king, but Lucio still yet to be seen. After all, these teams are so precise when it comes to their Jetpack Cat rollouts that they didn't really need the burst mobility as much. They just allow for one player to take that off angle, courtesy of the old cat carry. And Team Peps, they're going to try and answer the incoming Wrecking Ball with a Malga and a Bastion. That is a lot of gunfire.
A lot of guns, not a lot, as much protection, I should say. But it's not like a Hammond's going to do that for you, but it is going to try to split the focus, maybe even shove some people forward. Already forcing the TP out of the Kiriko. Important cooldown to now signal to the rest, but Maimo's already a victim.
Yeah, Golden Panthers demanded a lot of attention, but not enough to save my moment from a stray headshot, courtesy of Zarian. That's a great opener, and it should allow for Team Peps to get the first cap here. And this could be ruinous for 1, 2, 3, 4, because it means that you can't play from this defensive position where Golden Panthers can catch you on your engage. But they seem to be abandoning the point pretty quickly here. They're going to re-engage with the Bastion, and that has scared 1, 2, 3, 4 away from the cap.
Especially if a Bastion can hold a more stoic position and can free fire away. It's scary, but we're not noticing Kai, and that is the final boss of Overwatch 2 in this lobby. Willis stomping away to now his own grave, and Team Peps are halfway to the cap, but till the flip happens.
Golden Pants, Golden Limbs right now. And Team Peps, now we're going to have to try and break in with the Bastion in this pretty like heavily roofed area, which is going to really constrain where Rav can play while playing this this Catchton duo.
Cat. I like that duo name. Now hoping to stall as much, and even having bowling through the competition being an absolute nuisance. Rav gets escorted to safety. I think their Team Peps would like to regroup on the objective at some time. Maybe try to pressure it from sides, as the mines could break everything up, and Willis is looking for heals.
Willis has to be careful. The incoming artillery mode seems to have not grabbed too much, and constantly we see these formations just absolutely pulled. Oh, the bowler's disgusting. It's going to be at least somewhat mitigated, though, by the move over into the tank form. However, who dares to go? Why are we just feeding into Rav in tank form in Kitsune Rush? Hello? My brain farts, they are aplenty. All right.
Bullets, how about many more? Okay, so 97+%, 1, 2, 3, 4, counting their lucky stars. Team Peps only began with 50. Now for the other half. See how stoic this will be. Mines trying to regain some of that space, and the flip is about to happen. No contest from Team Peps.
Oh, the killing spree ended early. Rav once again finding the value. Exodia with the execution on the other side. This is everything that Team Peps need to try and make this one work. But Golden Pants still in control. Someone needs to keep this one touching. Willis on the other side. Team Peps need to turn this point back into their favor, and there will be time for the 1, 2, 3, 4 to get a recontest, I think.
One last touch, and guess who's there to the rescue? Probably Crispy on the other end of things, or Golden Pants, probably the fastest person in the lobby. Right now, someone else is capping for 1, 2, 3, 4. There's missiles, there's whistles, and you can't stop him even with a shove. And it's enough to get an important kill on Canale.
Yeah, Catnab just keeps Golden Pants in place, dangling him above the Bastion like a pinata. Like, get him, son, get him.
It's a very shiny chandelier, and a deadly one. Rav has had some pretty insane impact, considering it's a glass cannon. He's just not able to shatter him quite yet. Even a Hammond bowling him over, he still is killing Canale. So Team Peps in control with the first point, and are already circling their prey, taking it to the skies. As good luck to my moment of how he's going to try and approach this.
Bowler shot could be deadly here against the Bastion. As they drop on through, they want the cat, and they'll find the cat. Great play coming through from Kai. The accuracy sublime, looking over towards Willis now instead. A map flip here from 1, 2, 3, 4. Team Peps, they aren't able to contest the capture either, because there was no overrun available for the Malga, and now they're split in two, and it's going to be difficult for their cat to rejoin them. The solo grab coming through yet again, and Willis has to drop the shield and get out of there. Toot sweet. Still, Rav can't escape from the minefield lane on down. Willis, welcome to the water. I'm afraid you won't be enjoying, because Malga, fun fact, can't swim.
Yeah, I was going to say, kind of surprising fact.
Yeah, given how he looks like he'd be surfing, you know?
I'm getting so much deja vu from Golden Pants. Every time there's a Malga that cages him in, he just mines it. So, no worries, just mines. 1, 2, 3, 4 still commanding this point. 60+%. Final fight to see if they can tie up map point to map point.
All right, Zarian peels to himself there, using the Suzu, falling low. Is Golden Pants desperately needs to find some healing, wrapped around the outside. Canale comes in with the Kitsune Rush, and along the track is going to be the extra damage from the Bastion coming in from the top. Golden Pants' arrival, heralded, and is instantly slain. Team Peps now have control.
Still quite a lead that they have to surmount. basically 0 to 100, because if you lose this 83, by the time respawns come in, it's over. And oh my god, ExoDL, it's a show.
Yep, and there's the finish off the execution towards the end. ExoDL looking absolutely brutal on the Xion right now. And this is going to be the engagement coming through from Golden Pants. Yet another point slipping through the fingers of it. 1, 2, 3, 4.
See if Team Peps make it happen. They take to the skies. Rav, he's been so deadly thus far, and I don't think you can pull off the Bush Wookiee style, but on the flank, what can they do?
Well, ExoDL being traded out for Kai here. Given how good ExoDL has been so far, you might consider that a plus. Oh, what a stick. Great awareness here from Ravs. They float above the point. How do you try and make an entry here when you're being constantly harassed by the Bastion from the sky?
I don't think you can. I think you want a swift exit and just focus on rotations for the next point. That means Team Peps will steal away the second one. Mimo throws his bike, which unfortunately cannot contest. The bike is not a human. So, good try.
Bro just attempted, I think, to touch with the spree, but just turned around midway through the first one. It was like, you know what? Never mind. Which means no value off that ult, and that's for swap over to a Tracer instead.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. You need some kind of harassment, maybe a chase down. But who's going to be flying around? Because Kai is on the Freya. I guess, sure, why not? But it is still 2 points to 0. Team Peps. We'll see if they can force a game 5 out of this. So far, they are dominating.
Well, to avoid the Peps reverse sweep, they're going to have to reverse sweep here on Saravar. So once again, not too much gained off of the Bastion minus space. Willis into the pits down below, courtesy of Crispy. And now Rav has to worry about the attention of the Wrecking Ball. Extra fire rate. You can't fight against this Bastion while he's in the tank form. But now there might be an opening. Crispy moves away. Farewell to the Wrecking Ball. Dunked into the T. FD got managed to grab that one, but is punished for their audacity. Zarian grabs Mimone. And it's going to be Team Peps with their first cap here. They are looking very strong when it comes to getting a map number 5.
Yeah, who wins? Like a 20-ton Hammond mech suit, a giant guy with 2 guns, or one cat that can fly. It's just like Willis got taken off, Golden Pants got taken off, Mimone has been marked, so more time for Team Peps to accrue.
Swinging in with the Bastion. He's in tank mode, but for 1, 2, 3, 4, the disengage is fairly easy. They're quick fellas.
Pretty quick. How quick can you get the mines? Golden Pants at half health, just buying time, and this is looking like one of the last attempts for 1, 2, 3, 4, and what a pick from Crispy.
Well, the damage is disgusting, but ExoDL has themselves a lot of damage as well around the outside. Team Peps, they have been able to flip the map, but they have lost the objectives. Now any reinforcements coming through, going to be difficult to deal with. Oh, where is my boy going? Golden Pants thought they could hang out on the side for now. Willis with a solo ult gets the value that's needed. Mimone sends out a pulse bomb, seems to have grabbed nothing. Point back in favor of Team Peps. They've lost ExoDL and a catnap's on the cards. Can they get one onto Willis? Yes, you bet they can. Farewell to the tank and farewell to the Bastion. Still Team Peps recurring percentage 1, 2, 3, 4. They've got to get a shuffle on.
Oh boy, that is a mountain to climb. And I think Team Peps just need one good wave of ultimates, and they will be confirming game 5 and be one step closer to a reverse sweep. So already breaking everyone's expectations and breaking ankles as Golden Pants getting involved.
Crispy taken down. Kai's just the same. Zarian Tracer on the other side, but now Rav has their primary power. Tank form already cancelled. You're waiting for Golden Pants to make this engagement happen. They have to give away the point. The slam down goes awry, and now you're down on your tank. The remainder of 1, 2, 3, 4 are on deck here to keep this one contested. But how are you going to stand up against the Bastion once again? It's got to be Kai with the bowlers. You can't save it for later. Doesn't want to see it eaten by the Diva, but now you've got to go up against the Kitsune Rush as well. A double up drive. The bowler around the outside. Farewell to FD God. No, the healing's good. The Kitsune Rush is still everything. A catnap onto Golden Pants. They're dragged by hook or by crook off of the point. It's like a vaudeville exit for the Wrecking Ball here, as Team Pep should be able to reign supreme, but Mimone might have a little bit of clutch left within them. Kai with 1 HP. It's put down to 0 by ExoDL. 1, 2, 3, 4 managed to grab the point away though, so they've got a moment of breathing space.
Paimon has to touch one final time. Overtime Wick is about to burn away, and I guess Crispy call him up and he will answer, and Golden Pants is back in the picture. You need that extra health to sustain.
Minefield is good. Going to be broken down quickly by the Bastions. Arian's already used all of their resources. Has a brand new Swift Step to play with. Willis can clear the point. Has a self-destruct. Like, they're going to use it for remaking instead here, as Kaneo has had their ultimate run away from them. FD God's down. Kaneo managed to get the crit. Kai is on an absolute tear right now. And Team Peps, they may have been able to get the point in their favor, but 1, 2, 3, 4 absolutely dominating the neutral.
Paimon is the whole reason this map is still going. Like, that overtime Wick almost evaporated. He recalls, is able to flip it somehow, and then Team Peps get it back, and the fight continues just enough for reinforcements to get in, and we go to a 4th objective. And already in position is Team Peps. They have a Flying Bastion, they have XLDL primed and ready, and many tools in their arsenal, including, I don't know, a nuclear bomb if the Diva decides to get tested.
Legalize nuclear bombs, they say. Rav could be knocked off the edge. Unfortunately, it's not ideal. Exodial with the killing spree is doing so much damage, and FD God managed to get an environmental frag onto their counterpart there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't get any value despite investing with Catnap.
Team Peps, they've been able to capture first almost every single time. Maintaining it's a whole different picture. As Golden Pants just wants a little bit more damage to get those mines going. That kind of allows them to flip, but can you survive the Rav bombs?
Oh, all in onto Kai, but it's an easy updraft away for the Freya. Still holding on to that bowler. Wants the cat, can't find the cat. Exodial so deep in the bag, but managing to find a 1v1 with Kaneo. And a 2-for-1 trade certainly is in favor of Team Peps right now, because they still have the active Kitsune Rush. Maimon sends out a wild bomb right there, and it doesn't get anything when it comes to value. Instead, Golden Panthers going to lose their life, and Team Peps are halfway towards getting their map 5.
And the support that they gave Rav when he went for an ult so close to the enemy. You had Willis jump in, Zerion TP'd Suzud. And that allowed Team Peps to continue to march on, united, and collapsing onto Kai, the ace of 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hit by 2 vehicles at once, a mech and a motorbike. Call that one a splatter spree. Willis just making sure that Kaneo can't really find much purchase here, but Nano Boost is available. Maybe it'll go over onto Golden Pants for a last-second contest. It needs to now. 99% to 100, and no one is there. Team Peps. It might not be the most glorious victory, but it's the one they bloody needed. We're going to a map 5, baby.
Oh, thanks for drumming up some good OWCS and narratives. Oh my God, is it a reverse sweep? They went to game 5. Is it a reverse sweep, or did 1, 2, 3, 4 get the revenge? Like, it's so spicy. You're gonna have to watch the series to truly understand the context and digest everything that's happened and how this series has evolved. And North America will be right around the corner after this, with Kenobi and Richrad joining. And if you thought this was fun, you'll want to stay tuned for that too.
What's our remaining type? Is it push? Oh boy. 1, 2, 3, 4. We just saw them play a push incredibly well on Esperanza against their previous opponents of Telesi, but damn, Exodial really making Xion seem like a menace between their sprees and their executions. Also getting some great hit timings as well with Willis. It seems like the comms are very clean right now.
For Team Peps to kick off almost every single fight, like to be in a commanding position, it's such a huge advantage for them. And the Cats are terrorizing this lobby. Like, removing the tanks is such a huge chunk of health pool. As simple as it is, you don't have to spend the extra seconds to drain that. The Cats take care of it, and it lets the killing spree continue for either the hit scans or someone like XODL to just go crazy.
Sad times for both the tanks going up against those up against those catnappings. Like, well, guess I lose. I'll be back next Overwatch, I guess. Let's quick look at the wow, the dismount with the bike launch into the spree as well. Exodia was just disgusting to behold, man.
Maimon even forced that he had a nice play with being able to recall, extend the overtime. Reinforcements came in, but Team Peps, once they caught or capped this initial fortress, it is so hard for a Hammond to contest. Probably the least friendly objectives on Suravasa for him and to try and attack into. The mines were nice, allowed a bit of a flip, but we go to game 5 to see where we're going to next. Wow, already decided. Runa Sapi. We're getting into it.
Okay. This is a map we've seen 1, 2, 3, 4 play well on previously. But for Team Peps, like, the momentum is all in their favor right now. It is very difficult to come back mentally from being in such a commanding position where, I mean, I think that there's a world where we 3-0'd, right? Like, Kings Row could have been all 1, 2, 3, 4. They got absolutely stymied. They got dominated by the Domino comp, for lack of a better word. And after that, it seems to have fallen apart a little bit. They can rely on their mechanical skill, but the fight planning seems to have been a little bit unideal thus far. Like, we saw first point kind of thrown away by having control of a point and still feeding into a Kitsune boosted Bastion, who still have their tank form, and losing a bunch of players to that. Here's a look at our bans. Already done. 1, 2, 3, 4 have removed the Diva, and Anna is going to be banned in return.
I think, yeah, if you took notes on 1, 2, 3, 4, you may have seen, I don't know, Canale on the flank. And even there were times that they flew Canale around to look for a biotic grenade. So there's some fun stuff that you can do around Canale. So getting rid of the Ana is not too shabby. No nano saves as well when the Bastion's let loose. You have that saving grace from the old lady. So going back to the Cat and the Kiriko. And the Diva, well, I was expecting more of the Hammond, Mauga, and Sigma, Ramatra. Diva's more of a control type. It's okay here, but that means the Tracers get to let loose.
Yeah, well, one Tracer at least. Mimone versus Exodial. Old push versus new push. Mimone's going to be able to do a lot of objective trolling here, but unlikely to win out in a raw duel up against that Shion, rather.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Almost full capped. Like, the map was over in 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, they looked so insanely good on this map, so confident, and it's off of just the disruption and the flank, how flanky this map can be. And look at that, Golden Pants is already on top of it,
dropping from the sky like a deadly cloud. They may be waxing gibbous, but I'll be waxing lyrical about Rav for a while, looking disgusting on the Bastion. And while Exodial is taken out on the other side, the Cat duel is at this point just an amusing sideshow for the teams as Team Pep start to get their progress.
Golden Pants had such a good pick, and then Rav just 1v2s the DPS. And he's now killing Canale with a random sticky. So this is some really good initial progress from Team Peps. Keep the brooms in the closets, folks. But this is boding well for them.
All right. Already, Golden Pants losing their armor, absorbing a little bit of fire early on, and trying to manufacture a hit here alongside Kai's on the off angle as well. Going to be little bits endangered over here. Canale TP'd in to try and rescue them, but Team Pep simply moved first. They're faster on the draw, they're faster on the trigger, they're stronger, they're better.
And very much better. They're wiping the floor with 1, 2, 3, 4, and there was inklings and flashes of brilliance, but Team Peps are very much uncontested. Look at all the real estate they have. They're not even letting Kai get this top platform, which would be how 1, 2, 3, 4 can recontest. And Zarion's taking shots, already throwing the butter knives out. Now you got bombs raining down. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, better find some cover.
Artillery strike mostly onto Kai, saving that last one. Almost all the damage avoided there by Kai. Great usage of the combat roll. But now Rav will once again take to the skies. In midair, how do you dodge away? Dropped off at the pool by Dardy, but not able to grab too much over here. And it seems that all the shots are going awry. The pressure becoming too much, perhaps. FD God drew out Crispy into a 1 versus 1, and now guess what? You're going off the map, my boy. Farewell to Kai, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Where did the team I love go?
Oh my god. No,
teasing,
no,
man.
no, hit it, please, end it. Okay. Almost got the mega too. Nah, it's still Aura loss, I fear, but what's at least being gained is progress for Team Peps.
All right, Kitsune rushes exchanged, but this is where Mauga's going to be at his best. Inside the cage, what do? Mimone's just going to be able to do so much damage, however. That is a one and done. 1, 2, 3, 4. They've kowtowed to the meta. They've decided we've got to meet them with the Bastion.
And 7 more minutes of meetings for 1, 2, 3, 4 that have to go all the way and still take a fight at the neutral point before we even get too many meters going, lurking around on the other side of this wall. I'm sure you hear trouble, and Maimone's gonna get ahead of it, bombing from the skies.
Forward spawn disabled. Already forcing out the TP from Zerion. Oh, Golden Pants knocked them out of the orbital strike. The comms, they've fallen apart, Lemon. The Discord server, it's being taken apart. The Exodial's been taken away from the team fight. Crispy finally wins out on the... No! Get the car back. It's been stolen. Is that by Amalga? There's no way it's been stolen away by Amalga, bro. That's going to unlock the forward spawn as well for all the members of Team Peps who just fell.
Can't kill me. I do it myself. Never mind. Crispy still gets credit. So, yeah, another neutral fight will have to happen for team 1, 2, 3, 4 team numbers if they want to get some actual meters going. Thankfully, you're not going to have the AC-130 Bastion flying around quite yet, and you can't even get in position. But this Hammond's cooked, surely.
Rap getting full pocket, lifesteal as well, thanks to that Malga aura. An attempted airlift to extract Maimone from the danger zone, but won't work out this time around. Willis avoids getting knocked up by the pile driver. And well, Team Peps, it feels like they're winning every single fight, even the ones they lose.
Just resetting the momentum. You need back-to-back-to-back fights and a perfect ult economy. 2 minutes now gone by ever since the 100 meters has almost been earned, as Rav has them all dancing.
Golden Pants desperately needs a heal. Canail's going to be responsible for that one. Should grant them access to that ultimate. But once again, Team Peps have their forward spawn.
How do you get progress around the spend? The hit scans. Oh, up into the sky, diverted to play into Bastion.
It may well be. Maimone gonna have to try and play this one from the ground, though. Moves around onto the Kitsune, rush around the outside. Kai finds the back line. Moving over onto the Shion, says, fine, I'll do it myself. I'll work the flanks. The Cassidy's too slow and too old anyway. It's time for the new hotness to arrive.
It's really about aerial supremacy between Maimone and Rav, and who kind of gets the jump, and it's field awareness. It's not just, okay, trying to shred down the tanks. It's, where's this bomb coming from? Rav is trying to kill Maimone, and look at this dangle. Crispy is just using him as bait.
Oh, dangling in, but Rav, oh, we hung too far to the left that time. Maimone takes them out. Willis traps in multiple players with the cage fight, but are going to be stuck in with a lot of mines. The mines explode. They break down the cage, and now Team Peps are on the... Have they stolen the card again? Come on! Timmy's escaping! And now it's a turnaround. Zerion's already used all of their resources. Need to be turned around from both sides. Execution is good, but Peps are consistently trolling the push.
And Zerion didn't have a good TP, so he got chased down, and that's Golden Pants on a mission. Just to pounce, to kill, go next. And that's what 1, 2, 3, 4 need to do. Keep winning back-to-back fights. And they'll have Kai, which don't see him on the Shion every day. It's been more of the ExoDL special. If anything, they swapped roles now. We'll see if ExoDL can keep this Hammond at bay with the Cassidy pick, and Maimone's gone.
Perfect tracking on towards the back. Oh, a double from Kai. Nasty with the killing spree, down so low. That's 3 HP to work with as, well, Golden Ball's getting a little bit dizzy. Golden Ball, Golden Boy, Golden Pants. God, we miss you, Alex. Come back, please. Golden Pants is going to keep this one pushing. The butt scratch is going to be completed, and 1, 2, 3, 4 get their forward spawn.
You're gonna have to call him Golden Man after this. If he pulls off this 0 to 100, literally this comeback, I could win them this whole series and deny the reverse sweep. Starts with Maimone setting the tone.
Kitsune Rush looking good. It's going to be difficult to move forward here for Team Peps, but Golden Pants goes a touch too far, slowed down by the flashbang. And it means that 1, 2, 3, 4, they're stopped short of beating Team Peps' distance.
Any mistake here is costly. A neutral fight here. But scouting above is Rav and friends. And okay, it's Maimone that's going to have to make some space. And already forcing some movement from Team Peps.
Crispy moves towards the back, looking for a partner to try and play with. Golden Pants in the back has already forced out so much into the tank form. Crispy, can they get... Oh, the rescue is unreal! FD God! My goodness! Oh, I mean, doesn't work out to win the fight in the end, but it's still bloody impressive. You gotta get yourself a cat who looks at you the way that FD God looks at that Bastion.
Oh, mine hates me. So I'd love to trade that. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, yeah, there was some revenge from FD God, but what matters is the revenge that 1, 2, 3, 4 want to get over Team Peps from the sweep that happened. OWCS spots earned, but how about ExoDL in the sky?
Oh, a little bit out of range here. Looks like the Deadeye's not going to grant too much, and is like, yep, I'm done with you. I'm grabbing my Bastion. You failed me for the last time, says Rebecca.
This is Team Peps resetting. This Kitsune Rush could be everything. There's only a minute left.
Oh, where did Exodial go? The Kitsune Rush about runs out here. They've run down the road. The cart's still in control. Quick TP away here from Kaneo as Kai moves towards the back. The killing spree avoided by the TP, but the execution's still strong to play with. And Kai's moving towards the back, sends in the bite, goes with the melee. Xion is dominant over a brand new country.
And now a sprint has to turn into a marathon. The last 30 seconds, the last push for 1, 2, 3, 4. You gotta reel in Golden Pants. As fun and chaotic as he can be, you cannot afford to lose your tank. Now they'll have to dance away against the Bastion ult from Rav. And on the flank too will be 1, 2, 3, 4 setting up a okay spin to win sometimes, and they need that win. But also you need an anchor, and you can't let this card just get away from you.
The cage is ready. Who does it grab? Kai around the outside, not going to be inside of it. And, well, you don't have a Bastion either. Thus far, been relatively bloodless. Rav is falling low, though. Out come the mines, and Willis needs to try and stop themselves from being bounced between them. Zeri and Rav and Exodial have all fallen down, and Willis finds no one underfoot. In overtime, 1, 2, 3, 4 seem to have remembered who they are, and they are so close to grabbing the lead.
Can anyone touch in time? Rav is on the Tracer. One last race, one last push. There's a Lucio rollout too. Is it enough?
The denial of the reverse sweep is real. 1, 2, 3, 4. They made us work for it, but they managed to claim the series 3-2.
That'll affect the matchups going into OWCS, but hey, we are in store for some absolute gameplay and some cinema when watching these two teams, who I'm so glad that they are back. It wouldn't be OWCS without these names, and so many different identities from them, from when the Cassidy's are removed, the Bastions stand tall, when the Cats are gone, the hit scans are duking it out at a distance, and 1, 2, 3, 4 team numbers stands just a bit taller than Team Peps.
1, 2, 3, 4. Counting to higher and higher heights. Soon they'll discover a brand new number. The DLC of 5 may well join them in OWCS, as they are going to, I believe, have the number 5 seed. That's what they've earned by defeating Team Peps here. And, well, it has been an absolute blast. 1, 2, 3, 4. They needed to redeem themselves after getting 3-0'd in the upper bracket final and surrendering that first spot over to Peps to begin with. But with so many matches in one day, 1, 2, 3, 4 have proven their stamina, aptitude, and prowess.
And North America is right around the corner, too, to send 2 more teams into OWCS. But now I think the next chapter for Peps and 1, 2, 3, 4 is how can they avoid being in this position in the future? Because there's a lot to work on, and there's going to be new heroes, a new patch coming up. And these guys seem to be ahead of the game when it comes to, well, the amount of reps, but also how flexible they have been. Namely, someone like Kai, ExoDL, showing us the Xion, the Cassidy's, the hit scans, to Rav and Maimon flexing around. If it's not the Bastion, it's a Rav Reaper, it's a Maimon Tracer. There's so much in the hero pool for these guys to utilize, but a clear difference of identity of also Golden Pants and just this team revolving around the Hammond and how they kind of deal with the absence of that tank that kind of lingers and gets back in again, as Willis and AMDP on the other side, and how they're being substituted in and out in sort of their brawling matchups.
Disgusting stuff all the way through. Kai really showing what Xion can do. I'm very excited to see one of the newest heroes in Overwatch get their time in the sun, especially in the hands of a bit of an old head like Kai. 1, 2, 3, 4 will walk away from this 3-2. Like, it could have been a 3-0, but they couldn't figure out the Domina. And Peps, I think they can hold their heads high. They have been released from the shackles. They are going to go back to prime time. And, well, they have earned it very, very thoroughly. Only dropping, I believe, one series. The entirety of from their relegation to now. And that was this one.
Oh my god, the narratives. Team Peps lost. Oh, who can do it? It's 1, 2, 3, 4. They got the revenge. OWCS is going to be a grand old time with two teams like this getting into it. And I'm sure the history between these two teams will only continue. I just want them to never come back to a relegation position like this. This is how the bracket rolled out. And no advantage coming from the winner side of the bracket. Team Peps. Are they running out of gas? Were they overcooking? Were they experimenting? Either way, it went all the way to game 5, and I enjoyed every minute of it.
Yeah, we're like the teachers who run detention, you know, like, I never want to see you here again. You're a good kid with potential. You just got to apply yourself. And they certainly are going to be applying themselves. This is good. Look at how our bracket shaped out, and you can see up there in the upper final, Peps 3-0-ing 1, 2, 3, 4. But it would appear that 1, 2, 3, 4 used that opportunity to learn. Did they play? How many games did they play today? 1, 2, 3, 4 games?
Oh, he said it.
Hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4 reference in my broadcast? Hello?
We're like
that's a lot of maps as well.
Monster over here.
Damn, that's like 16 maps of Overwatch as well. That's a long day. What stamina?
And the day continues because North America is around the corner, and 2 more OWCS teams will be joining those ranks, and that's going to be going down fairly soon. Hopefully quick, a little bit quicker. I was gonna say it's an hour and 15, but the teams have been ready, so we'll see how much of a break they need. Maybe things will be accelerated. I don't want to make no promises. You got Nightmare, DSG, etc. Kenobi and Rich Rod. It's gonna get hype.
Yeah, disguised. They got a lot of fans, but do they have the skills they need to get through to OWCS again? Like, 2 of our partner teams were in danger once again. Let's have a look at our MVP from that series, though, and I think many of you know who it's going to be after that Xion performance. It is, of course, going to be Kai. No matter what hero you put him on, Kai is running the lobby.
My God, he was server admin. He's smurfing everyone's peaks and just put him on the Cassidy. You need to hero ban him every time, but he'll pull out the Sojourn, the Freya, and even show us a little bit of the Xion. And you just know this guy's gonna be on top of learning any of the new heroes that come out in the future. You need to be meta-proof, and 1, 2, 3, 4, you're learning some of these niche things. Like, yes, Hammond, I would still consider to be niche. I would like to see more hero choices, of course, other than the Hammond, but clearly Golden Pants has shown that he can make it work anywhere, including even a King's Row when push comes to shove.
Yeah, like, the natural aptitude is what Kai really brings to the table. Let's quick look at one of his sprees, and what great, like, formation of that fight as well, coming through from Golden Pants to get them all into that singular zone so that Xion could just run through with the dual pistols and unload into all of them. It's been an absolute pleasure getting to watch Kai play again. And when they're like, yo, you want to cast EU or NA? Like, EU every day, baby. I want to see my boy Kai popping off.
The big congratulations to Peps and 1, 2, 3, 4 to make that big return. There's some serious talent, and for a lot of the veterans here, like we've brought up Kai, he's been around the block. This is not his first rodeo, so many years, and now you get to kind of develop and bring up this next generation of talent, that fresh blood that can give you kind of just also inspire you to keep fighting, because the careers are not over, not anytime soon.
Yeah, even for our teams that didn't make it through to OWCS, their careers are not over either. Because just because you don't make it into OWCS doesn't mean that you're done competing. Season 10 of FACEIT is just around the corner, and you can join at that link down below, fc.gg/join-s10, to make sure that you can compete with either your friends if you want to join up as a team, or find yourself a team using the new player finder feature to make sure that your skill set is put into a team where you can absolutely thrive and be the best Overwatch player you can be.
Yeah, because if you guys don't sign up, me and Leg Day will, and we're gonna ruin everybody.
That is a threat.
Right. That is a threat and a promise, okay? He's gonna lock the cat. I'm gonna go Bastion. and you're gonna get bombed. And I don't know if I could do it the way that Rav and etc. can do, but we're gonna try, and that's what's important. Have fun, go and try it out. What do you have to lose? Go and sign up on FACEIT, get your friends together, or look at the Find a Player, Find a Friend app that FACEIT has put out, so you don't have to do as much hard work sifting through social media and whatnot.
Yeah, if you're in the same SR as Lemon and I, like you're not the most champion player of all time. There's a new intermediate division that's coming into season 10 as well, between open and advanced, which means maybe if you're a little bit better than the open teams, but you're not quite dominating in advanced, you could find some closer and more fun games in the intermediate division. And that's also going to shrink down the sizes of the number of players in the upper tiers as well, so that those are going to be tighter games between teams that are in a bit more of a narrow bracket of skill level. So that's definitely going to improve season 10 as well, and make sure everyone has better opponents over the course of their season.
And just tomorrow, we're going to see some changes to Overwatch 2. But one thing that stayed the same is it's so great to be back. Like Dana, I've had a ton of fun covering EMEA. And big congratulations to Peps and 1234. We're making it back into OWCS, but around the corner, North America. And we're going to be speed running that. Our teams are ready to go. It's always Kenobi and Rich Red. They'll be jumping on the mic. Thank you all so much for watching, and stay tuned.
Hello and welcome, everybody, as we're here. I think I'm a little bit frozen, but you know what? That's okay. It's going to be, it's been a long time. I know I'm older, I'm decrepit, but we'll figure that out. So how is it going, everybody? It is Rich Rad here alongside Kenobi. It has been a long time, my friend, but I am so excited to be here. We already had some crazy EMEA, and now we're going to be in the NA part of it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the nostalgia just coursing over me right now. Back here with you. Couldn't ask to be here with anyone else besides you, my friend. I'm so glad to be here talking about some Overwatch again with you. Had a great time in EMEA with Lemon and Leg Day there casting that one. And we saw Team Peps almost get that reverse sweep, but just stopped at the very end by 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we're going over into NA here, Rich. And Season 9, I mean, has been fantastic so far. It closed with 595 teams. But Season 9 is not all we have to talk about, you know? There's Season 10 relatively soon, but here you can look about, I mean, this Season 9 numbers, look at all of this. My favorite's the damage dealt. I mean, that's my favorite one where it's like, that's a lot of damage.
I mean, you talk about the damage, but here's the thing, is like that center one for me is something that's so daunting. And when you really do realize the in-prize distribution over $500,000, like that's just wild to think collectively that it's just been dispensed amongst all of these individuals. And again, for those participating, coming in, building their own teams, getting themselves situated, competing at this type of level. And then again, with teams like this having an opportunity to now be able to transition into a more professional type of scene.
Yeah, now with Season 10 coming in relatively soon at the end of the next year as we wrap up Season 9 here, you can take a look at how we're going to be going there with the timeline. You have the Masters Relegation, then moving in very quickly to the Open qualifiers, then registration will close eventually on September. But one of the cool things about this Season 10, Rich, is that there's this new season's final bracket, the granddaddy of them all, where one bracket at the end of all playoffs where the best teams in every division meet with each other. So it's a complete cross between all of those, you know, qualifiers, all of those divisions between Masters and some of the other ones that we have. You have to move up and move downs. But hey, I mean, this is just one of those moments where I'm really loving that we get to see kind of that interpersonal matchups between some of those different divisions, and you can really test yourself against the best of the best.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when you're going against like such a amalgamation of talent like this and being able to put yourself against that across such a wide range is so fascinating. As we can take a look at the prize pools now, and again, talking about, like you're mentioning, those regions and what you're going to be playing against. We also do have it not only by region, but also by level of capabilities when we talk about, you know, all the way from, you know, the open to intermediate through up to masters and into finals, each one of them being able to, in their respective regions, getting that compensation and that prize pool opportunity to play for.
Yeah, and you might notice that that new intermediate division is something that's new here coming into Season 10. It, you know, adds a little bit, makes kind of the groups a little bit smaller, adds that 5th division. So maybe there's going to be some of those closer matchups, which we really like to see in Overwatch. You know, had one earlier with that reverse sweep. If we can get more of those, because that's really when Overwatch is at its peak. When you get those really close, nitty gritty punch versus punch type of matchups, that's where Overwatch shines.
Oh, 100%. And then we're going to be going into, like we mentioned, this next match, which is going to be fantastic to see between these two. We got to have some already shown. Bolskunk was, you know, such a great individual that gives us all of this different type of content from so many parts of the team. And we get to feature, of course, the highlight one here, but we did have the chance to now be able to dive a little bit more into it and now have it live here on the stream as we could take a look at that bracket. Again, we are going to be seeing this first match, which truly I think is going to be a good one. A little bit surprised at how the bracket fended off here over the course of the earlier matches today.
Yeah, Nightmare, it feels like ever since, you know, FACEIT started, you know, seeing on Bolskunk's stream how this team has been playing, it feels like they were kind of destined and angry. They wanted this position so bad for themselves, getting to that grand final. Now they're able to do so. They have qualified themselves into OWCS, and in that lower final that we're going to have starting things off between Cafe and between Disguised, this is a matchup where both of these teams were in OWCS NA last year. So one of them is not going to be going back. And when you look at the roster of both these teams, it would be surprising, especially for DSG, not to be back up in that OWCS NA regular season.
And that's got to be like a lingering thought in their mind, especially in the lower finals, because again, that really does allow them to then move in to compete against Nightmare, who's waiting in the wings, who had a really convincing match, that 3-0 that we had not too long ago, feeling really comfortable in the grand finals. They have that sense of, you know, relief in this position, but again, also still care about not only the prizing that they get, but also how they're going to be placed in seeding once they do face off against one of these two teams once we conclude this first series.
And Cafe and DSG did play each other in that regular season of OWCS NA. It was a 3-1 win for Cafe there, but the interesting thing about both these teams, when I was looking back at kind of the season coming into this one, to promo relegation, both of them had those moments where they like punched up to some very good opponents. Team Liquid they were punching up to, also punching up to SSG, like these teams that are incredibly strong on paper. You had some moments where you're like, okay, maybe Disguised or maybe the Cafe can pull something out of it, but they weren't just able to do so. And granted, when they last played, it was like midway through June, so a lot has changed since then, but we'll have to see how these two teams are going to come back into it.
We already got a good essence of what we look to have in the matches themselves here from EU. There has been some subtle changes from the NA portion, but it really does stick to a majority of what we've had consistently. Of course, Jetpack Cat being such a massive component to all of these different types of compositions. A little bit more of an adjustment when it comes to the DPS sector of it, and those unique adjustments to the tank. A lot of mobility. We've seen so much of the Hammond, but then there is those few occasions where we kind of deviate away from it due to those bans and or just map-specific counters to try and play against their opponent.
Yeah, and I think pick ban is definitely going to be important. We can start looking at the rosters for both of these teams as we want to get into these matchups as quick as possible, starting up with the Cafe. And man, again, the nostalgia for me, Rich, these are a lot of players that we know extremely well from collegiate, from tier 2, all the way back. A lot of these players are people that we know very well. And the last time these two teams played, Ryan was incredible throughout the entirety of the series on the Tracer. The Xion as well was absolutely fantastic. Ryan is someone who I'm going to be looking out for, because I think in the interview as well, I forgot who was in the interview, but one of the interviewers on the Cafe after they got the victory said, it's great to see Ryan be able to play things that they're good at and be able to carry, and we'll see if Ryan's going to be able to continue to do that here a couple months out.
Well, and again, with this one being so important, there's a lot riding on this one to continue moving into that, to guarantee that spot. There's going to be a lot of pressure, but also an opportunity to really shine in those moments when it matters most among anything else.
Yeah, and we can take a look here soon at the Disguised roster. And one of the things about this roster, I mean, you look at it on paper, you got PG, Rocket, Tread, Skyle, Kiwi, McGravy, who is the coach but is a stand-in. Like, even that, you just think about it, how, like, these are a lot of accomplished people in the Overwatch esports scene. And for them to be, 6th coming down into OWCS, I don't believe they even won a single series in OWCS NA this stage. Now coming into this, they were sent to the losers or the lower bracket very early. So maybe this is kind of like a kick in the pants for them, where it's like, you need, like, you know how Saiyans, when they lose a fight, they get stronger. Maybe that's like what they needed, was to like feel that they were just one series away from being relegated for them to get that power up and get back into OWCS.
We need a lot of those Zenzu beans. Got to make sure we've got a pocket full of them to guarantee that they can get that recovery between each of these series to gain that extra strength. But yeah, I absolutely agree. And again, being able to see just some of these names that you and I have been so long a part of commentating and seeing just in their professional career, and seeing them now again in this moment of where they want to continue holding that placement and allow themselves to still be in that level of competition, they're going to do everything they can to still reside there.
Yeah, I mean, I remember Rocket. I think Rocket, and I remember the duo of Rocket and Chopper winning the final contender season that we had on the Tracer. I mean, and I've been very much a fan of Rocket. I think Xion is also something that would be very good in Rocket's hero pool. The Tracer's always kind of been there, but again, with these two teams, a lot of pressure on the line, especially because of the fact that they were both up in that OWCS NA, and now one of them is unfortunately going to get bounced down into Mastered.
And again, as we go into our first map, we're going to have Oasis be the selection. So it'll be curious to see how we're going to start out the gate with those picks and bans. As again, we really see the methodical selection typically on Jetpack Cat and or
where's Cat?
Even like, where is it going to be? It's basically which map and when it's going to be, not whether or not it's happening.
And I mean, there are times where like the teams, it feels like they might just handshake and be like, okay, we just kind of want to play Cat with each other. And it's like, all right, well, then we start looking at some other places. Ramattra is going to be taken off the board first from the Cafe. And then, so that means Disguised going to be thinking about, more towards those DPS, more towards those supports. I wonder if we're going to start seeing some hit scan. It's actually going to be the Kiriko that's going to be taken off the board. Definitely a very strong pick. I mean, Suzu, just one of the best cooldowns, I think you could argue, in the game in its entirety since release. Like, Suzu, even through all the nerfs in that, still very strong. So now with the Ramattra not going to be there, this is, leading towards some Mauga potentially. Zarya, I think, is definitely possible. But on Oasis, it's also, you can have some differentiation when you go to those different types of submaps. One where there's some little more high ground, Diva can be played. But this does also leave open Xion, which is one of the things I talked about with Ryan. Ryan was very adept on that hero, and we'll see if he's going to be able to continue in a matchup like this.
And what with Xion being so present, I mean, you look at a lot of the new hero selections that have been brought into it. Xion is the most prevalent that we've had of recent play. I mean, of course, Jetpack Hack's still been sticking around for a long time. But like outside of that, when you take a look at the alternative option, it's been very dry in that sense with some of the newer hero selections. We're going to those more old reliables, or what we've seen for such a long-standing time, just because of the combination of mobility and then also the synergy with the support line that is particularly going into those maps.
And because Cat is going to be available, that means there is, we saw it a lot in EMEA, that ability to just pick up your hit scan, just move them around the map and just have them shoot from on high like an AC 130. On a map like this that we're starting off with here on University, probably not going to be as focused in that regard, but once we get to those more open maps, that's potentially where we can see that Jetpack Cat come in. But this is going to be a little bit more of a brawly style that we're going to be seeing from both these teams, a little bit more close quarters combat, and we can already see Disguise. Looks like they're going to be starting, both these teams going to be starting off on the Divas, so having that ability to really go aggressive with those flankers that we're going to be seeing from Disguise is potentially where we're going to be looking.
Only moments away from beginning this series that matters so much between these two teams as we enter in onto that University and see who's going to be able to claim it first. We get that quick movement, and we're actually going to look to have Mizuki coming out as the support. We've seen very minimal usage of this, but there is still a lot of value that can be brought.
Yeah, there screams a lot of aggression here from Disguise, being able to use these double flankers and go very aggressive with the Diva. Nice nade to start things off, but we'll just put a little bit of pressure down onto PDK, and it's actually being very slow at the start.
Very heavy rotation, though. Got to come in quickly. PGE gets a nice elimination out the gate, bringing down that DPS line. Follow through on the rest, especially Ryan with that flanking tracer type of play. Easy dominance out front by Disguise, and we'll be able to take this first.
Yeah, I think that's just a little bit of aggression from PDK not respecting that ability for that aggression to come down and that pincer maneuver, those flankers, and very mobile DPS being able to take him out, as Grape somehow just falls over in a fight like this, and that's just going to be more percentage taken off the clock right now, as you can see Disguise doing something I really love here, just holding this positioning, getting as much percentage as possible, and making it difficult for the Cafe to enter, especially when all you have is a Zarya, really means that there's going to be so much poke that's going to go really unblocked.
Ooh, nice Bionade to start, letting him play a little bit hesitant. Early pickup as well onto Ryan. Slight disjointedness, so that gives the numbers advantage here. And realistically, the Cafe is not going to really be able to move in just yet until they get back into it, but PGE's not going to give them ground to settle and regroup for that. So another elimination comes in onto the support, and it staggers further.
Yeah, these early picks are disastrous because you can see as soon as Disguise know they have an advantage with the mobility that they have, they're just being so aggressive, taking down those numbers, swarming like wasps onto the Cafe, and the Cafe haven't really been able to get a single footing, and you look at the ultimates coming here for Disguise, you've got that Nano, you've got a Pulse Bomb, it's looking great for them.
Decent shots from that side angle. Attempting to try and find someone vulnerable in the back, drops down towards the middle. Looks for that booster to get back up towards the rear position as it's 70%. Like, giving some ground as there is a nice dive to come into the back line. Heavy aggression by PGE to follow alongside. And there's actually going to be, it looks like, a disconnect here mid-combat in that from the Cafe. So they're going to have to be very, very careful. Just looking to try and wait until that fight's going to end. We'll give it a hot second for that reconnection, but that's something you really, I mean, it's unfortunate to see, but realistically, granted, better to have it at the start of the game.
I don't think it would have mattered. It also, I'm not sure it would have mattered too much in the grand scheme of what that fight was looking like, because the way that, I mean, we saw DSG being able to pull back, make sure that that High Noon got no value whatsoever, because there's not a cat just throwing it and dangling it up on top of you right there, being able to move it around. Really good understanding of, pushing back, respecting that incoming damage, and then knowing that you have an advantage with the Nano to just go and aggressively throw it onto Xion, and you're probably going to be able to get one kill whatsoever. You're right, though. Better now than, when it's really important later in the series. But DSG, I mean, looking really good on map one. Let's not be map one Andes. The greatest, the great thing that we always say is, lads, it's map one, it's control. Let's go ahead and keep this going. But I've got to say, Disguise looking very clean the way that they've been playing this so far.
There's going to be one last attempt here. It's going to be a challenging one, but again, it's just more so timing and how that happened. As we do see the ultimate available, 2 of them specifically. Going to keep an eye on PGE. Tread can also have that self-destruct as well, which is going to play very far forward. Goes heavily into this, not really wanting to give any opportunity for the Cafe to get into this to really compete against it. Ultimate used more so aggressively to get back onto this position for those that were looking to flank into the back to keep it under contention, but this overtime is just going to wick away so rapidly.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be stagger picks at this point. And realistically, from basically the moment go, as soon as PDK had that very aggressive dive into the backline, there wasn't really a moment where the Cafe ever had a foothold in this game. And it was because of the way that the Disguise was moving. They were being so aggressive. And those first picks were just so disastrous. Like, so much, I'd say about 30 to 40% of the point was just milked away because of the fact that these picks were happening so early. And then they just fell apart like a house of cards. I mean, you could see just, you know, we're not, okay, 37 for PDK, that doesn't count. We're not counting that. That doesn't look that way. That's not real. But I mean, you can already see just by the stats just how, you know, much more value we've been getting from the DPS of Disguise because they've been moving around so well with the unit. I think the coordination has been spectacular, and we'll see if they can continue it here.
Entering into round 2, seeing what type of adjustments they may have compositionally. Still going to keep Kiwi on the Mizuki, though. Still feeling that that's valuable, as they've already been able to get some with that initial round. Tread playing in that window position, getting some access, and these Bionades have been so fantastic coming through by Disguised and really causing multiple members to either be hit by it and having to elude out of the way so that they're not going to get picked up.
Yeah, I do like the support line changes that we're seeing right here from the Cafe going into a more safe one with the Brigitte and with the Baptiste. So you can already see PGE tries to go in aggressively, but gets taken out by Ryan. And you can already see how much more value and how much more safe this backline is right now.
Rocket looking for that elimination early onto Ryan. Can't quite find it, has to force the recall, but back more towards the point. You're going to see an easy pickup here, only really giving up a small percentage because those picks finally came through.
Yeah, now you're going to see PG going over to that Sojourn just to offer a little bit more of that long-range potential to match up against PDK because you don't want to be running all of these like flankers into this backline. And actually, the Zarya is going to come through as well, so Sniper has to play a little bit more carefully here, has to be worried about that potential energy beaming them down and making it difficult to maneuver around the map.
PDK could be in a very vulnerable state, but has some assistance up the stairway. Nice separation as well, coming in from PGE with that disruptor shot to block anyone pushing out further. That's a very aggressive dive in, though, seeing what Rocket can gain, forces out the recall, but PDK really still able to find this off angle, getting some damage out there. Not as many clean shots, but still some shots that are necessary to try and climb towards that ultimate as it swapped back over. The rotation comes through. The Cafe has to abandon it for the moment to try and find a more optimal position to engage into this as Tread drops down. High energy, 100%, looking to eviscerate that Diva since it can't mitigate it and bypassing the shield that's there onto Graves. But you've got the rally. The defensive nature is there. It gives the protection as a Bionade comes from the back. PDK across the side looks for the pick, but nobody's going to poke their heads out, and they survive through it.
Yeah, Diva currently isn't in mech right now, and that should be enough for them to win this. Immortality Field goes out, and it's not going to be enough to keep the health bars up for the side of the Cafe. They're going to end up going down just with a couple more staggers right here. Really, really clutch nano coming in onto Tread. Even though that it looked a little bit scuffed getting the Brigitte down, eventually the charge was just too much and Sniper wasn't able to hold themselves upright. And that's only a singular ultimate for Disguise to win that fight. So now they'll come back into this one, 4 in their back pocket, looking fantastic when it comes to that ultimate economy.
Curious on how they'll want to integrate these into this next fight. Getting an off angle on some shots. Can't quite find anything. Looking for a spree that'll be worthwhile. Nice protective shielding onto Rocket. Continuing to try and keep Tread's damage amplification even higher with how much charge is available. Second bonus active. Now looks to dodge out of the way of the pulse bomb. Doesn't clip anybody. Not even a small amount of damage as the high ground is completely delved onto. Grab into this. And you're going to see, okay, just some mitigation there. Ultimately, with Kiwi dropping the ultimate, blocking all of that incoming fire, but realistically, it's not working out too well initially. Disguised has to rotate towards and away from the point, so that gives the opportunity for Cafe to swing it back.
Yeah, not sure exactly what happened with that Graviton Surge, but that was definitely not what they were looking for in that team fight. But they still have members, Tread relatively okay on the charge, and they're going to try and run back into this one, see if they can hold and get back this point.
Last opportunity now, as we're approaching that 100%. Dive again, nice displacement to drop the D.Va down below. Shackled coming through, Mizuki goes down, Grapes get the pick up on the counterpart. This is only 10% left. Sniper out of the mech, Rocket gets the dive onto the back line to cause some problems, and Tread is once again at 100 energy and vaporizing those in front. That disruption shot gets that extra ticking damage and slows down, so Disguised is able to switch it back.
Yeah, Tread putting them in the microwave right there with the nano boost as well. Very expensive fight, though, for Disguised, and they actually make some swaps in terms of bringing Kiwi onto that Lucio, so a little bit more momentum. Actually, Cat is going to come through just at the very end, but look at Cafe with these ultimates. They have a chance here in this last fight territory to win it with the amount of complete advantage they have.
Chance to potentially go into contention, dives out forward, but again, it leaves you very vulnerable for Tread to find an opportunity onto Scuffed. Easy sleep as well onto PDK, completely nullified onto this, forcing out again really that ultimate just to block some of the incoming fire to keep it under contention. And even PDK is like, oh, okay. As Rocket sweeps through, grabbing Grapes in the back, so there's no more support assistance, and it's a slow, steady bleed right now for Disguise to be able to take this and claim this first map.
Disguise looking really good, clutching that one out against an ultimate deficit there. And I think the rotation was just a little bit disjointed from the Cafe. I mean, Scuffed died so early in that team fight, and you can't have that happen, especially with the Baptiste, where you have that immortality field, you have Ant Matrix. Those are very key cooldowns that you need in a last fight like that, and they just weren't going to be there, especially with the amount of healing that is outputted with the Baptiste. And then if your other, if your other healer is Brigitte, it's not going to be enough to be able to keep you through a very charged Tread. So Disguised looking clean on this first map, but remember, lads, just control. Don't be game one Andes. The Cafe can still come back. I believe actually the last time these two teams played, it was DSG who won that first map on Oasis. So anything can happen, but man, really Disguised looking clean. That thing we said about getting so close to being eliminated with one series, now coming through that lower bracket with everything to play for to get back into OWCS NA. Maybe this is kind of them feeling themselves a little bit, because that was just clean on all accounts.
Yeah, it really was. And again, just also, even when those few kind of engagements didn't go their way, they were more than comfortable to refrain from overcommitting. They gave themselves distance. They knew how to recover in it, even if they only gave up a few percentages here and there. But then they could be like, all right, we have now our window of opportunity. We found the other weaknesses. These are the couple picks that were necessary. And then we can really stroll into that.
Yeah, I mean, the macro, I think, was really impressive from Disguised in the way that they were rotating around the map. I really liked the double flex support look from them at the start of this. That really, I think, caught the Cafe off guard, because a lot of the heroes, Cassidy is very good against something like these double flex, but you only have one flash, right? You only are able to get one of them down, so it's either, you put it on Tread, put it on Xion or Tracer, and then it's really difficult to stay alive, even with Cassidy being as high health as he is. And then we had those changes from the Cafe, but respect to Disguised as well for making the changes themselves, putting PGE onto that Sojourn, making themselves a little bit more of that long-range one-shot potential, and it ended up working out really well for them.
And we'll see how it continues when we break out of this. Gosh, it's just whenever you see a Zarya with this much charge on it, it's so wild to me, and just how much it can just pump. Yeah, and nanoed, yeah, everything. It's just like, okay, I'm the supercharged beam cannon, and you're just gonna have to deal with it. Oh, I'm sorry, that's right, you've been disintegrated.
Yeah, and that is a Tread. I mean, it is a Tread staple being on that Zarya, and I mean, looking fantastic, as map 2 is going to be Dorado, where we're going to be going to next. This is where we see a lot of those long, hit scan has kind of always reigned on maps like this, especially when you're in that long to mid range, Ashe, Widowmaker, things like that. Sojourn and Cassidy still get played. I think we saw earlier in NA today, or in EMEA, we did see some Cassidy and some Jetpack Cat shenanigans, so definitely possible. Jetpack Cat always kind of changes the game a lot of the time with what we see, but we'll see. And there it is. Okay,
well,
so
there it is.
Yeah, there it is. No Jetpack Cat there. It's going to be just a regular hit scan duel. No shenanigans with high noons, AC 130s. It's going to be an honest duel, and then Tracer's going to be taken away. Interesting that Disguise is taking the Tracer. That means that Rocket's not going to be playing it, so maybe they've got some, maybe Rocket plays the Xion, and then you can have PGE play one of those patented hit scan.
And it's just, again, really being able to focus on, or if it's, like you're mentioning, Rocket is so proficient on this, which we've seen forever, that what other opportunity it might be. And Xion, as we've seen, has had some really great value. And whether it's just being able to zone or push back certain individuals because of that mobility that you get with the ultimate. You can really just kind of corral certain others or look for that sidestep opportunity to find a off angle.
Yeah, and I think this is actually a map where in the last series that we didn't see on broadcast against Extinction, Disguised 3-0'd this. So it was a very convincing win for them earlier in the bracket. And we'll see what they're going to be bringing to the table in terms of the DPS pick, because that's really going to be the most interesting thing for me. And there is going to be no hit scan on the defensive side right now, but Cafe has the opportunity to do that themselves.
And again, I was curious if it was more of just going to be like a control map type of decision from Kiwi, but it's something we're seeing repetitively. And I am just pleasantly surprised that we get something that hasn't been as proficient, or not as proficient, but as like relevant in what we've talked about. Even when we looked at EUs earlier, you really didn't see Mizuki at all. Like it was just not even used in the composition. So there is this type of diversity you're seeing, even when we talk about different, regions. And even here now, Rocket also going on to the patented Mei.
Yeah, Mei is going to be... It's interesting that the Mei... I mean, it still does have a little bit of range to it. Not necessarily the same as a hit scan, but you do have some really good ability to dissect the map a little bit with wall, make it difficult for some of these dives to come through if you're going to be on this Winston that we're going to see Astro piloting right now. So I think this is actually going to be a pretty decent pickup for them, but if you're the Cafe, you're going to try and go slow, make sure you don't, and that's exactly what happens. The Mei wall makes it so difficult for the Winston to maneuver there, and that's no tank, and that's going to be a retreat back to spawn for the Cafe.
You're going to see a reevaluation of that instantly. A collapse onto the back line, the heavy mobility, just defense matrix soaking up all that damage. So it's an easy pincer and a cleanup by Disguise as we look to see them go once again here. Astro and Grapes having to wait for the rest to come back online.
You can see PGE is actually going to forego the Xion, knowing that dueling with the Kiriko, not really the most fun. So going to be going on to that Cassidy, making life honestly even more difficult for Astro as, that's a nice nade that actually takes all the pressure off of Tread, because Tread was getting taken down so low, but the Cafe had to respect that nade incoming damage.
Now pushing up through the archway here, funneling once again so much of that damage, but Astro playing the high ground, looking for an opportunity on the side if there's someone that they can coordinate with to dive in as a collective unit, causing some disruption to the defensive position from Disguised. Not yet seeing an opening just yet until they can collectively group once their abilities are back online. Nice push through the underpass. You do have that defense matrix, but now once again, Astro in a dangerous place. The wall comes up, but finds an avenue to escape and get out. A nano blasted across the court, and you can see that now there is an instant exchange. Astro has to flee, doesn't want to get collectively taken down, but that causes some separation from the rest of the team, so they can easily cycle back to Scuffed and Grapes.
Self-destruct is going to bring Tread back into mech in time. PGE is not in this fight, so that is a little bit of damage that is lost for Disguise, but they have, I think, the sustainability to continue to hold this. The Cafe feels like what they're doing is just trying to get all of these ultimates in time, get that Kitsune Rush, and then try and make an advancement when Disguise are a little bit on the back foot.
Move forward. There is the Kitsune Rush across the center. Nice ult to counter by Kiwi, trying to prevent some of the projectiles that are tossed through. Some retreat for the moment. Space will be gained. PDK looks to try and find anyone in this opening and unfortunately falls short.
Yeah, Astro is not having a fun time playing Overwatch. This is another fantastic wall from Rocket. And Astro, I mean, every time that Astro is going into these fights, you've got the chains from Mizuki, you've got sleep darts, you've got the flashbangs from Cassidy. It's just very hard to pilot this Winston. Luckily, in this next fight, you're going to have Primal Rage, hopefully, to be able to stay alive a little bit longer. But then you're walking into a blizzard in this very enclosed area, and you only have a minute left. So you get one, maybe two fights, but with how slow the Cafe has been trying to get into them, it's probably only just going to be the one.
Needs an ultimate to be quite valuable here. Peeks around the corner, Bio. There's the Primal active. Looks for the juggle as PGE moves out into the open. A lot of low health values here from Disguise. They have to tuck back for a moment so they can stabilize. Ryan looks for an off angle, goes aggressively, just bypasses the wall, goes for the ult, but is attempting to get out of the spear, does get chilled on the exterior, and is unable to find any follow-up. Rocket at least gets one, but is it going to be enough to withstand this onslaught coming in from the Cafe? Ryan getting the counterpart on PGE, no longer having to worry about the hit scan as they're cycling back into this. You have that retreat by Astro, giving some space and looking for the health back. There's a quick Suzu to try and give some assistance here and try and survive through through this damage that's coming in from Disguise. Self-destruct to block the choke, looking for the reset. Back into the mech to dive back into the attack as Astro goes in for a second attempt. Topping themselves up, but no ultimate this time around. Gets chipped away and brought to their knees. Overtime is dwindling. They unfortunately can't quite hit the checkpoint in time. Just under 3 meters denied for that first round one.
I mean, this is a new look Disguise that we're seeing right now. They are firing on all cylinders. The macro decision making, the hero composition that they have is just so strong. And it felt like the Cafe really was just a little bit stubborn. I'd say, you know, Winston, I get it. It's like a very good hero. You have that ability, you know, you want to get to that Primal Rage in time, but the way that they were just making Astro's life completely miserable. Like if I'm playing in this scenario and I'm Astro and I'm a tank player, I'm just, I might like Alt F4 after this game. Like, I mean, it's that difficult because of how well Disguised have been focusing down this Winston. And once that Winston is gone, there's nothing else to be able to block the nades, the incoming headshots coming in from Rocket, and the shots from PG. It's just so difficult for them to maneuver if they don't have that Winston. And the other thing about Winston that's different from D.Va is that you don't have Matrix. So Skyle is continuously hitting these nades and taking that pressure off or making it difficult for the Cafe to really aggress like they would want to. And now we'll see if they can make what I'd say is a Herculean defense here with how well Disguised have been playing.
Well, and if we build even further, not only from your perspective when we cross-reference and compare D.Va versus Winston, it's also just really having to be much more calculated for the Winston because you don't have that on-demand mobility like you do with the D.Va. Like, you really have to be so cognizant of how you're utilizing it.
And we'll see. Reaper's going to be here just offering a little bit more sustainability and frontline punch here for the side of the Cafe. PG looking for a shot on that Widowmaker. Bubble is really well placed by Astro to block some of that off, but PG still sticking on it.
Yeah, looking to see what kind of value can be brought. Big shot out the gate on a PDK. Go for a second and get scuffed. Do we have a third in line? This one's going to be a lot more of a big target to hit, but it's going to be even more challenging as takes a snooze, though. And those two initial picks are absolutely critical to give Disguise this opening.
The Dark Lord has risen. PG on the Widowmaker gets those 2 picks at the start, completely wipes out the defense of the Cafe, goes over to the Cassidy, and now it's just desperation measures for the Cafe. They have nothing to work with. They have to win this completely in the neutral.
See now, barrier already placed out front. Bionade within. PG can't
they don't even
stick on it. They try to rotate around to find an opportunity of potentially maybe grabbing either PGE or Rocket, but in doing so, they step too far away from it inside the building. And PGE is gonna get the play of the game here. And it's one of those, it may be short and it may be sweet, but man, is it clean.
Oh, you can't do this, PDK. You can't do that when the Dark Lord is on the other side. You got to respect the incoming real potential there. Ends up going down, but it doesn't matter. PGE did his job well enough, and Disguised is 1 map win away from going back in to OWCS, bringing themselves back up through a really tough season, then getting taken down to the lower bracket so early, and now just looking like a team that it's surprising that they're even in a position like this, Rich. I feel like if they're playing like this against a team that's the Cafe that is very adept themselves, why are they even in the lower bracket at all?
Yeah, I mean, they've right now shown that they are on fire. They are absolutely paying attention to how to coordinate as a collective. Like, this is a perfect example of where they're reading the play beautifully. They're watching their opponent and looking at the weaknesses that are presented to them and fully exploiting them. And if they can continue to do that and allow themselves to at least maintain this level-headedness, I could easily see them making this a 3-0.
Yeah, now I'm like, and you know, it always comes back to kind of like what the picks and bans are going to be like. And when I look at Disguised, I mean, they just have, it feels like they have so many options, right? Like, are we starting to ban Mizuki at this point? Because the way that they've been playing it, you mentioned it at the start of the map, the way that Kiwi is utilizing the CC that you have, the chains, the way it's comboing with the rest of the team, like, maybe even an Ana ban because Skyle is doing such a good job. Like, there's just so many things that I've been impressed with Disguised so far. And again, 1 map away from getting back into the OWCS. I bet all the Disguised fans, all the PGE fans are happy. They saw a Widow pop-off moment. That's kind of all we can ask for in a series like this. But hey, job's not done. We've seen potential reverse sweeps happen before. Still got to play that last map.
Absolutely. It's not over until the fat lady sings, as we're going to be having that coming up here shortly. I cannot wait. I mean, these highlights just literally, I love, again, it's like, what is it? Beauty and simplicity is when they talk about it and looking at things like that. It's just so clean. It's so easy. And it's one of those kind of out there decisions where it's like, even you kind of said it like, oh, they're going to keep the Widow. Yeah. If you get what you need out of it, it is PG. Done and dusted.
If there's anyone who can do it, it's PG. Definitely, the Dark Lord can definitely turn fights like that. That's kind of what she does in a lot of these scenarios, and they're definitely just broke that defense completely in half, like Bane broke Batman's back in The Dark Knight Rises. But to go into our next map here, it is going to be Mayban coming in from the cap. I mean, if they're going to play Winston, this makes sense to me because Rocket was just the anti-fun ranger of the Winston play from Astro that round, not even letting that Winston get back to the team. The walls were perfect, and it's going to be Ramatra taking a lot. Not a lot of Ramatra fans here between these two teams.
Yeah. And then we're going to go on to New Junk City. Okie dokie. Let's see how that's going to be able to unfold. Again, with this one, having that initial arena and where you look to take that first initial point, I think is really kind of like that stage and setup to where you need to understand how you're going to find value. And with so much heavy mobility coming out from these teams and the types of hero selections that they have, I'm so curious to see what avenues they're going to look to try and take to get that early advantage.
Yeah, and I wonder, the Mayban is also, May and Ramatra are perfect bans for this map in particular because, with how Rocket was playing with those walls, I would never want to play in these enclosed areas on this map where you have the ability for Rocket to just win a fight with wall by himself. So I like this decision making. It's going to be Tread going to be on the Zarya. I was thinking it was going to be that, especially because you don't have, like, Diva can be played, but it's more of this, like, flat area, so Malga doesn't surprise me either. It's going to be a little bit of a push and pull here between these two teams because Malga kind of instantly is very good, doesn't need to charge up that much, whereas Zarya and Sojourn as well kind of need a little bit of that time. So if you're going to be disguised here, you're going to need to play a little bit carefully around that incoming potential burst damage and really respect until you get Tread very high up on that charge. And that's what Rocket's here for, to be able to go in, make some space, get some charge onto Zarya, and really let Tread cook.
Swinging that Claymore to the best of your ability. Quickly diving on the back with the assistance. Maybe gonna be able to get out of here. Barely able to do so with 3 HP. And then I say, well, maybe not. Ryan's just gonna come around the backside. And Astro plays full force fronting that squad and is gonna make quick work of Disguised.
And that is one of the dangers that you have. And you can see Rocket's kind of just gonna go off of the Vendetta just to because Tread gave both bubbles to Rocket early in that fight and didn't get a ton of value out of them, ton of charge, so it really made that fight difficult. And Cafe were very patient. Once the bubbles were on, they made that engagement onto Astro, took out the backline members, and now Rocket's just going to go a little bit more self-sustained, going to go to that Reaper, makes it a little bit difficult for Malga, because Malga is that big boy, and Reaper loves putting those Hellfire shotguns into his chest.
Reposition now into the back, seeing which body they can get close enough with to put those shells in, but Rocket goes down instantly. Hyper focus. Grapes starting to squeeze the life out of him. So it's 50% in climbing, and once again, Cafe looking real dominant out the gate for this one. They're not done yet.
Yeah, they really need the Reaper and the damage that comes in. Rocket's actually going to go over to the Tracer, so just trying to match Ryan. It feels a little bit like musical chairs right now. Mystery heroes for Disguisers to trying to gain a foothold. They're already at 75%, so last fight territory here. Is there any way for Disguise to get into this team fight? It'll be very difficult.
Tread just lobbing damage in from a distance. Disruptor shot zones for the moment to force them back. A Kitsune rush from Scuffed is going to be critical to use across the battlefield here. Will there be a chance to drop down? They go in for the overtime, and that's the go button for the Kitsune rush to drop down from Scuffed, looking to get this in the overtime. PGE and the overclock get some decent bodies onto Astro, but is still surviving through it. Ryan, with that pulse bomb, has not found a target. It is going to swap back over in desperation. Astro retreating up the stairway to stick close to the supports to get top back up, but still in a dangerous position.
Yeah, they need to get Tread into this team fight because Tread is so high charge, but really good disengage from the Cafe, moving all the way back. So now Tread's going to lose that charge that was so in their favor right then. And now the Cafe, you look at them, they have a sound barrier to work with. They can get a little bit aggressive and make it difficult for Disguise to hold this fight.
Ryan, stealthily coming from the side, goes in for the collapse. Can't quite do so. There's a great sound barrier from the Cafe to give them some strength, as it's going to be not the best of grab usage. With 100 energy still can suffice. but unfortunately with the pickup onto one of the supports, it's really only relying on the Kiwi, which doesn't have the throughput of the healing to be able to top up Tread. So finally, you're going to have the Cathay manage to take it back and look to claim this first round.
Yeah, and Tread's just going to say, all right, well, I'm going to go over to the D.Va. Not the best grab from Tread. Big Tread head myself, but the grabs not necessarily up to the standard we know of Tread, so going to be going over to the D.Va just to offer a little bit more potential to get into that backline, a little bit more mobility, because the D.Va just hasn't been able to get into those team fights like we wanted to see, and it's already 1-0 for the Cafe. Still keeping in some important ultimates, got that Pulse Bomb ready. Pulse Bomb comes in from Rocket, manages to find PDK, so that's no overclock.
Counter, potentially, doesn't quite get the value, but at least Scuffed is there to assist, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, but you've lost the support, so it's a lot onto Disguise right now. With this Ana, you're going to have to be so cognizant in how you're keeping up the team and where the aggression's going to come from. Scuff throws into the Kitsune Rush, managing to try and get the emphasis on the aggression forward, rotating around the back with Grapes, giving that mobility to give that extra speed to counteract against Disguise. Both DPS are gone, and now it's going to be Disguise dwindling and giving this second flashpoint for now.
Yeah, Ryan is starting to schmoove and groove right now on this Tracer, being so good at just getting into that back line. Kiwi going down, like you mentioned, puts so much pressure onto Skyle to be able to keep the rest of the team healed up. And when you have someone who's as good as Ryan in your face as an Ana, it's very unlikely you're going to be able to, unless you hit that sleep, very unlikely you're going to be able to heal the rest of your team. So Disguise still trying to find their foothold in this map so far. The Cafe at 50%, halfway there to another one. Are they going to be waiting for PG to try and get this overclock and then go in, get a little bit aggressive here? PDK has one on the other side as well.
Overclock approaching. Hesitancy on engagement just yet, as they need something to contribute into this. Overclock active now by PDK first, sliding forward right into the disruptor shot, and there's way too much damage bottleneck into that side room that they were not ready for. So now the Cafe is going to be overrun instantly, and realistically they only had to contribute PGE's ultimate into that, and they're going to have now almost 4 to contribute towards this next one, and even a great stagger onto Scuff.
Yeah, it was a really good... I think the Cafe had the right idea going that aggressive with that engagement, that the peel was so fantastic from Disguise. A really nice change from Kiwi, took Ryan out of that fight completely. And now the Cafe going over to the Orisa just to offer a little bit more of that spam and a little CC with the... with that Javelin as well. Ryan coming up towards a Pulse Bomb relatively soon here, but you've got that ultimate from Mizuki, so you are going to be able to block potentially that coming through, and you also got to be worried about Tread with the defense matrix.
Nano out instantly. Tread diving forward to aggress onto Astro. Javelin keeping some distance. Nice displacement for now, and only contributes 1, but still 2 waiting in the wings here for Disguise.
Yeah, no real value. Didn't get any ultimates out of the Cafe either. Really just gave them ultimate charts for their supports to be able to come back into this one with some key ones. You got that sound barrier. There's no real defensive ultimate for Disguise, but Ryan goes down.
Yeah, Kiwi had a great synergy and well-timed position to engage onto that. Now entering close to that 100%. Great pickup by Pulse, but unfortunately, well, I was gonna say unfortunately, but maybe that's going to just be an opportunity just to clean this up. Yeah, because the supports are gone. They couldn't get Scuff's Kitsune Rush out in time to give that extra necessary assistance. So that's going to be a flashpoint here going in favor of Disguised.
Yeah, really good clutch from Disguise there, being able to win that. It looked a little bit shaky, but I think these Mizuki Ultimate actually did a lot of work in terms of just separating that fight and blocking a lot of those projectiles that made it so that Cafe had to play a little bit more split, and Ryan could not get that Pulse Bomb off. Really clutch plays coming in from Disguise to get themselves into 1-1. Looks like we are going to have a pause here eventually when these two teams... The rest is getting taken down very low, though. They're still fighting for it. I mean, it's still going on.
Yeah, with the engagement beginning with the pause, it'll have to most likely be for conclusion, so they'll do the best they can for now. Ryan low underneath has the Pulse Bomb, but Tread gets an elimination, but they're also about to be demech themselves. They're getting close enough to the supports to top them back up, but since there's so much health being funneled into Tread, PGE has no assistance. Astro with a great pull in from the ultimate to Terror Surge to eliminate Skyle. So they've lost their front line. The trades have come through. Self-destruct tucked down too far below to really gain any explosion radius that's beneficial, but they actually still managed to get the point regardless.
Yeah, they're still fighting here, but there's a lack of healing right now for Disguised on this point. They need to get these supports back in before the Cafe can try and regress. They do manage to get so, and Tread will start being topped up. Tread playing very carefully around this geometry. Nano going to be available for Sky with all that healing you're going to get off the back end, and they're probably going to send Tread in aggressively to try and get to that back line.
Taking that right angle, Kitsune across the center, now attempting to counteract against it. Diving forward, has that Ooh, maybe gonna look to try and contribute it. Rotating around. PDK taking a wide rotate towards an off angle as Tread survives the incoming fire. Great shutdown onto Ryan, so they don't have to worry so much about that flanking. Big eat as well, yes, by Astro. Again, just such a heads-up play by the Cafe to try and turn this back around, even though it's already at 70% in favor of Disguise. Overclock needs to be contributed into this if they find themselves at the disadvantage, but they've been really able to hold their own for now until they're going to take the last few picks on the remaining bodies here from the Cafe, looking to approach this 100%.
I mean, this was so crisp and clean by Disguised in this entire point. The way that they rotated around their ultimates, the way that they were able to play safely when they knew they did had a disadvantage and get those members back in where it could have been a disastrous fight if they had taken it, but they look so clean. Really loving what they're doing with these nanos. Even if Tread isn't getting a ton of value in terms of just the kill feed or the ultimate charge or the damage, just pushing basically half the team back because you have to be worried about the threat of that diva and then making it so difficult for the rest of the team to link up has just been phenomenal so far. And Rich, they're one sub-map away from getting back into OWCS NA.
Yep, and with such prowess and just being able to show dominance here as Astro now attempts to try and go head-to-head with the Diva, dropping down below, mitigating, but having to reposition up top again, separating and just regrouping with the team.
Pitching Ryan getting up towards the pulse bomb relatively soon. Still have the self-destruct from Tread, so this is going to be a fight that's going to last a long time.
Yep, this ebb and flow down on the low ground is going to be very difficult between the two. Tread and Astro doing everything they can to try and handle one another as the pulse bomb from Ryan looks for the pick in the back, gets the stick, and will be able to eliminate Skyle. Both supports are down. Disguised is in a dangerous position despite losing Astro, but it's a worthwhile exchange as the Cafe is going to be able to take the eliminations and get this flashpoint first.
Yeah, really clutch pulse there from Ryan, because if Skyle is in that fight still, Tread most likely doesn't die at all because of the healing that you're going to be throwing out with the nano on top of you, and Disguised fortunately aren't able to get that first one if you're a fan of theirs. The Cafe, they're going to be looking pretty right now with on this defense, being able to hold, being able to poke so far with PDK. You also have the Kiriko who's going to be able to potentially get some headshots, and you've got the Kitsune Rush too to work with. This is a great position for the Cafe.
Nice disruptor shot the zone back, aggression forward, having to force a retreat. PGE being very reactive, though, unfortunately. You're going to see both supports still going down. Again, detriment here for Disguise. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board for this next engage.
Yeah, really good engagement, or aggressive engagement from the Cafe, utilizing the advantage of the Kitsune Rush and knowing that there wasn't going to be enough peel. If Skyle misses that one sleep dart, it's completely over. So we're going to be seeing Disguise try and get back into this one. They do have a couple of ultimates in their back pocket, though.
Down below, you can see Ryan playing cautious, knowing that everybody sees down below. But Astro's going to stick close. 10% remaining, as you do have the sound barrier to lean into this. Moving up the rampway. Big sleep, giving some time. Kiwi is so low on the exterior, and the trades come through. It swaps back over to Disguise. They've managed to get some value here. Grapes is the only support that remains and isn't going to be able to do too much, really only giving the contribution of movement. But since Disguise lost both, it's a wicked play, and PGE makes a massive change here to give them the opportunity and another chance to keep this.
Man, if I'm playing support or DPS, I want Tread to be my diva player. I mean, the peel and the matrixes have been so on point from Tread. You saw Ryan just trying best as he could to be able to take those picks, and they just weren't able to do so. Really heads-up play from this diva and fantastic peel. And Disguise continuing to tick up that percentage. Pulse bomb at the ready from Rocket.
You see the quick escape coming through. And now, PDK with the overclock. Looking for shots across the way, gets a decent one, but doesn't get the elimination, and now starts pummeling the diva play down below. Now with the boost onto PGE. You talked about the Dark Lord. Let's see if we can grab some more souls. Moving up the rampway, peeking the corner, gets one onto Scuffed, and now solely Grapes remains. That's going to be a absolute turnaround on this last third and final one here for Disguise. They were down 0 to 99 and have been able to come back, get the team kill, and make this an absolutely dominant 3-0 performance to lock in their position.
Ooh, I'm loving the match chat that I'm seeing so far right now, but congratulations to Disguised. I mean, what a performance from them when everything was on the line. It feels like maybe this lower bracket one has awoken, this relegation one has awoken a beast in this team, awoken the Dark Lord, awoken this team that has had such a rough OWCS NA performance in that last season, now will be going back up to try and get some redemption, Rich. They are able to get revenge over the team that, was able to put them in that 6th seed, now able to get to that grand finals, let out a huge sigh of relief.
Yep.
When they're going to be playing Nightmare in that grands, because they already know that they're through.
Yep, they feel so much more excited and probably relieved, like you're mentioning. And again, the Dark Lord PGE formed a play of mastery.
Yeah.
So, realistically, PGE is such a highlight. And really, don't get me wrong, everybody across the squad over these 3 maps performed wonderfully. Like, they had killed it. But then there's just those couple of really key highlight moments that make the significant difference that just tip the scales, and that's what we have coming out of PGE.
Yeah, and it's kind of what we saw a little bit with like NA or in EMEA as well, and where we saw Kai and like these very adept hit scans really start to pop off. It feels like with what the current meta looks like is if you have this player, this is mean what we're doing to Tread right now, by the way, Prod. That is, we slow mode that. That's diabolical what we just did there, Prod. I see you. I respect it though. But I think if you have this player like the caliber of a hit scan that is like PG, where you can find these picks in these moments that really just completely turn the tides. Even from the start of the series, Rich, when we were all the way back on, I think it was Oasis, where we started, the first 2 fights that we had were just picks that came out of nowhere from this Disguised team and really just never let the Cafe back into these maps. They tried their best, had some good moments, but it's a completely different game from where it was a month and a half ago when these 2 teams played in OWCS Season 2. And now it's Disguised who are able to get that revenge like I talked about and send themselves back into that OWCS.
Again, and it seems like when you think about it timeline-wise, it really isn't that long ago, but a lot can change and a lot can evolve in a short amount of time, and Disguise has been able to demonstrate that as they truly put on a performance. One to really keep an eye on is that we're going to be having them move into face off against Nightmare, who I know has been waiting in the wings and is looking forward to that grand final to see where they find themselves in seeding and also just for title glory. But you have to give the Cafe still some credit. They did their hardest to try and be able to counteract against it, but when you are functioning at such a high level like that and just in the right mindset and performing at such a high caliber, it's so hard to be able to break that down. And then once you have like that first domino of like, oh, we can't really get them, it just starts to really stack up, and it just takes you down. So
yeah, it was tough. It felt like this is also, I got to give major props to McGravy, who is the coach of this Disguised team, world champion on the Florida Mayhem, Owl champion. I think that this is a coach who is, I think he was a coach of UC Irvine as well when UC Irvine was having their renaissance in collegiate. I think that McGravy, especially with what I saw with the team comps and how this team played, did a fantastic job. I know it's kind of hard to say, like, because sometimes players will be like, oh yeah, we just did this on the fly, but I would prefer to give credit to the coaches when it's possible. So I'm going to go ahead and tip of my hat to McGravy. But we can take a look at the bracket here from what we'll see in the future and what we've seen already. We've got that grand final, Nightmare versus Disguised. I think this is the one where everyone was like, this is what we want. We want to see these 2 teams face off against each other. There's some history between them, and they get to resolve it here in that grand final of the promotion relegation.
Heading to the climactic moment to see, again, they both have that sense of relief, but they still now are fighting for bragging rights and being able to say who is going to take victory over this promotion and relegation. But again, that's all going to come in due time, so do not worry, because we're going to have a lot more excitement here just on the other side of this break. Whoo, buddy. We had some great highlights, didn't we, Kenobi? We had some great highlights.
I mean, this last match was just, I mean, a lot of it's going to be on the Disguise side, but hey, it works out anyways. It's just some darn good Overwatch that we saw here. Loving that we're seeing some Mizuki highlights as well. Not something you see too often, but hey, glad to be seeing a little bit of diversity here. Not a lot of cat was something that I was very shocked about, kind of happy about, to be honest. But you know what? Anything can happen here in the OWCS NA promo relegation, but this was a series that felt like Disguise had from the get-go. Never really looked like they gave up control at any point. Wanted to get back into OWCS and get that chance at redemption.
Yeah, they were in mindset of victory, and we were, going so quickly and thinking about, oh my gosh, Nightmare versus Disguise. But we also still really have to highlight the MVP. We were already talking a little bit about it before going into the break, but Kenobi, it's, I think, hands down, those of the chat would also agree, it is a PGE decision-making, just overall MVP selection. Hands down.
And it was also hard to, like, give MVP necessarily, because I think the entirety of Disguise just played extremely well. But PGE, in the moments when they needed someone to kind of clutch up, get those key picks, PGE was the one to do that in a lot of these scenarios. And I think with what the current meta looks like and what we've seen so far, you kind of need a player like this in that DPS, hit scan type of role, where you can just get someone to just, it's like in basketball where you just need someone to go get a bucket, just go get a bucket, just someone to get a pick, right? That's what you need, it feels like right now, from that DPS role. And that's exactly what we saw from PGE here, working phenomenally with the entirety of the rest of the Disguise squad.
Oh, we get that clean slow-mo to come out. In addition, just sneaks right between the wall and the tree. Just those subtle seconds make all the difference, as they were able to just completely dominate on, and just had really some great assistance from the rest of the squad as well, which is why that decision-making of the MVP was so hard, because everyone really did also enable PGE as a whole to really have the opportunity to do these types of great things.
Yeah, I mean, the space created by Tread, the peel from the supports, the peel from Tread as well. Like, I mean, so a lot of those highlights that we saw also was, Rocket was also there, whether it's on the May or on something else, like, giving those layups. So it was a real team effort. But if we had to give one, those hit scan players with the flashy moves, they're going to be able to get it. And PGE definitely deserved his right there. But Rich, we talked about the last map enough here. The last series enough. It's down to the grand finals. This is a matchup that I think a lot of the people wanted, as we can take a look at the bracket as how we got here. It's going to be Nightmare up against DSG. Both of them in OWCS, but they have something to fight for between them.
They have something to fight for. Just, you could already see it earlier in that upper semi-final. It was a 3-1 favoring Nightmare. Are we going to see that same type of outcome where Nightmare is going to be able to take it once again away from them? Or are we going to have some interesting change-ups where we're going to actually have the same type of, turnaround that happened in EU here happen today in NA?
Yeah, maybe a potential reverse sweep, maybe not actually, but we'll see if that's going to be what happens here. But these are two teams that I think, Nightmare, especially if you've been, watching through FACEIT Masters, wherever it is, on Bullskunk stream mostly, I bet. If you're not following Bullskunk stream, I don't know what you're doing if you're a fan of Overwatch, in Tier 2 and FACEIT and OWCS, because that is Tier 2 Godfather. I think he's actually co-streaming right now, so go ahead and give him a follow while you're at it. But we're going to be talking about the #1 team in Nightmare that is coming from FACEIT League here. Start things off, and again, people that you and I are very familiar with, Rich.
Yes.
You got Peace, Painkiller, Virtual, LE7, Jutsu. Peace is someone who you and I have been casting for a very, very long time. And one of the cool things I think about Nightmare as an organization when it comes to Overwatch is they always find a way to reinvent themselves, whether they get players poached or whether they, other things happen, they have to climb all the way through FACEIT League. They always find a way to get a great mix of players on their roster that performs incredibly well, no matter what the tournament or what the style of meta or composition it is. They always seem to find a way. And something that Bill Skunk also said is that Painkiller has been one of, if not the best tank that's been playing in FACEIT League Masters so far. So Painkiller, someone who I'm going to be looking out for.
And we're itching to see that performances. Now we're going to take a look at the opposing side, which we already got to chit-chat a little bit about before. But again, this squad, PGE, is going to be one that I guarantee you Nightmare has been watching just as much as we were talking about it in this previous match. So they are going to want to guarantee to shut down that just independent player who brings such power to this team, but also understanding that there are a lot of other cogwheels in this mechanism that also enables it. So there are definitely many that they have to keep very much an eye out on and how they want to choose to go into this. And like you mentioned, haven't really seen much of the jetpack cat. Is it something where Nightmare's going to want to integrate that more into the decision making that might kind of change up things? Because we did see a lot of that when it came out from Nightmare earlier.
And something I'm really interested about is kind of going to be the way Disguise look, because Disguise, they get knocked out into the lower bracket relatively early. They beat Extinction, they beat, the Cafe 3-0. So is this like a new look Disguise that's like different from the match that they played a little? Like they have so much momentum on their side. Nightmare does too, because they've been able to move through that upper bracket, only dropping that one game to Disguised, but both these teams have that momentum going forward from the lower bracket and from the upper bracket. So again, I think this is going to be a great one to watch between both of these teams. I think a lot of people wanted to see this matchup. I'm glad that we saw Disguise kind of take care of business and look really good in that previous series, because now I'm like chomping at the bit for a really good one between these two, even though it doesn't matter in terms of them getting into OWCS, but that seeding could make the difference in the long run.
It really could, and as we're going to be heading on to Oasis first for the map selection. So again, we get to see how that's going to unfold and what they're going to specifically bring compositionally. And again, a lot of eyes for me are going to be on Nightmare and how they have not been really, I think, deviating away so much from what we've consistently seen. So I would be surprised and more so going to understand how DSG is going to look to try and compete against them as we enter into those hero bans.
Yeah, and the last map that they played earlier in the bracket between them, it was Ilios, so a little bit of a different matchup between them, as Disguised will take away the Roadhog, which is, I think this is more of a tank protect than anything else, because I don't think, I played ranked yesterday, and Roadhog was a menace, but I don't know if it's the same thing when the players are this good, right? I'm in very low elo, for me, it's not the same, but the Bastion gets taken out, so that tells me that this is kind of more targeted towards the cat, where if there is going to be a cat that's going to be played, can't just have that Bastion just raining hellfire down from above. It's going to have to be the Cassidy instead.
Well, and again, like you mentioned, the throwaway on the Roadhog is it also guarantees that they feel confident in that they're going to pick a tank that they are most decision making and how that's going to have the largest impact on this, versus more so trying to counteract against what their opponent's going to look to select.
Yeah, and so this tells me that like if we're going to be seeing cat, which is definitely a possibility on a map like this, it's going to be more the Cassidy than anything else that we're going to be seeing. But I think that like it's interesting that we're going to have that tank, the Roadhog banned away, just because that opens up the tank pool so much, because like you can play pretty much everything. And we saw in our previous series where you had that rock paper scissors a little bit between like the Zarya, between the Orisa and the Diva. There was a lot of different moving parts in that tank role, and you have two tanks who are very adept at playing right now. So I'm interested to see kind of how that ends up going up. We saw Ramatra banned a lot in the previous series, and Painkiller is someone who has been very, very prominent on that Ramatra. So we'll see if that's something that Nightmare is or that Disguise is gonna want to opt into, or if they have a kind of a plan to deal with that.
I could see them absolutely having a plan. When you're getting to this point, and in the same instance, of course, we know the seeding is important and what they're really fighting for here. And they could be, in this sense, for going into the first map, kind of wanting to evaluate what they want to do competing against Nightmare from what they had done earlier. And it could be like a testing aspect of, hey, like since we had troubles prior in this bracket earlier today, are we going to maybe opt to do something a little bit different since we've already had the experience and it's been so close in proximity since their last match?
Yeah, and I think, also going into this, it'll be a good litmus test kind of to see what the compositions are going to look like, because in our last series, it felt like it was very much Disguise kind of just like playing chess around the other team, and there was not really a lot of movement that we saw from the Cafe. But now when you're playing up against a team like Nightmare, who was very strong through FACEIT League Masters, also, through the upper side of the bracket, only lost that one map to Disguise themselves, were able to 3-0 the Cafe in that upper bracket final. It's going to be kind of, they're familiar with each other in terms that they played each other earlier. But again, this might be a different Disguise having to, gone through that gauntlet of the lower bracket.
And again, just with us going into this first one, I'm so curious to see. I think the biggest thing is from Disguise having this momentum like you talked about, I'm curious to see if when they do allow that to carry over, and PGE now also feeling in a really powerful state, is it that there is going to be this hard focus?
The Dark Lord is
the Dark Lord. And that at this point, if Nightmare is just gonna try and hyper focus and reduce the value that was brought to kind of almost put it in check, or is it still gonna be more of this like team aspect and where they want to just still collectively try and find just others to not enable PGE? Like it's whether it's kind of like the old discussion where it's like, hey, like, do you focus on the far up top or do you focus on the team down below in that sense?
Yeah, I think you're definitely right. And I think the other thing about this Nightmare team is that they're a little bit different than the Cafe, because the Cafe was like playing a lot more of the standard stuff, but then you have Peace on Nightmare, who, you know, Vendetta, Genji, Tracer, like a lot of these heroes that are very specific to Peace because we've been watching them play them for such a long time. I mean, I remember when Vendetta came out, and I think me and you were talking, and it's like, this is a hero that's meant for Peace. Like, it was designed with Peace in mind, it felt like, with how well that they were able to play it. So we'll see if that's going to be something that Disguise is going to be ready for, having played them earlier in the bracket, because Peace is someone who you cannot just let be the lobby ad, or it's just gonna end up 3-0.
Oh, absolutely. And again, like when we talked about, you know, Nightmare and the roster that we've seen so consistently, like they are really a force to be reckoned with. And again, you know, Painkiller has such a dominant presence right now, and what that, you know, overall, like you're saying, even just among the FACEIT League as a whole, it's a very daunting task to really try and take control of someone in that role that is just so substantial, and how much impact that one individual also on the opposing side from a tanking role can really contribute.
We go to Oasis as our first map. You do have some map. We didn't see, I don't think, a lot of Cat. We saw like a little bit of a swap to a Cat.
Yeah.
But we didn't see too much of it in our previous series between these two, between Disguised and the Cafe. Here we'll see if there's anything that you're going to be changing here with the Nightmare. So they're going to be going into, well, I guess it's just Nightmare, not the Nightmare. You know how people say like, oh, you gotta say like the Ohio State.
Ohio State. I know. You and I had so many times
with collegiate, with collegiate.
And then I remember even like when we first like had, I think we had him on broadcast for like the first time, and the chat just literally lit up with capital the, like for the whole chat moment. But you know, there's going to be a lot of lighting up in the chat right now as we get to see for this grand finals match who is going to be able to claim the title, the seeding, and just this promotion relegation championship. So with them opening up onto this initial point, we'll see who is able to gain it first.
Yeah, and it's going to be the Hazard here, so a lot of aggression from me and from Nightmare. And if you're Disguised, you're going to have to be careful with the supports that you have, because they are a little bit susceptible to these dives with Peace and with Painkiller.
Let's see, decent damage from the off angle for right now. Rocket diving quickly forward to see if there's an easy collapse, but a nice recovery and fallback. Disengage was beautifully done to help keep up, but you can see a great engagement where Rocket unfortunately is left out in the open since there was so much emphasis on trying to get Jutsu.
Yeah, and you can see just Disguised as being so respectful right now to the potential dive of Nightmare with Peace and with Painkiller. They know that if they do walk out of line just a little bit, that dive will come through, and Peace is going to be able to get a ton of value. So Disguised have to play this slow, because again, if they go a little bit too far forward and there isn't going to be that peel for Skyle and Kiwi, they can get taken out super easy.
Now, rounding this inner pillar, attempting to try and find some value. Decent damage onto Painkiller. Oh my goodness, you see that health bar instantly eviscerated. And what a nade comes out from Disguise to put 3 of them in a very detrimental state. And now we play Rise and Fall with Peace, just saying, I'm gonna go up and down on the elevator as many times as I can to survive, as it's swapped back over now and stolen at 46%.
Yeah, Peace was just in a little bit of a bounce house right there, not able to survive, unfortunately for them. Now we're going to be seeing Disguise being able to hold here, and this is going to be good for them because they have a lot of poke potential with PGE, as here comes an overclock already from Jutsu.
Quickly activated. We also do have that dive down below through the Kitsune Rush, giving that extra damage, greatly finding a support in the sight lines. High Noon active by PGE, gets one in the distance. Left's not happy about that one. As you can see, another attempt to keep this percentage climbing. Painkiller scaling the wall to see if there's an opportunity to play the high ground. Pulse Bomb goes wide, doesn't quite get the elimination they would have liked. But this is looking a little dire. I'm not sure if Nightmare's really going to be able to get the chance to turn any of this over.
Now, a trade isn't here, so that means there's no tank, and that means this Peace going to be able to get into that backline aggressively. Mizuki comes out with the ultimate to be able to keep themselves alive a little bit longer.
Zoning them away, Painkiller finding Skyle, so they've lost that aspect of it. Kiwi's gonna have a lot of work cut out for him, and it does get swapped back. A little more unconventional in how that engagement went, but it still ended up working in Nightmare's favor.
If I'm being a little bit, a little bit nitpicky, I think Lep didn't need to use that sound barrier in the end of that fight. I think it was definitely a one fight for them, but should be no harm, no foul, especially when you have Nightmare coming in with ultimates of their own that can just get these insta picks and get Lep back towards that sound barrier charge, as now high ground is controlled for Nightmare exactly where they want to be, and Disguised have to be super careful again with the ultimate that we see from the DPS of Nightmare of walking forward and being too aggressive.
Disruptor shot to separate to the right side with the overclock, looking for some sight lines. Dropping down below, doesn't land the initial, and the follow-ups aren't much glorious either. Is PGE able to take down Painkiller with some assistance from the squad? So Nightmare unfortunately losing that point and now having to go back to the drawing board until they're back online. But this is not going to be an easy escape for the group as Nightmare is being unfortunately taken out.
Yeah, these nades have been really good from Skyle when these aggressive dives have been coming in from Nightmare. You saw Painkiller going in, gets naded, and then was away from the rest of the team, so couldn't get healed back up, even if there were members there. And this guy's looking pretty right now. You got to get some value out of this ultimate here from Peace, because it's all they're going to have.
Peace repositioned up top. Looking to see what support they can gain for a decent engagement here. Slowly rotating, taking the high ground, goes in for the dive. Painkiller, half health down below, attempting to get it. Is going to be picked up instantly. The chain shackles them to the floor. Rocket with the pulse bomb onto the Lucio. Easy pickings here. Disguised coming out tenfold after their last one. You talked about momentum, and I can feel it from here.
I mean, a lot. The way the support line for Disguised is playing is just phenomenal right now. I mean, the nades, the chains from Kiwi. I mean, Peace was trying to get some sort of value right there, but the chain from Kiwi was just so perfect. The CC and then the follow up from Tread. I mean, again, Disguised is just working like a well-oiled machine right now between all of them, and it seems to be, again, they have woken up and they have arisen to be, because we know, I mean, when you just look at the team on paper, right, with the players that you have, you would expect this team to be a relatively decent team, and they're playing like a very good team right.
We enter now into the second round to see if there's going to be major adjustments or modifications to try and counteract against it. Nightmare is going to look like they're going to have Painkiller now, changing it up and seeing how that adjustment's going to work against Tread, who still is going to reside on the Diva.
Yeah, a lot of poke potential here as another nade comes in from Skyle, but realistically, they're going to be from Nightmares. You're going to try and take this high ground and then get Peace and get Jutsu to start, hitting these shots from long range, being able to poke down the members of Disguised. If you're Disguised, you're going to try. Maybe, you can play it a little bit slowly, start juggling the points. Skyle, with all the poke that's going to be coming through, should get Nano relatively quickly, but that can't happen. PGE goes down so early. Now you're going to have to do a full retreat if you're Disguised.
Yep, just give it up for now. Allow Nightmare to take it. Maybe get some chip damage. Actually, Tread's going to take advantage of Jutsu, who's playing a little further aggression out in the open. 2 are down. You're going to get some early percentage gain here from Nightmare, but I don't know if it'll be an easy secure for right now, since you'll have Disguise back as a full 5. And even Tread going to take a flanking angle from the high ground, forcing them down below into a very uncomfortable position. Bobbing and weaving through the damage. The Painkiller going to be up front with those denying of damage as PGE regroups and taking it over.
Yeah, flying a little bit too close to the sun were Nightmare at that moment, and they unfortunately flip it back over to Disguise in this scenario. And you look at Sky and you look at PGE close towards those very key long range ults. Another nade hits. Peace has to use the ice block so early, so that's a big cooldown loss for Nightmare.
See if there's any sights that are obtained. Damage coming in heavily from that high ground from Disguised. Painkiller has to be careful, falling back again. Yeah, that wall again, just more so to block the incoming fire. Can't really get a good angle just yet.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Disguised are actually doing to Nightmare what Nightmare should be doing, where there's just so much poke. Here comes the bola shot, doesn't manage to find anything.
Yep, you've got that. Oh, decent sleep, slowing down. And now looking on a very forward momentum with that Kitsune rush. Pulse bomb clips Virtual, so it's only left a bio onto 2. This is Disguise coming out once again, just doing so well in understanding how to go into these engagements. The stagger doesn't help, and that's another team kill here.
I mean, these nades from Skyle are so perfectly placed every single time. I mean, when you're trading nade for ice block, trading nade for wall, or for just picks in general, it's just so valuable for a team like Disguised when you have these aggressive chances you can get through as another nade comes in.
Nice wall to attempt, but again, there's so much just on-demand movement by Tread that they can easily just fly right over it and don't really worry too much about it. Rotation now coming through, the Ramatra playing forward, having that Vortex to try and slow down, but unfortunately it's a little too late. Tread's able to get out scot-free, pick by Virtual onto Rocket, which is huge, so you're reducing a little bit of that backline flanking opportunity. It's swapped back over, and Disguised said, that's fine, we'll give it for now, but we'll come back with a couple of ultimates.
Yeah, giving it away for Sound Barrier, I think that's a trade that Disguise is going to take just one pick. They do lose possession of that point, but not feeling too bad right now. As Painkiller's going in aggressive with the rest of the team, they just dive onto Skyle. Skyle gets obliterated, and it feels like Nightmare have figured out who the carry might be for this Disguise team. Is if we can take down the Ana, it's going to make these fights so much easier for us. And if we're winning them without having to use ultimates, that's great for our macro.
And now they're really throttling. They're just forcing so many away. The Bola comes out, can't really get any value from it. It's more of, I think, just a throwaway for the time being, because there could be an adjustment on the DPS line. This might be a little bit too aggressive in the corner, but with the great assist, it's going to give them a chance to still sustain, and that's where PGE is going to look to swap onto the Xion.
Yeah, PG is going to go into this. So a lot more, again, that mobility that you have, the flanking potential from Disguise. They can try and get into the backline and overwhelm Nightmare here in some ways. Especially with that Nano, they're going to be able to create a lot of space against this Nightmare team.
Tread, self-destruct, waiting to be tossed. Nanoed from up top. Pumping in damage. There is the Blizzard, so it's going to slow and maneuver. Shackle comes through, but a nice block to mitigate some of the damage as the second wall comes out. No more defensive capabilities from Peace, which is able to still get out scot-free, especially because there's going to be the Kitsune Rush that comes across the front. Painkiller now with that Annihilation to zone the remaining few as it's 92%. They are feeling much better about this one, and the compositional swaps have benefited them.
Yeah, it was a really textbook ultimate cycling as well, coming in from Nightmare, just using their advantage perfectly. Tread's going to get back in and try and stall. Has the self-destruct to be able to do so. Can they remake?
Oh! Nope. Attempted to do so. Could not. Overtime dwindling. There's one last shot to get in here as we see our first jetpack cat. Coming out by Kiwi, bobbing and weaving around, does actually get topped up a little bit, but PGE is no longer available to give any extra assistance, and this is just going to be the slow bleed until Nightmare finally now makes it an even 1-for-1.
And I think one of the things that was really different about this map in particular compared to the other ones is that Rocket went down very early in a lot of these fights. I love the focus that we saw from Nightmare, making sure that Tracer wasn't able to just go into the back line and get put down as much pressure. Really good heads up play, specifically from that support line. And also Jutsu, I think, had a couple of moments where the Tracer wasn't able to get a lot of value. And it's something that really Disguised on the first map had a lot of success with. So you can see, again, the stats that we're looking for her right here. I mean, PG is doing a ton in terms of that damage charts, but damage doesn't necessarily mean everything, as we're going to be seeing some difference here. And this is also a map, a sub-map here, Rich, where I'm like, if I'm Nightmare, I'm loving this map for us. This is a perfect map for our composition. This is our bread and butter. We love the Ramatra. We love playing a little bit more of that close-range rush style. Let's go to University.
Curious to see how this rotation is going to function. Painkiller already very far forward, quite divided now as they fall back, but Jutsu gets the elimination early. Slept buying some time onto Painkiller. That's the go button for a nice counter play. Kiwi with the assist to PGE. But again, it's finally now activated on the point. Bionane goes short, doesn't quite hit, and Nightmare's gonna say, I think we're gonna feel really good, as you mentioned, and be like, that's fine, let's go take the fight over there, we'll get some picks and we'll take the point. And
now you're seeing the other side of the coin right now with the Ana and with the Mizuki, is that if you do run this the support line, it's so easy to just walk onto them, right? Especially in these enclosed areas when you're a Ramatra, you just get into your Nemesis form, you walk at Skyle. Yeah, Sleep Dart has to be forced out, but Skyle is way away from the rest of the team, so Nightmare doing a really good job of punishing these immobile backline members.
PG had to get out of there as fast as possible, was not in the most optimal place. Taking now this upper position, seeing who they can find. Still putting some damage in onto Painkiller, but well recognized. Tossing the Vortex there to get the slow. The entire team rotates and completely collapses onto PGE. And now you're going to have Tread be, unfortunately, way out of position, attempting to try and catch up too late.
Yeah, that was a really good shot call from Nightmare, where they saw that they knew that Painkiller had actually hit the Vortex, so there was no way for PG to get out of there and was taken down really low. And because of the fact that Skyle and Kiwi have to play so back, there isn't that on-demand healing if you're going to be making these flanks as PGE. And Rocket as well, it's very hard to be able to get healing. You have to play pretty much for yourself and around health packs, and it's not going to be an ideal way to try and win this map. Already down 60% for Disguised.
Tread looking to see when there's an opportunity to dive in. The Hazard half health already, though. Needs to be cautious as Painkiller continues to peek the corner, mitigating that left side because the shield is blocking a lot of the incoming fire. 70% and still climbing as the Annihilation is almost primed and ready. And now finally active just because of the damage that's just being pumped into it. Blocking the backfire. Rotation from PGE. Gets a big burst of damage onto the support line, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Kitsune Rush might be enough to give Nightmare that necessary oomph to push back onto Disguise, and is doing so with a Blizzard to guarantee Tread's elimination.
Yeah, and I think with 92%, there's not really a lot that they can do. If you're Disguised right here, you can maybe get PGE or a Rocket to get back onto that point at that overtime, but the wall is great.
Quick dash, though, to bypass it for the time being, so they force the reset now. Up top, diving in, Mizuki Ult blocks the projectile, so there's no real true sightline from those behind it. As the overtime dwindles, Disguise gets 2 out of this, but it's still not over yet. As Painkiller hit with the Bionate, that is absolutely critical. Tread starting to just really unleash the rest of the damage necessary alongside to take this back in the overtime, as it looked like it was going to be Nightmare.
Yeah, Skyle hit an insane sleep dart there on Talep, and the follow-up was absolutely perfect from Disguised. And the Mizuki also did a lot in terms of just separating that fight and keeping PGE and Rocket alive throughout most of that to get the damage done at least. And Disguise get a new lease on life here, but they have to be perfect from here on out. They only have the downpour coming in from Tread here in the Hazard, but Nightmare don't have anything to work with. So if you're Nightmare, you're really trying to just win this in the neutral or force out some key ultimates, and PG's down.
Oh no. You have the loss of the support as well from Nightmare. There's the down 4. Maybe going to be able to get the follow through if the rest of the squad can be there. Unfortunately, they're not there fast enough with Tread to give the assistance. Pulse gets them really low and is able to follow up onto it, but it's still numbers advantage here for Nightmare as they can drop down. Painkiller up front, the wall trying to divide that side room and even keep the distance down below, as you unfortunately have to have Rocket abandon ship.
Yeah, Painkiller's taking down extremely low and only has Lucio heals at the current moment. Virtual needs to get back into this fight to get that healing back in. Skyle looking for a nano target. Tread is taking down. Oh no! The LOS!
And had to try and work into those 2 doorways, but unfortunately was seconds too late, giving the chance for Nightmare to be able to keep up dominance, and it really just pulls them through. Wonderfully done by Nightmare. It initially looked like it was so much in favor of Disguise with that momentum, but then after that initial round, they said, all right, let's refocus, recalibrate, and reattempt again.
Yeah, and really good heads-up play, I think, from Nightmare in general, being able to adapt to what was going on from the side of Disguise, because Disguise, that first map, like, with the way that the Ana and the Mizuki were really moving with each other and playing, you know, so effectively, they just took them out of the game completely. Like, even in the start of the University, you saw that first fight, it was just, let's separate the entire team. If Skyle and Kiwi move an inch offside, which is like into our zone, instantly take them out. There's no way. Like, Ana, if you miss sleep dart, if you miss change, you're as good as dead. You have no self-sustainability for yourself. Really good heads-up play and understanding from Nightmare where the bread was buttered on Disguised composition, and they take a nice 1-0 lead.
And now the question is, have they been able to download what they needed in this sense and are going to be able to carry it over into the next map, which we're excited to see what that selection is. We'll give them some time to make that decision as we look at some of the highlights here that we can talk about. Again, initially in this first round, there was just such great understanding. Nightmare also, I think with Painkiller playing onto the Hazard, it did have its value, but it wasn't nearly as monumental of an impact in comparison to once they made that swap over to the Ramatra.
Yeah, I think the Ramatra definitely, especially because it's Painkiller, and Painkiller, Ramatra is one of their staples, so it definitely looked a little bit better in that regard. But there were still some good moments that we saw from Disguised, and even on this map, it felt like they were primed in a position to take a 2-0 lead. But again, the way that we saw some of those changes from Nightmare in how they wanted to be the aggressors, like putting some more focus down onto Rocket, putting some more focus down onto the support line, really, really effective in bringing them back into this series, or into that map.
Absolutely. And we can see in the tail end of this again, this one, I mean, for that last round, it was just like micro moments. Even like you said, that nano boost is online, looking to try and find it. This was also a really sick play. The fact that you knew that you get them separated, and you even commented earlier where if they know that they hit that vortex and there's that split quick reaction of communication to be like, rotate now. And if they've executed on it so beautifully.
Yeah, and I think one of the other things about like the composition that we saw from Nightmare is that when you look at like who you got like Sojourn, you got Kiriko, you have Lucio, you have May. They all sound like nightmares to play against. Haha, very funny. I made a nightmare reference, but it sounds like really, really terrible. You're rubbing off on me still, even after all of these years. It feels like a really tough time if you're playing Tracer against all those, because one headshot, bam, you have to recall, or you're just instantly dead. So we'll see if that ends up making a difference in the pick ban that we see a little bit here as we go to Dorado. So
all right,
I'm thinking Cat maybe comes back, but actually, the Tracer is going to be taken away. So focus down onto Rocket, and the Kiriko's gone from Disguise, so it feels like that was probably Disguise saying, we don't want the Kiriko here, we're gonna go ahead and try and play Tracer, and then Nightmare say, not so fast.
And we're now gonna enter onto this one. We'll see if PGE can unleash the beast once again, as we saw some great play from it, or if Nightmare is gonna try and stifle that opportunity. The Dark Lord, like we mentioned, has powered up. Let's see if there's maybe some life that can shut it down.
We saw PGE being able to pop off on that Widowmaker. Will we see it again here? Now we're in Dorado on the nighttime, which is also one of my favorite looking maps.
So much darkness,
so
Nightmare, the moonlight, all that kind of stuff. So many things. Oh, hey, I want a quest.
Oh, yeah.
Is it the quest for Jutsu? Is it the quest for Jutsu to take down PGE? Is that what this quest marker is for?
Yeah, PGE. The quest is to kill Jutsu 5 times. It's like the boars at the start of the game.
Oh my goodness! As we're gonna now have a shot come out. Jutsu attempts to try and get something, but not nearly as flashy as what we got to see earlier in our previous series. But still gonna play that stealthy angle and look to find an opportunity to counteract against it. PGE also looking for that same potential shot and angle, but not able to find who they were looking for in this attempt.
Yeah, this is going to be a very much cat and mouse where a lot of it's going to be relayed by the rest of the team, like where the Widowmaker is going to be. So it's going to be very important for kind of that shot calling as we see PG going up, looking for something, doesn't manage to find the shot.
Nice wall, again, to mitigate some of it, at least for now. But unfortunately, that was from Rocket, so that's not going to help, at least for PGE, to try and get the shot. Tread moving forward. Rotating around that inner well. Big damage. Bio lands. Painkiller absolutely deleted. Even though there is still a decent exchange, Skyle and PGE, so maybe they're not out of it just yet, but the momentum on the cart is still occurring. That's the most important part, though. If they can get as close as they can, buying them even more time, the separation has to happen, though, because a return bio from Virtual gives them a really hard time to work with.
The respawns are a little bit closer, and with the D.Va here, I don't know if there's a way for Nightmare to even get back onto this cart. Even if they were able to contest, it was just going to be not enough for them, and really good play from Disguise, being able to just push that one slowly. And now PG is actually foregoing the Widow, completely going over to that Sojourn. So gonna make it a little bit more difficult for Peace to get some value because you have a little more mobility now on the Sojourn with that slide.
Especially with the number of high ground areas that you can take and kind of elude and maneuver through. As Tread plays just behind the wall until they're topped up, ready to go for the next engagement. Shots come through, but that defense matrix holds a lot of the incoming fire from Painkiller. Soon to have that self-destruct. This corner is really just going to be the place and home base right now for Nightmare until they can maybe find some kind of opportunity. But while they're up top, the payload still moves. Oh, okay, that happens too.
Yeah, that's really bad because now they can't really like split their focus right here because Rocket ended up going down. Rocket was trying to push the cart to give space to the rest of the team, but without Rocket being there now, Disguise have to back up a little bit. They have to send the D.Va to the cart, so it's not terrible for them, but now they're just a little bit disjointed, and that's when Nightmare's going to try and pounce.
Yeah, Jutsu's going to move up a little bit further forward to try and find a vantage point that's capable for them. Tread's going to go back quickly just to top themselves up since they're not really in need of the healer just yet. As Painkiller resides on that high ground, hasn't really needed to abandon it yet.
Peace is going to be able to have this Dragon Blade here, potentially Nano Blade coming through, and we'll see what we're going to see from Disguise with how they utilize their Nano. They might just use it to try and break down this high ground position that we see from Nightmare, but still with 4 ultimates in the back pocket for Nightmare, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, there's going to be some patience. They're going to wait it out because Infra's available, but that means Peace is going to come in with a blade, gets the triple. Again, it was all Disguise saying, we're gonna wait, but in the looming distance, you say, all right, you're gonna wait, I'm gonna go.
I mean, that's just what Peace does on the Genji, especially when you give them a Nano, it's just done and dusted right there. 1 slice, 2 picks, It's going to be Disguised having to go back to the drawing board. They get out 2 very key ultimates, though, so good for them. And actually, the fight was won so quickly, they were like not really left the sound barrier, but here's a very aggressive push, and Painkiller is going to insta-die.
Yep, Painkiller overstayed their welcome and was frozen to the core, and that will allow Disguise to be able to shut it down and start getting some more movement on this. Oh, okay.
where was Jutsu? You saw Rocket was like looking at the ground to try and like avoid the headshot, and Jutsu still managed to find it somehow.
You literally see Rocket being like, do.
Surely I won't get headshot. I have this giant parka that'll help me.
I'll be fine. As the sound barrier now comes out from Nightmare, giving some extra protection for the moment. Rotating back, though, you've got Tread looking for an angle to give some assistance to Painkiller, who has the Annihilation. PGE with the overclock. Taking off some heads for the time being. Dropping down below, right in the back a piece. Now, the thing is, though, is they aren't really able to cycle back to get to the payload to push it until finally now, so that's at least an opportunity. And now, since they've also forced back Jutsu, they're not in the best position.
PGE.
Yeah.
Do you luck? That was an aura gamble that we saw from PGE. He would have hit because they knew exactly where that Widowmaker was.
Minute and 50 seconds now to go. Peace diving through the vortex, gets a nice deflect to follow up after that. The ultimate is committed into this to deny incoming fire, but it's not really going to bring much else of value. Even Rocket has to play so defensively down below, already using the defenses to survive behind the minivan. Ooh, that's going to be a dangerous play. Self-destruct near it. Tread, okay. You see that self-destruct just into the corner. Nano boost once again onto Peace. Goes in, Blade, unsheathed, goes hunting, and finds 3. Goes for a quad. Are we going to find a fifth? And now going to just force him. Chase him!
Come on, Tread. Come on, Tread.
Peace was
gotta give him. Gotta give Peace this. Yeah. You know what? And now we see it. The cat has come. I mean, there's only 60 seconds left, so now this is where we're gonna see some changes right here, essentially making it a little bit more difficult for Nightmare to hold this high ground when you have this cat who can just basically win a lot of these 1v1 duels against the supports in the Ana and the Lucio. Still pump out that healing, but with 40 seconds left and with where the card is, Rich, this is looking like last fight territory for Disguised.
Hear those shots fired from base. Oh my goodness, Peace getting dangerously low for Nightmare. Great recovery for the moment. Vortex gets the drop down, actually clips off the edge, so they're down to the low ground position. Rocket's the only one that is really able to reside up top outside of Tread, who's getting topped up quickly. Nano goes in. Skyle has to give the assistance. Quickly needs to move forward to give the extra healing, as that's a beautiful pickup onto Nightmare. The supports still stand, though, to give the assistance. Nice separation. Tread looking to draw attention away. Big Sleep gets the DMAC Annihilation. Self-destruct hiding behind the wall. Attempted to use that as a value pick. With Virtual down underneath, sticking close alongside, continuing to keep
the Blizzard is so good.
Alive, and the Blizzard's going to guarantee a complete zoning opportunity, and only isolating Virtual, who's left in the overtime, able to sustain through it, and that's another checkpoint obtained.
Both of these Anas had some really cool moments in that last fight, but it's Disguised who were just barely able to eke it out, with Rocket coming in with that Blizzard to secure that team fight, and the way that they were able to get the positioning with Tread and the Nano working out really well for them. But Nano is available on the other side now for Virtual, so you can send that on to Peace, send it on to Painkiller, and just get a ton of space and value. And there's still only a minute left for Disguised, not a lot of time to work with for them.
Great intel now from Skyle, continuing to lob those grenades all the way up top, but still keeping visibility. Is going to look to land onto one. Is there a follow-up? You don't see Tread go for it, because down below, Peace is once again doing blade sharpening things. You've got the cat fleeing in the sky as Peace rotates back, is now in a little bit of a dangerous position. A wall gets the division separation, but Peace actually still manages to skirt out of there, only for a brief moment, though, as there's 30 seconds now to go. The payload's still continuing to be pushed for right now, but Nightmare's got the spawn advantage.
Oh, no, they create a lot of space here. Nothing to block it. Virtual's down. That's a healer not there. Painkiller is not going to be soon to follow. One more, can't find it. And Rich, looks like Disguise might actually be able to take this with time left on the clock.
Wow, that's wild that they're able to turn this around. It's going to be a wall to divide. They have to break the pillar. Sound barrier guarantees going into the contention. 6 seconds remaining. They'll be able to deny them going with no time into the over, as it's going to be Painkiller with 1. Virtual swaps down, though, and is eliminated. Nightmare attempting to stick into this. Virtual will get back in quickly because they have the spawn advantage, but Disguise is managing to get the extra picks. Self-destruct is still available. Nano boost finally dwindling, attempting to pummel the damage onto the counterpart. Painkiller back to the spawn. Blade comes in from Peace, but no one's there to hold, and that's round 1 completed by Disguise.
And if you're Disguised, you're like, I'm fine with just completing the map entirely. Like we are guaranteed one more round. It was really looking difficult for them, specifically on second point, but they were able to break that defense, and now they're going to be able to guarantee themselves at least one more attempt at this. As you can take a look at the stats here and what we've been seeing so far. I mean, the cat ended up working out relatively well for them, being able to put down a little bit more pressure. I think some of the clutch plays from Sky. I mean, it's funny when you watch like really good Ana players, like the ones that we have here on broadcast. I'm not a good Ana player, so I take nade bounce every time because I don't hit headshots regardless. But when you see like Skyle and Virtual players of that caliber with the Ana being able to hit those headshots, they can turn fights exceptionally on their head.
And now, as we take the swap of sides, we see Disguise on the defense. PGE is going to come out on the Xion, so we're going to go straight to that. Oh, poor Pinata. You lost your back half.
Who could and a leg.
And a leg, yeah. I think that isn't that the leg on the other?
Yeah, I think it's the leg on the other side.
This
is gruesome, Prod. Like, why are we showing?
Where's my candy?
This is gruesome.
Prod stole the candy.
What would the family of the Pinata think about you, Prod? Come on.
God, no, it's
just gonna show that on live twitch.tv/Overwatch_OW_esports.
As doors now open, 4 minutes on the clock, we're gonna see Nightmare come out the gates, careening towards that archway. No Widowmakers to be seen this time around. Jutsu's gonna opt just for the Sojourn. A lot of damage through that window. Great disruptor shot as well for zoning. A little bit of hesitancy coming in from Kiwi up top. Don't want to overstay their welcome to find themselves being caught out, especially with the precision that Peace has had. But that's going to be some decent damage. Has to go for the fleet, chases him down, and that's a motorcycle to drive away as fast as they can. And there's the assist from Rocket to sustain. All the while on the front, things look a little bit more dangerous as Tread goes down.
Yeah, Nightmare, this is a very weird positioning that we have right here, but it seems like Nightmare are going to be able to eventually take this one down. Tread getting very aggressive, but ended up getting melted by Painkiller, and Peace is going to be going over to the Vendetta because the Genji just it doesn't have the same amount of sustainability that you have with something like the Vendetta when you're going up against this, especially when you've got a bubble on the back end of it.
Yeah.
It's just kind of unkillable.
How they maneuver through, watching the flank, re-engaged, and also just the mobility you see from the Vendetta is just wicked in the hands of someone like Peace. Kiwi gets an early elimination, so there's no longer worry of that. Decent cleanup here. Disguised
get motorcycle
is doing very, very well right now at the moment.
Yeah, and I love what I'm seeing from Disguised and kind of their composition here, where they have the mobility from PGE, which I really like. They also have the hazard mobility too. I think one of the things that Nightmare is going to have to be incredibly careful with here is just being a little bit too over-aggressive, because you've got a perfect position for Rocket to be with these walls. We saw it in the last series that we saw from Disguised Rocket, and these walls just separating tanks, especially when you have something as immobile as Zarya.
He's going to go forward. Gets a couple of shots and then disengages. Now aggression forward. This is where Disguised is going to throttle. Managing to get a lot of damage onto Painkiller, but there is still a decent charge, and that shield locking PGE underneath within the small room. Never feeling confident when you've got that many to chase you down. Minute and 45. There's a nice elimination, which guarantees a little bit more breathing room here for Nightmare.
And I actually don't think there's going to be a recontest, because you've got that Graviton Surge available from Painkiller. It's just a lonely Skyle trying to backpedal away. Should be a cap here for Nightmare, and they're going to get a nice hefty time bank to move into second.
Just under 4 minutes to work with. I'm curious to see how they'll look to manage high ground. Tread opting to go onto the hazard, so there's again a lot more of that control. Attempts to go in onto Painkiller. Looks to put out that decent wall and protection. Shackle drops down below. As you can see, that reposition. Once again, PGE eliminated, so Nightmare's going to take full advantage of this again with the numbers.
Yeah, especially because you're losing a lot of damage right now. Rocket is here. Painkiller has to be very careful, uses a bubble perfectly, and gets the heal.
And that charge being substantially high. Could look to collapse onto this. Blizzard maybe gonna backpedal out of it. Doe's very aggressive right on the outskirts of it to still get some decent damage. Rocket and PG are eliminated, and now this is a big snowball from Nightmare.
Yeah, I think this is... Rocket's probably going to switch here after using that Blizzard, I would assume. Maybe not going to be, but this is a... I mean, it's not a terrible stall. We're actually nanoing. Okay, they're trying to get everything out of Nightmare right now, and they do manage to find the Graviton Surge. Painkiller getting taken down extremely low. And you know what? I mean, it could have been worse.
Yeah.
Wait, it might be better.
Oh, no, yeah. I mean, yeah. As we're going to see Peace look to play the high ground and keep pushing this payload. I mean, yeah, they really had the little bit of stall in the corner, but there's still a lot of movement here coming in from Nightmare as they're going to look to try and go to the home stretch. Big damage still from up top. Painkiller's just laying waste from up top as if it's like a satellite beam. But Disguise now looking to regroup, has the chance with the numbers advantage. Tread having the ultimate, not really needing to commit it either.
I will say it's going to be very scary right now if you're Nightmare to walk into this, because with, you know, kind of where you are in terms of the geometry of the map right now, you have to walk past not only the hazard wall, but the May wall as well. So if Zarya like takes one step out of line, you're double walled and you're instantly dead, especially with the damage that you're going to be seeing from Disguised with the May, with the Cassidy.
Nano comes out quickly onto Jutsu. There is a great ult grab onto 2, instantly followed up by Disguise. Jutsu down below might be able to try and equalize here, but unfortunately PGE is going to say no, no, no. There's a nice mega pack close by for Tread to get, as you've got Disguise still continuing to maintain the defense.
Yeah, that downpour completely turned the fight because the supports were nowhere near able to, because they were hit by it, were nowhere near able to support the rest of the team. You can see Tread just getting some charge, getting it back over to Skyle to get towards that Nano, only 15% away, and with a minute left and with where the card is, Rich, you're looking at 1 or 2 more fights for Nightmare. Not a lot in terms of their respawn advantage.
Ooh, needs to top up. Needs to be very careful in the same vein. Nano boost online now, looking to be tossed into the mix. Painkiller, again, charged quite heavily. As you do get the Nano onto Tread. Great job with 2. There's a 3rd. Tread actually having some serious dominance here. Now only 50 seconds left to go.
This is going to be a fight where there's going to be a lot of particle effects for Nightmare, though. And I mean, Disguised have some as well. The interesting thing is going to be where this fight ends up happening, because that'll dictate how good this Rocket Blizzard is going to be, because if it's very spread out, it's not going to work out well for them. But a nice nade onto Peace, putting down some pressure. Wait, this Cassidy's dead.
Oh, no. Now Nightmare is going to look to try and push in this final moments. Doesn't have to commit really too much because these eliminations came out so quickly. Peace chasing heavily as the wall comes out to try and deny any follow-through.
They will be able to get back into the cart. Luckily, Lep should be able to get back into this part in time to have that sound barrier available. But now, with where we are and where the fight's going to happen, it's going to happen on cart, and this Blizzard from Rocket can get a ton of value here.
High noon active. No one really... Oh! Sleepy on the PGE. And a few arrows to the gut. Oh my goodness. Overtime now active. Grab's going to come through and tossed onto the card, pulling him forward. Tread is within the mix of it. Jutsu gets a great bola to pull even more together. Triple kill in total. It's in the overtime, but it is a team kill nonetheless.
And this is great patience from Virtual in particular, because now you have this Nano, and you're only going to have like a minute and a half to move forward in this 3rd point, and you need to get all of the space you can and just win a team fight outright, and you can be able to get that second chance like Disguised were. And there's nothing better than just throwing a Nano onto Peace, onto Painkiller, just to get that positioning and get that space available to you to then just win a team fight off the back of it.
A lot of distance to cover here in 60 seconds. You can now see that angle. Taking that decent wall. Ooh, that sleep almost actually landed. Nano to come up top. Diving forward, moving out of the way. Still gets locked down, but has visibility onto the support up top. As Jutsu looks to
Skyle can't die.
push
Skyle
out.
Can't die.
Big pick! Skyle, oh my! Now Jutsu's gonna look to try and move up to get some damage onto Shred, who has been picked up and getting very low, but is able to get one elimination. Rocket down. Remember, the spawn advantage is in favor of Disguise, but it's gonna have to be a desperate play by Shred.
Oh, the boop is there.
Get it. 25 seconds, pushing them back. They have to get rid of Tread immediately. They managed to do so, but there's somebody with the stagger under 3 meters. A desperate dive over and over. They're throwing their bodies onto it to not allow them to complete it with time. And round 2 is complete.
And that, I mean, you can just look at the top right of your screen, seeing Skyle with that nano boost. Completely would have changed the fight. Actually, probably would have won the map for Disguised if they would have been able to bring that one out there. And I mean, the focus from Nightmare was absolutely perfect, as you can see. Yeah, you can see. I mean, you could just see like the understanding from them, where it's like, okay, because I thought it was going to be Zarya or it was going to be Vendetta, but they just throw it onto the Freya, and just the amount of pressure that was put down by Jutsu was just so impactful. Skyle got separated from the rest of the team, and then it was just fish in a barrel. The Ana goes down, ends up going down again before they can even get back into the fight to be able to get Shred that nano boost. So unfortunately for Disguise, they aren't able to hold their defense, and only a 10-second difference here, so not really anything these two teams are going to get. Probably one attack mostly. Oh god, not this. No, we avoided it. We've avoided it for so long, and
we
yet
really have.
And yeah, it had to happen eventually.
Before we swap cams, at least this pinata had a box. It had a friend for that one. So, but yes, the cat is here. Nightmare is going to make that decision to bring in the Bastion to couple alongside Disguise.
Well, Jutsu's on Lego Bastion, so I think it's
true.
Already a win for Nightmare.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
GG. You're gonna see Legos all over this map in a hot second. 50 seconds now as they push up. Bastion just looming in the air. All we're gonna see is Bastion v Bastion airborne. PGE looks for a decent grenade to try and force back. It's just waiting for that ideal time for them to dive and collapse on into this. As Tread down below at the Malga. It's just going to be that beefy structure to soak in a lot of damage, but also attempt to put out as much of their own.
I mean, they're putting up a lot of spaces from Disguise just by the virtue of the pressure. Anti comes out. Painkiller is going to have to use a bubble at some point and gets taken down incredibly low. And this is going to be where you hit the go button if you're Disguised.
Peace needs to be careful. Back into turret form, getting some decent damage up top, dragged around. Wings now finally clipped for the moment as Painkiller plays the corner. Every attempt to stay alive. Disguised right now on the attack, is attempting to make way to reach this checkpoint, which would absolutely be pivotal for them. But unfortunately, Nightmare starts to find the value. Jutsu and Lep are able to combine with one another. Is Peace up top going to be able to regroup with the rest of them, dropping down below? Re-entering in onto this, you're going to have that turret form once again from PGE. You have the ultimate drop from on high. Nightmare able to dominate and deny this checkpoint. And now it's all on the shoulders of Nightmare to just surpass.
And again, it's just unfortunately another moment where Skyle gets absolutely obliterated and targeted before Nano can go out. We didn't see it on broadcast, but you could just look at the top right of your screen and just see Skyle's health bar just go tick, 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 as Legos just bursted them down completely from the Bastion and from the Cat. Really good heads up play from Nightmare. But I mean, to be honest, Disguise got it pretty far. So this isn't like this is still a winnable map for them. They just have to play pretty much perfectly.
Mm-hmm. You're just thinking 1 brick, 2 brick, 3 brick, 4.
It was probably more like 20 bricks.
Well, yeah. To be fair, with how many happen in the time that I'm counting, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I mean,
what is
realistically,
the bullets per minute, fire rate? I don't know. There's a word for it, but I don't.
Hey, Prod's picking up on our comments. This one, it's just the back half.
It's a massacre. It's a massacre of pinatas.
It just makes
you can even see like in the background there's just half of the legs of one standing over there by the stool. Where's the rest of him?
Llama face. That's okay. For those that get that reference, You're the real MVPs. As we're
You're
gonna
also
have a
very
minute-
old.
Oh, yes. But hey, that's a great movie, by the way. Minute now on the clock for Nightmare as they're going to go in swiftly on the high ground to try and dislodge Tread. Still going to keep the cat for now, but disguised as the one that's actually adjusting the DPS line and not opting into the Bastion.
Yeah, PG and Rocket going to be sticking on the May and the Cassidy. It's what brought them, on this defense extremely well for them, being able to section off the members and have a little bit of that CC with the Cassidy, the soft CC. We'll see what Nightmare's going to be doing with the cat and with the Bastion here. Already putting down a good amount of damage. And here comes the engage.
Ooh, boy, that was lightning fast. The boosters were active, but I got to give credit. PGE survives, and that's so much focus healing coming out from Skyle.
Yeah, Skyle and also the peel from Tread and Defense Matrix really good there, but the space has been given away. 18 seconds left. Good flank from Tread, putting down a little bit of pressure.
Skyle was hit by the bio, needs to be careful. Time dwindling, 10 seconds to go. Very aggressive positioning. Great shielding coming out from Painkiller to give that extra defensive prowess onto Jutsu. Drop down from on high. They've got two. Both DPS are down. This is looking dire as you do have the cat-on-cat violence in the air. It is going to be the overtime now active, but it's still numbers advantage here for Nightmare. Disguised as in a desperate attempt with high mobility to get back, but they will unfortunately not be capable of doing so, and that guarantees that Nightmare is going to take this and put themselves on a match point.
Nightmare one match away from completing a fantastic season, promoting up into the OWCS, only losing a few maps altogether as Peace is going to get play of the game here. And I mean, it's still close between these two teams, I think, relatively. It's just that there's some clutch moments that we're seeing. This was a fantastic ultimate from Peace, but I mean, I'm really loving what it feels like we haven't really seen Disguised figure out a way to deal with like Peace's aggression on like these very high, like the Vendetta, something like the Genji as well, especially when the Zarya is on the other side and you can just throw bubble and Vendetta like just creates all that space for you. Plays like almost like a pseudo off tank in a way where you just create that space.
Oh, and we're going to get some decent highlights here. Looking at it again. Oh, I was going to say, is that a threaded shot that we missed? My goodness. But yeah, again, Peace comes out on top. This is just a beautiful play. We got to see so much Genji, which we don't get to see like as much and honestly be successful. It's been a very long time that I've seen like successful Genji. So it's nice to have that refresher as well, that it's still capable of happening.
Yeah. It's funny that Peace is also just kind of doing the same thing Peace has been doing for like the entire time we've been casting them.
I know, right?
On the Genji, on the Vendetta, things like that. But I mean, everyone had their moments, I think, here on Nightmare. Jutsu had some really good moments on the Freya as well. That specific one on third point where Freya was able to get a lot of value and take down Skyle, and just those like, it is like a game of like seconds and inches, because Skyle twice, like this completely won the map for them. There's been like, and here also I think you're going to see Skyle like getting close to like 94, 94. There goes. Like health bar's just gone. Yeah. You saw it evaporate right there. And it's those moments where like if Nano is in these fights, Disguise are probably able to win them, but just unfortunately the time is just not on their side.
Mm-hmm. And hopefully they'll be able to tighten those few little micro details up so that they're able to go into this third map being able to try and combat against Nightmare. But again, Nightmare feels very confident. It's been close, I will definitely say that. I mean, I know with Disguise having to kind of, use that momentum, they've had some rough patches here, but ultimately I've been still quite impressed with how well it's going against Nightmare, who has been more predominantly the dominant team.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, it's like Nightmare's been dominant. I think that it is like, this could very easily, I think, be like a, we always make the memes as casters like, oh, the close 3-0, right? It's not a 3-0 yet. You can see earlier in EMEA, a reverse sweep almost happened, but it feels like, this has been relatively close. Oasis was close, I think, for most of it. This Dorado could have gone either way if Skyle lives for like a second longer. So I think that these two teams are relatively evenly matched. It's just Nightmare seems to have that little edge over, and now we go to Servasa as our map.
All right, and we got to see a little bit of the Servasa. I mean, not on the mainstream, but I know Bolskonk was, featuring that as well, so we can kind of take a look at some of the NA aspect of it. And, Nightmare had a really great just overall performance on this. The Xion was something that was brought to the table, so I would be curious to see if that is going to be something that we see once again, or really as we go into the picks and bans, what those selections are going to be and what they're going to opt for.
Yeah, last time these two played on this map, it was a Tracer ban from Nightmare and a Lucio ban from Disguise. So Tracer ban can't happen on this map in particular because they've already banned it. So that's going to be good for Rocket being able to get back onto that one. Maybe we'll see that double flanker look, unless it's going to be, a Xion ban that comes through and not letting Disguised get a hold of that double flanker look they like.
A lot of patient decision making here, because again, even though they know they're both moving up, they still want to make sure they're seated in the right spots, and also being able to take the bragging rights, because those are always the fun parts. So
they definitely want the bragging rights here. It's interesting what we're going to see in terms of the tank lineup as well. Like, we've only seen like the one tank ban, which was the Protect early from Disguise. We haven't seen a tank ban since then. So yeah, I wonder if we're going to be seeing anything in that regard, or if we're just going to be continue to pinch like the support and DPS pool.
Again, we saw when we look at a lot of like the other bans. The other part too, realistically, is you and I talked about even before going into this weekend, where we're seeing like consistent bans on Jetpack Cat from both sides very early, consistently at a very high percentage. But realistically, it's only been those few map specific occasions where teams have not looked to fully opt into it, which I think is also quite surprising as well in comparison to what we looked at statistically wise.
Yeah, we did see. We saw a lot of Cat earlier, and then now, we did see it at the end of that Dorado map. But I think that was more of like we kind of need a little bit of help here to kind of like go fast or something like that. So, you're right though. It is surprising to me that because I think like in the regular season of FACEIT, and even in the playoffs, it was the most banned hero overall. So
yes,
it's interesting that they're just now that we're getting to promo relegation, we're kind of just letting that one fly.
Literally.
yeah.
I'm gonna be one of those people that
we still got it. We still
do. Oh my goodness, yes. But again, I believe we're just giving some time as we're confirming the bans here that we want to make sure that they're going to go into this. And again, because it is one of those things where, hey, Disguise has an opportunity to turn this around. They're really probably communicating and figuring out and evaluating what their best decision is, because these kind of things really can make a strategic difference in how they want to play on this, especially going on to this map specifically.
Yeah, and I think we just had a little bit of stuff, but we're getting them now. We're going to be getting those to you relatively. Hey, we're just giving you drops. That's really what we're doing here. We're getting you a little bit more time to get those nice drops. As we do have the bans. It is going to be the Ramatra ban, and it is going to be an Ana ban on the other side, which I love, because Skyle has been on one so far on the Ana, but taking that away, really, really good decision, I think, from Nightmare.
Yes, and again, it's like you're in this position to where you kind of want to put the nail in the coffin and you want to close it out. You're going to take away that variable that has been so profound with the bio names, which is the throughput healing, the nano boosts that have been happening there. And even like you commented, some of those fights that you did have Nightmare win that would have otherwise had a lot more of a challenge to overcome it would have been due to having that nano boost, but thankfully didn't come through either due to timing and or positioning. So now when you're completely eliminating that factor as a whole, that's going to give them even more confidence going into this map that they have more of breathing room to try and secure this as a 3-0.
Yeah, and we'll see what Disguise will be rocking if they aren't going to be bringing in that Ana, which has been the Ana kind of Mizuki that they've been playing so much. I don't know if it's going to be Cat Kiriko. Maybe. That's definitely a possibility. As a Nightmare, I would be expecting them to play a little bit more of this rush style of composition. It's like, not necessarily Ramatra, but Malga's not too far off.
No, it's not. Because we now have 30 seconds before that point becomes active. Cat is airborne. Disguise is gonna opt into it first, as we do see this Curie and the Lucio to combine with though, so something more traditional.
Yeah, classic rush style of backline right here, as already Peace gets obliterated by PGE and the Cat, and then just fly away. The dive is not going to end up working, and that's one of the things you're going to see from Nightmare is that, with a comp like this, you kind of just have like the one engagement with the Malga, and if you aren't able to secure any picks from that, you're going to, end up feeling pretty bad. So we'll see if this guy's going to continue to play keep away with their key members and make sure that PGE is able to stay alive throughout most of it.
Just climbing percentage for now, watching the doorways. And again, the nice thing too is you can just consistently gain that mobility like we talk about from the Jetpack Cat to bring them up to this high ground, this constant. You already had the mobility when it came to the Sojourn anyways, but then you're just giving that extra element between that. Great surrounding attack coming through here by Rocket to see if they can gain value, and just that constant pressure. As Painkiller's soaking so much damage, it's really just virtual funneling that healing in to try and keep that tank alive. PGE is going to go down. A lot of damage funneled towards that middle segment and able to eliminate it. Gets a nice stun, knockdown.
Jutsu Falcon on the other side, but this is, I mean, this is a scrappy fight where Nightmare is always going to be in the advantage when you have these brawl scenarios, and looks like they're going to be able to take it down, disguised, falling apart a little bit like a house of cards, and Nightmare start to take back up that percentage. And I'm not sure really how PGE died. I think they just weren't, I think the damage just wasn't respected there. There wasn't enough healing, or Suzu couldn't come out. And again, when you lose PGE, you lose that one-shot potential, you lose that ability to put that sustained damage down, and Nightmare, they say, thank you very much, we'll start taking the point.
Decent percentage, at least initially, gained by Disguise, but here comes that aggression again. Like you mentioned, it has to pay dividends, and it does that time around. Virtual gets the elimination onto PGE. Rocket goes for the pulse, doesn't land. You see Lep just jumping over top of it in the nick of time to elude that damage as this attempt to come back in. Accretion flies by, but it's still going to be Disguise coming through at the end of it.
It was a really good counter dive from Disguise because they knew that kind of everyone was just going to bully PGE, and then they went back into the point themselves, got control of it, and started to spam down. And Nightmare seemed like they were a little bit lost in how they wanted to take that fight, but a lot of ultimates in their back pocket for this next one. But it's Disguise who get the first point here on Sir Vasta, and now move over to the next one. They do have the very key Cat ultimate, and with where the point is going to be unlocked, Rich, there is a nice little ocean right next to the point where Jetpack Cat is more than happy to dunk someone in.
Who wants to go into this swimming pool? As you've got the overclock unleashed. Attempts to get a decent shot, reposition. You can hear the ult active. Kiwi seeing who they can get. There's the potential side grip, but unfortunately doesn't get any value with it just yet. PGE caught out in the open. Jutsu gets a better angle, and the rest of Nightmare is able to clean this up very quickly.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Jetpack Cat ult was not able to find purchase there, and then it was just a mad dash for Disguise to try and get out with the tail between their legs, but they weren't able to do so. And I mean, if you're Nightmare, you're like, okay, 2 ults, that's totally fine for us. We get to keep 3 very key ones, and now with the advantage we have, we should be able to cycle these very effectively. It's only a Kitsune Erish on the other side because Tread has just switched over to the Mauga.
Curious how quickly they're going to have this Kitsune Rush enter into this. Cage is out, locking them in. There it is, tossed across the backside to give some extra damage and assistance, as Tread's gonna have to bail and abandon ship, but unfortunately there is so much chase down, and the mobility is right there in time to force back Disguised.
Nice, I mean, nice little shots there from Rocket taking down Lep, but it shouldn't matter too much with the healing that's available still for Nightmare, and Peace is just doing Peace things on the Vendetta. This is going to be Nightmare taking this cap, going to be able to take it to a 1-1 right here. Unless Rocket can make something miraculous happen with a Pulse Bomb, but I don't even, as good as Rocket is, I don't even think if that's even in their repertoire.
We'll see an attempt, lobs it out into the open. Unfortunately, that is not a stick. Nice job, at least from PGE, getting that takedown just because the distraction was onto Rocket for the time being. Going back into this, nice Suzu to survive through that. But Peace gonna come up with 2. Looks for that third easy takedown.
They need to find someone to deal with Peace, Rich.
Yeah, they really
because Peace is just in the back line, just completely uncontested, and is just slicing and dicing away on this Vendetta. And if Disguise don't find a way to deal with it, or at least mitigate some of the damage from Peace, Peace is just gonna be able to take over this lobby.
Yep. Now, ultimate once again available for Kiwi. Does still have a little bit of, like, a pit to the far right. That's a long way to go, though. See if it's gonna give any value. Goes in, sees what they can do with it, dragging off the edge, but no, wasn't able to get that quick enough movement. Peace gonna now focus onto Rocket, and again, you talked about it, Peace being a menace right now, and if unchecked, is going to continue being in their favor, but at least Disguise is managing to get the positional advantage first to gain some percentage. Painkiller goes down, Tread goes 1 for 1. You unfortunately have a sound barrier that is way too late, and now is locked into the cage. Tread with Peace saying, I'm sorry, I've got a big sword and I'm dropping it on top. Claymore in hand. And you will see Nightmare looking to switch this back instantaneously after a decent 40+%.
Yeah, unfortunately their unfortunately their Kiwi picked up the only person that could teleport out of the drink, which was Virtual, who just uses that Swift Step to get out. That cat almost got beheaded right there, unfortunately. But Nightmare now have control, have some good ultis. Kitsune Rush is going to be available to them, also have the cage. So if you're Disguised, where do you go to try and engage here? Because everywhere you go, you got to be worried about that cage.
Overclock comes out right away. Great pickup onto Skyle. That's going to deny them getting the Kitsune Rush for this fight, so they're going to have to play a little bit of catch-up. They'll get it, of course, but again, every second counts here.
This poor cat.
Chase the cat! Chase the cat! Normally you would say it's like a cat and mouse, but in this case it's like a
cat and DJ.
Robot, human cat and DJ. Yeah, that
Cat
too,
and
yeah.
DJ.
All right, now 25% to go. Painkiller playing forward, still holding onto the cage, which is brilliant. They can use it now. Instantly gonna lock down Tread. Nightmare wants to close this out. Easy elimination, 90%. There's no real way they can come back into this unless they're just gonna have a hope and a prayer. Let's see, here we go. Now Pulse Bomb stuck. He's just gonna stand there, say, that's fine, I'll take it. Swap back over for now, though, as the Kitsune Rush was used, but that's no longer going to be available for this next engagement.
I mean, they were able to take down Peace, which is the big thing there, because it's a lot of damage that they ended up losing. And I mean, Nightmare do manage to get out the Pulse Bomb, but it is going to be a Zarya coming to the table against, as they see that Tread has gone over to the D.Va. So now you just pick up that Zarya, eat all this spam, and you are going to absolutely melt a D.Va if you are high charge in this comp.
Yep. Lobbing damage already, keeping a watchful eye up top onto Kiwi, who's hovering just above. Nice elimination onto PGE, so it's a 5 versus 4. Goes for the elimination, tries to drag them off the edge, can't quite do anything with it. Oh my goodness, that's Peace just saying, no, no, you may have the cat, but I'm putting them into the drink.
That was a tipper from Peace right there. Super Smash Brothers Marth style, as it's going to be Nightmare taking this point one map away as a lonely Kiwi tries to escape. One sub-map here on Servasa to be able to take a 3-0 victory and claim a perfect cherry on top of a fantastic promo relegation season from them from FACEIT Masters.
Now pushing up towards this final point. Gotta really just have Kiwi dangle PGE, finding an angle onto the opponents that they're moving in. Going quickly, what a swift movement here by Nightmare. Well timed, but unfortunately there is some turnarounds here that Disguise is not ready for, and Peace is just gonna again have a field day with it.
Yeah, Peace is playing on another clip right now, and again, there's just doesn't seem like there's much to deal with it. I mean, there's not really a ton of CC, especially when you have this DPS line of Disguise. I mean, maybe you've got Tread who's going to be able to hit a cage once in a while, but beyond that, it's going to be a group effort to deal with Peace, and you've got a Zarya, so every time Peace goes in, you get so much charge, and it's just a cascading waterfall.
Absolutely, and now you can see this Disruptor Shot getting some nice slowing for anyone moving through it. And Jutsu's gonna chase with the rest of the squad. The mobility is there, and Lep says, let's go, friends. Green means go.
Green means go, and red seems like it's gonna be the color of the day here with Nightmare, as they are just getting up these last couple of picks here. These staggered fights are not gonna be in favor of Disguised, realistically, because they need to be able to get out and retreat. 70% up and taking Nightmare. One team fight away from taking this 3-0 grand finals. Have a Graviton Surge relatively soon. Kitsune Rush at the ready. It's all in their favor.
Final moments. Bursting into the back, looking for the chance to use the ultimate. Gets close to an elimination, finds one. Is there a second? Damage is high. There is some retention, though, and retaliation from Nightmare, able to just completely eliminate the hopes and the dreams that we saw from this guy.
Oh, not the cat.
They came out strong.
They're still going.
That's just the consolation prize there for Kiwi, saying we may not win, but I took you to the grave. Nightmare is able to win here for this FACEIT Masters promo relegation. They will be higher seeded. They take the glory in the title, and they are feeling absolutely great about this. Worthy attempt, though, by Disguise, and still feeling happy regardless that they are going to be able to compete moving forward.
Yeah, both these teams are going to be able to go forward into OWCS NA Stage 3, so congratulations to them. But Nightmare, I mean, a fantastic run for them. Again, just somehow, some way finding these rosters that managed to get it done and managed to figure out a way to succeed through all of this.
I would agree. I mean, they've done such an amazing job, and realistically, this squad, you and I talked about it. We've seen so many of them for so very long, and we've highlighted so many members of it, and it's just a thrill to be able to see them continue to be that just force of a team that can really push against these opponents who do try so hard, but they are just a force to be reckoned with nonetheless.
Yeah, and I mean, like, you can look at, like, Nightmare's record throughout, like, you know, FACEIT coming into this bracket, 12-3 in the regular season, you know, plus 29 map differential, going 40-11, then through the bracket, you know, 3-0, 3-2, 3-1, 4-1 against Extinction, now coming into this bracket, and how they played through the you know, upper side, only losing a single map. That's it. You know, 3-1. They lost one to Disguise earlier, then it's 3-0, 3-0. They have been playing like the best team in kind of this tier 2 scene that we have right now with FACEIT League Masters and Promo Relegation, and they look like it today.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we even got some really flashy plays from Peace in here, one that we've not been able to see as much recently, so that was also a nice little highlight for us going to the days of old, as we do see, like you mentioned, that cut down onto the cat. Oh man, I do genuinely enjoy Vendetta. She has such a unique play style when you are able to use her in a composition like this. And again, they're showing the versatility for this squad. And you can see the tail end here. I guarantee you we're going to get this full replay on the elimination. Painkiller, rest in peace, friend, because we love you so much.
Painkiller needed a drink after that one, needed to hydrate after a very long and arduous bracket run for them. As we can actually take a look at the bracket and what we've seen so far. As you can see, Nightmare, our champions, or winners rather, of the promotion relegation grand final. So they take a very, very convincing run through this bracket, as you can see at the very end here. Disguised, credit to them, got knocked out early, got knocked into the lower semifinals early, and just swept their way back up into OWCS NA, which is really good for them. I think a lot of people are happy to see them continue to stay in OWCS NA, and hopefully finally get a series map or a series win in OWCS, because they weren't able to do so last season. So hopefully now they can get one here in stage 3.
Yep. You always got to persevere through the challenges to hopefully have a brighter tomorrow. And yes, like you said, Nightmare just going to work their way through. They've been a very dominant force. We're going to look forward to seeing them once again into that. And honestly, I mean, it's been a great day for Overwatch. Let's be completely honest. And, you know, not only a great day for Overwatch, we're going to highlight our MVP. And we had a DPS in our previous one, but today we're going to have Painkiller be our MVP.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, you know, Peace showed up in the kill feed a lot, showed up in terms of just the plays, but I think Painkiller being able to play so many different things, and I think, again, we talked to, you know, Bullskunk mentioned this in his broadcast, that Painkiller has been, you know, one of the best tanks to rise up, and that's kind of what FACEIT League is all about, you know, having these players who, you know, we used to know, Rich, back in the day, and them, you know, finally getting to that point where they are one of these, you know, very good and one of these premier tanks that you have in the region. And Painkiller is exactly that, being able to play so many different things as well. Just fantastic from what we saw from Painkiller, and I think deserving of MVP. Yes, Peace was flashy, had the good moments, but we had a DPS in the last series, like you mentioned, so now we gotta give the tanks a little bit of love.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, again, like you mentioned, for all those like wanting to just participate in FACEIT, where you can have like the looking for group and finding those that are like-minded individuals that want to be able to compete and participate in the future. We talked about the scheduling that was even earlier in the broadcasting, not only on EU, but also in NA, just knowing when those registrations conclude. So there's so much opportunity for those to compete in this type of level, and it's fantastic. So again, with season 10, once more, just like it's so great to see what FACEIT has really been able to do for the ecosystem and what we have ahead of us.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to, you know, all of the different tiers of FACEIT in season 10 duking it out, because I wonder, you know, that's great for some upsets. You know, any given Sunday there is a team that can win. So I'd be really looking forward to seeing season 10 and what's going to be happening there. But season 9 has been fantastic from FACEIT. You can see Nightmare, I mean, winning FACEIT Masters, getting through promo relegation. They looked fantastic doing it.
it's exciting to see the direction, and like you said, that season 10 just soon to be around the corner. But also, we've even got, like, you know, this concluded just before the patch that's launching tomorrow with all the new endeavors. We've got map changes,
Demon's
we've got new hero, Demon as well.
Yeah.
So there's just a plethora of things across the board, not only from FACEIT, but just Overwatch as a whole, and just some competition as well. Again, join that season down below. We've got start your competitive journey in the FACEIT League at that link we've got there. So seriously, just make sure you take your time, look at it, check your dates, get your group together, find those people that want to compete just as much as you. I know I wish I had like a team like that I could, you know, be good enough for, but for me, I'd probably be a dead weight.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Definitely me as well. I'm definitely not, you know, me. I'll stick to my gold and plat elo. I'm fine with that. I think that's where I belong.
Yeah, my Orisa one trick is basically like the only thing I have to my name, as we can see in my portraits behind me. But it has been an absolute pleasure. It has been a minute, Kenobi, but nonetheless, I enjoy every minute of it. We want to absolutely put a huge shout out to all of those on prod who have been able to bring this today, the excitement, the action, everything. Again, thank you so very much across the board for those that have been tuning in. We had Lemon and Leg Day earlier, you know, Bullskunk continuing to bring all that information to us. Just thanks all around. It has been an absolute pleasure. So we hope that you all have a wonderful rest of your night. Take care, happy gaming, and we'll see you in season 10.
Are your season 7 Master Division champion? $620,000 in prizes distributed. 8,488 players on 1,475 teams have already played. 10 seasons in the making, built by you. Introducing the season finals. In the EMEA and North America, the top playoff teams of every division meet in one bracket. One season champion in each region. Cash on the line, plus division skips for open and intermediate teams. Season 10 adds the intermediate division between open and advanced. Upper divisions get tighter, making every match more competitive. Need teammates? Find a roster with Team Finder. Or post yourself as LFT and let captains find you on the new Player Finder. Check out everything new in Season 10 at fce.gg/FL Season 10.